Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another live stream watch along on the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. It's the second Ashes Test, England and Australia from Lords, the home of cricket. Day number 3, session number 1, and what a test match it has been. It's been a crazy test match. We've seen runs, wickets, everything happening in this test here at Lords. And day 3 seems to be a very exciting day upon us. And a lot of carnage yesterday. But what will day 3 have in store for us? We shall see. But definitely the last session yesterday was a little bit of a crazy session in terms of wickets and runs flowing. In that last session, Sir Nathan Lyon injured with his calf, which is the big talking point from this test match. The situation as it stands at the moment, England 4 for 278. They trail by 138 runs in their first innings. So the match is delicately poised at this stage. And it'll be interesting to see what happens on day 3, how Australia will approach this first session, how England will approach this first session. We shall see. And we shall see what both teams do in this first session. A very important first session upon us. Thanks for joining us, as always, everyone. And sure to be an exciting first session of this third day of this of the second Ashes Test from Lords. So we're not far away from play starting, as we're not far away from play commencing on the third morning of this test match. And it was an interesting day 2, that's for sure. Very interesting, exciting day 2. And day number 3 provides to be an exciting day as well. But we shall see what happens as Ben Stokes, Harry Brook will be at the crease once play begins. And Australia will be looking for early wickets and hoping to get into this England innings, get into the tail. They do have a long tail. They selected 4 seamers. So it is a long tail from their point of view. So we're not far away from the players coming out. The start of day 3, the second Ashes Test from Lords, as both teams going through their warm-ups. Obviously, for Australia, Smith and Travis Head and Marnus Labuschagne will bowl some overs, as we know, after what happened with Nathan Lyon yesterday with his injury. Very disappointing for Nathan Lyon, of course. You don't wish that on anyone, and let's hope he's in good spirits. But it doesn't take an expert to work it out that if you're on crutches and you can't really put weight on your foot, then it must be very bad. But we hope it's not too severe for Nathan Lyon, and we hope we see him back out there on the park. But it is going to be different for Australia without Nathan Lyon there, because he's always there. He's always been a constant, obviously playing 100 consecutive test matches. This was his 100th consecutive test in a row. So it'll be interesting to see how Australia go about it with a bowler down in terms of this test match. But a little bit gloomy at Lords, some cloud cover. Hopefully that will help Australia take some wickets, of course, and get the ball to swing. This pitch has flattened out. It's been quite placid, as we saw yesterday. Tends to do that here at Lords, tends to flatten out. And we've seen that at the moment here. So the players are making their way out to the middle. The Australian team making their way out to the centre of Lords, followed by the England batters and Ben Stokes and Harry Brook. So making their way out to the middle for day 3 of this second Ashes Test from Lords. And the situation of the match. Australia made 416 of their first innings. England in reply 4 for 278. They trailed by 138 runs in the first innings. So we're not far away from play beginning. And Nathan Lyon on the balcony, looking in good spirits. He's obviously disappointed, of course, to be injured, but he'll be supporting the team nonetheless from the changing room here at Lord's on the famous pavilion. So it looks like it's going to be Mitchell Starc to start proceedings this morning. Went for a few runs yesterday, Mitchell Starc. Ran about 7 runs and over at one stage for him. So we'll be hoping to cut that down today. Harry Brook on strike. And he will take first ball this morning to Mitchell Starc, the left armer, bowling left arm over the wicket to the right-hander in Brook. Starc in to Brook. This one keeps a little bit low. Brook works it behind square on the leg side. Alex Carey did the fielding. A single. First runs for England this morning. Potentially a leg bye there from Brook. Maybe a run if you got a bit of bat on that. But first runs nonetheless for England. Very overcast conditions. So perfect opportunity for Australia to get the ball swinging around if they can, get some movement. We've seen that throughout this test match. Overheads certainly do play a big part with the ball in terms of its swing and seam. Ben Stokes on strike, the skipper of England, brought a sense of calmness and serenity at the crease in that last session, which was quite frenetic. England losing wickets at will. So Mitchell Starc, second ball of the day. And he will be bowling to Stokes. He's in now. This one, leading edge and taken. What a catch! What a catch that is! Ben Stokes is gone. The outside edge was found by Starc. And what a catch from Green in the gully. That is the end of Stokes. Australia needed that to start day 3. First wicket down. It's Ben Stokes. He's gone. And Mitchell Starc provides the breakthrough for Australia. Well, he was trying to work it through the leg side there, Stokes. He got a leading edge and got an outside edge and went straight to Cameron Green, who took a very good catch in the gully, as always. First wicket for Australia in the first over of the day. Second ball of the first over of the day. Stokes is gone for 17. And that's the start that Australia needed on day 3. Well, they're a good start from Australia. First wicket down for England this morning. Second ball of the day, Stokes trying to work it onto the leg side. Got an outside edge and it went straight to Cameron Green in the gully. Good catch from Green. That's the start Australia needed. What a start for Australia on this morning. On day 3, Stokes is gone. That will bring Johnny Bairstow to the crease. A good start from Australia. That's the start they needed in the first over of the day. Second ball, Starc gets the wicket. Just try to work it to the leg side, Stokes. Got the outside edge. Straight to Green in the gully. He'll be disappointed about that, Stokes. A look of disappointment on his face as he walked off back to the pavilion here at Lord's. Johnny Bairstow arrives at the crease. England are 5 for 279. Australia picking up wickets. And that's the important thing that they are wanting to get this morning. Johnny Bairstow, the keeper, arrives at the crease. Mitchell Starc, second wicket for him. He got rid of Joe Root yesterday for 10. Cameron Green has taken a wicket in this match and now a catch. Got out for a duck in the first innings when Australia batted. But that's what Australia needed. That's the perfect start they needed. So that's what Australia would have wanted. They've already got that. First wicket down, the crowd stunned. Australia have 2 slips on a gully for Johnny Bairstow, who's the new batter at the crease. They still trail by 137, England. They've got 5 wickets left in hand. Australia will get into the tail. It's quite a long tail from England, picking 4 seamers. Stokes going for 17. Stark into Bairstow. This one full outside off stump. Bairstow leaves to the keeper. It's no run. Mitchell Stark, first wicket for him this morning. Getting his tail up. Hopefully he can get a few more wickets here for Australia. Australia a little bit deflated. A little bit just deflated about what happened to Nathan Lyon yesterday. And just looking to pick up themselves and just look to kick on and push on. It's a test match to be won here. Stark in again to Bairstow. This one short of a length. Bairstow gets in behind it, defends back down the pitch. Back to Stark, and there's no run. Well, Ben Stokes, he was trying to work it through square leg. In the end, got the leading edge from Stark. Outside edge. Straight to Cameron Green at a sort of a third slip, you would say. Took the catch very comfortably in the end. Very good fielder, Cameron Green, as we've known. He's taken a few catches that have been superb in his test career thus far in the gully, in the cordon. Stark in to Bairstow. This one full outside off stump. Driven nicely by Bairstow. Beats mid-off. Kawata in pursuit. He won't cut it off. He'll get to the boundary for 4. So the first boundary of the day for England after the loss of the wicket of Stokes. Mitchell Stark just strain with his line and length there. Just a little bit too full outside the off stump. Nicely driven by Bairstow. And he's off the mark with the boundary. But for Australia, first wicket has fallen in the first over of the day. Stark in again. Last ball of his over to Bairstow. This one outside off stump. Bairstow leaves to the keeper for no run. End of the over, it's 5 for 283. 5 for 283. England trail by 133. Wicket has already fallen already, and that was Ben Stokes' second ball of the day. Caught behind by Green. That's sort of a third slip. A second slip. He was in that sort of position. And Mitchell Stark picking up his second wicket off the test match. He removes Ben Stokes. The start that Australia needed in this test match. England 5 for 283. A wicket here again for Australia. Another wicket here. They'll get into the tail. It's quite a long tail. Broad, Robinson, Tongue, Anderson. Quite a very long tail. England going in with 4 seamers in their selection. It's going to be Pat Cummins to continue today. Pat Cummins wearing a black eye. Got the ball in his eye. The ball hit him in his eye when he was fielding yesterday. Just bounced up, hit him on the eye. Had to go off for treatment. But he's okay. So it looks like Australia going to employ the short ball tactic to Brook. As we saw yesterday, he didn't look comfortable at times. Cummins into Brook. This one short, down the leg side. Brook lets it go to the keeper for a top ball. So that's definitely the plan for Australia to go with the short ball to Brook early today. Definitely the plan for them. As we saw yesterday in that last half hour, which was pretty crazy. England lost 3 wickets to the short ball. Pope, Duckett and Root gave their wickets away to Australia. Todd Murphy, backup spinner for Australia. He'll definitely be playing in the third test, that's for sure now, in place of Lyon. Cummins in now to Brook. This one short, pulled away. Finds the fielder at deep backward square leg where Steve Smith is fielding. He'll pick up a single. He moves on to 47, Brook. Bairstow on 4. England 5 for 284. Trail by 132 runs. Well, this was yesterday. Harry Brook playing the short ball yesterday and given a chance to Marnus Labuschagne at square leg. Unfortunately for Labuschagne, went through his hands and he wasn't able to connect with the catch. A chance went begging there for Australia, but they've already picked up the wicket of Stokes this morning. The partnership between Brook and Stokes was 50. So they've definitely broken that today, Australia. Cummins in to Bairstow, who defends to the offside. There's no run. 5 for 284. Australia pick it up. The first wicket, that was Ben Stokes this morning. And he's sitting up there in the balcony here at Lord's in the pavilion, looking calm and relaxed as always, but he won't be happy about getting out in the first over, second ball of the day. Cummins in again now to Bairstow. This one full outside off stump. Bairstow drives to Wideman off. That's no run. It's a good start from Cummins this morning. Johnny Bairstow 4 off 6. Brook 47 off 54. As everyone watches on, what will day 3 have in store for us? Yesterday was pretty crazy in terms of how this match was played out. Cummins into Bairstow. This one coming into Bairstow. This delivery from Cummins, but Bairstow gets in behind it, defends back down the pitch. No run. Pretty calm and collective. Johnny Bairstow looks comfortable. There is a bit of overhead conditions this morning, so hopefully Australia will hope that this ball that's 63 overs old now will do something. It's been a pretty placid surface, hasn't really done anything, sort of flattened out. Cummins in, last ball now to Bairstow. He's in now. This one defended again by Bairstow to the offside this time. End of the over, it's 5 for 284. England trail by 132. England trail by 132, 5 for 284. Australia not far away from a new ball. 2 overs away from that, but they'll be looking to make inroads. They've already made an inroad in the first over, dismissing Stokes. And that was Mitchell Starc getting the first wicket of the day. Bit overcast at Lord's. Good crowd in again. Mitchell Starc to continue. 2 for 80 from 13 overs. He's been very expensive. But he picked up the wicket, though. Picked up 2 wickets here. Here we go. Starc in to Brook. This one, Brook defends to the leg side and there's no run. Mitchell Starc. In the side for this second test, replacing Scott Boland. Ben Stokes looking on from the balcony after being dismissed by Starc. Starc in again to Brook. This one short. And Brook was able to bring it to ground to the offside. He'll pick up a single. He moves on to 48. Bairstow on 4. Brook on 48 now. England 5 for 285. They trail by 131. That is the plan for England, to try and get as close to Australia's first innings target as they can. But for Australia, they've started well today. They needed to pick up a wicket, and they did in the first over. And that was Ben Stokes being removed by Mitchell Starc, second ball of the morning. Here we go. Starc into Bairstow. This one down the leg side. There's an appeal from Starc. There's an appeal from Carey for caught behind. Chris Gaffney clicks over his counter, nods his head. He says not out. And there's nothing of it. John, Hello, John. Good evening. Hope you're well. Maybe feeling a little bit probably upset, John, about Nathan Lyon, as I was yesterday. Wasn't great seeing Nathan Lyon limping off. We wish him all the best. You say running late and missed the first wicket. Always happens when I look away. It tends to do that, John. When you're not watching the cricket, something happens and missed out on all the action. But yes, Stark got the first wicket of the day. Stark in again to Bairstow. This one full outside off stump. Driven to mid-off by Bairstow. Khawaja does the fielding. Does well to save a boundary. Would have been a potential boundary if he didn't cut that off. So far, so good for Australia. They got the wicket off Stokes. They broke the partnership. They need 5 more. Australia be hoping to break this partnership of Brooke and Bairstow and get into the tail. It's quite a long tail for England. They've selected 4 seamers, and of course the tail is going to be very long. So they will need to crack it open here. Stark into Bairstow. This one short, and Bairstow works it down to fine leg where Hazelwood does the fielding. They'll pick up a single. Quite a very sedate start from England today. Only 8 runs. A boundary was already hit. That was by Bairstow. But anything else after that, nothing really has happened. Really, it's been a bit of a quiet start. Stark into Brooke. This one short. Brooke defends. Gets on his tippy toes, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 286. England trail still over 130 runs behind Australia. Cameron Green took a wicket yesterday. Got the wicket of Pope. Should have got Joe Root out, but he bowled a no ball, overstepped. But apart from that, it's a very good fielder, Cameron Green. And taken a very good catch this morning to get rid of Ben Stokes. But he's been pretty good in this series thus far behind the wicket, catching behind the wicket, of course. Cameron Green in the gully has the ability to get down low and take those catches. Cummins into Bairstow. This one keeps a little bit low, traps Bairstow on the crease. Bairstow looking for a quick single, but there's no run. Pat Cummins appealed slightly for an LBW, but probably an inside edge maybe that Bairstow got there. But probing from Pat Cummins, looking to get the second wicket of the day, get the 6th wicket down. Cummins in to Bairstow. This one full outside of something. Bairstow drops. Bairstow pushes the ball to the offside, wanting a quick single, but they decide against it. There's no run. Still 5 for 286. Bairstow on 5. Brooke on 48. England trail by 130. John, you say yes, tragic. It was, and such an innocuous way it happened. Yes, regarding Nathan Lyon's injury. And it was innocuous. This one's a short ball from Cummins to Bairstow. Bairstow gets out of the way. This one's called a wide by the umpire, so it's a wide delivery there. A little bit too high above Johnny Bairstow's head. And it's a wide signalled by the umpire. Australia 2 slips in a gully to Bairstow, who's being tested here by Pat Cummins. It's been good from Cummins this morning. He started well. From the pavilion end now to Bairstow. This one jagging back into Bairstow. Bairstow gets it inside edge onto his body. It's now run. Yes. But obviously Nathan Lyon's such a very innocuous injury, which happens, but it's just been confirmed, just the news breaking, that Cricket Australia have said Nathan Lyon has been diagnosed with a significant calf strain. So it's not a tear. So that's good. At least it's not a tear. So that's good. He will require a period of rehabilitation after this match is concluded. A decision regarding his availability for the remainder of the series will be made at the conclusion of the test match. Cummins into Bairstow. Bairstow defends to the leg side. There's no run. So for Nathan Lyon, that's the update that Cricket Australia have provided. So Nathan Lyon has suffered a calf injury, as we saw yesterday, but it's not a tear. It's a strain. That's what Cricket Australia have said here. So it's a strain of the calf. So it's not a tear, which is good, I suppose. So he will be undergoing some recovery and rehabilitation. Certainly the medical staff will definitely work on him over the next few days. Cummins into Bairstow. This one defended. Back to Cummins from Bairstow, and there's no run. So that's the news regarding Nathan Lyon's injury. So Australia will have to play around with the part-timers. Australia 5 for 287, England. Cummins in again to Bairstow. And Bairstow defends to the leg side. At the end of the over, it's 5 for 287. 5 for 287, 65 overs have been bowled. Australia have done pretty well to pick up the first wicket of the morning. So just going back on the news about Nathan Lyon, it is a calf strain, Cricket Australia have said. He will undergo some rehabilitation after this test match, and his availability for the series will be announced after this test match. So he suffered a calf strain, which is not what you want to see, but I suppose that happens. Injuries happen, I suppose. It's not a great thing to see him on crutches. He's one of the nice people in the game. Stark in to Brook. This one beats him past his outside edge. It was a short ball. Brook went to play at it, beaten him past his outside edge. It's no run, through to the keeper. John says that's good news for Gary. 15 minutes in the ice bath, and he'll be good to go. Let's hope so. But it wasn't pleasant seeing Nathan Lyon yesterday limping off. It's a calf strain. So it's not a tear, so at least that's good, I suppose. At least it's not a tear. So that's fantastic news. Obviously, he won't probably play the next test, obviously, but this one a short ball again from Stark, and Brook defends. It's no run. So yeah, definitely he can probably come back towards the end of the series, maybe. We shall see. But Todd Murphy's in the squad. That one wrapped Harry Brook on the gloves, and he ripped his hand off the handle of the bat straight away. Mitchell Stark bowling with a bit of aggression. Yeah, hit the top hand of the glove there. Stark in to Brook. This one short and wide. Goes past Brook, through to the keeper. Yes, John. Yeah, a lot of comparisons have been made to Glenn McGrath when he rolled on that ball at edge bastion. But that was a bit different with McGrath. He played in that series, obviously. It was only a swollen ankle, and he was able to play, and that was okay. But it sort of reminds me of Steve Waugh when he did his calf in that 2001 series, and he came back to play the last test at the Oval. But then he re-injured his calf again when he was batting to make that century. As this one's a single down to fine leg from Brook. He falls over at the non-striker's end. Slipped over. But it's only one. He moves on to 49. 5 for 288, England. They trail by 128, so Australia Still in a good position. Pick up another wicket here, break this partnership into the tail of Brook, Tongue, Anderson and Robinson. Very long tail. But the good news for Australia, they've got Todd Murphy in the squad, so he'll do a good job in place of Nathan Lyon. Won't be quite like Nathan Lyon, but knowing Todd, he bowled well in India, and no doubt he'll bowl well here in England. And a perfect opportunity for Todd Murphy to grab with both hands. He is the future after all. He wouldn't have liked to be in this situation, but he's a backup spinner. That's why he's in the squad, and that's why he's in the squad for a reason. So dot ball there from Stark. A bit expensive in his 15 overs, but he's got 2 wickets. And all the bowlers from both teams have been expensive in this test match. Stark into Bairstow. This one short, top edge. Bairstow pulls into the leg side, just falling short of the fielder. They'll pick up a single. Australia thought they nearly had another wicket with the short ball, as they did yesterday. Marnus Labuschagne didn't quite get there, just falling short. That's the end of the over. It's 5 for 289. 5 for 289. Another wicket to the short ball there for Australia, potentially. We've seen that yesterday in the last session. We saw wickets fall at a very rapid succession. But it was a pretty crazy day yesterday, that's for sure. Pat Cummins to continue from the pavilion end here at Lord's. Overcast conditions. Perfect conditions for bowling for Australia. Make use of this older ball, which is 66 overs old. They'll be hoping to get a bit of movement from this ball. Cummins into Bairstow, but Bairstow pulls away at the last minute. He says, I'm not quite ready. There was someone behind the side screen moving. And that won't please Pat Cummins running in. He was in the wars himself, Pat Cummins, yesterday. Copped a bit of a blow to the eye. So he's wearing a bit of a shiner to his eye. For Pat, he's okay. Put some ice on it. He's fine. It's going to be a bit sore and a bit bruised as it is. Cummins into Bairstow. This one's short. Bairstow was able to play it to ground on the offside. He'll pick up a single. He gets to the non-striker set. He moves on to 7. Brooks on 49. 1 run away from his half century. But Australia creating some chances this morning. They've got the wicket of Stokes. First over, second over, second ball. Of the day, breaking the partnership. And you would think if Australia pick up one more wicket here, they get into the tail. Quite a long tail from England. Picking 4 seamers. Cummins in to Brook. This one short. Brook defends, but it was a nasty short ball there from Cummins. That's hit Brook on the helmet. The umpire signalled for a concussion test. Got to get checked out. Well, good to see Pat Cummins bowling some aggression here with the short ball. Didn't play that well, Brook. Didn't get into a good position to ride that. That one copped him on the glove as well as the helmet. So getting checked out by the physio as we speak for concussion. John says, puts a little extra pressure on Green in both the batting and bowling department. Hope he steps up. Well, it was good to see him bowl some short balls yesterday, John. Obviously, he should have got Joe Root out, but it was a no ball, but it didn't really matter in the end. Joe Root was soon out after for 10. Mitchell Stark got him out. For 10, caught by Smith. So it didn't really matter in the end, but he had a few problems with his run-up yesterday, Green, but obviously got a wicket already, so he'll be hoping to make a good contribution with the ball. Already took a good catch this morning, so that will boost his confidence, no doubt. But yes, it's not ideal, But Australia have to get a few overs from him, so a few overs from Marnus and Smith and Head. Thought Travis Head bowled okay yesterday when he bowled his few overs of off spin. Steve Smith was a little bit rusty in his over that he bowled last over of the day. So we shall see, especially going into the second innings as well. Pat Cummins having a good discussion with Marnus about the short ball tactics and field placements. Harry Brook, at times, he looked a little bit uncomfortable with the short ball. We saw that yesterday with the bombardment that Australia did, the bouncer barrage, which brought about 3 wickets. And Harry Brook, uncomfortable with the short ball, especially bowled at pace, which the Australian bowlers possess, hopping and jumping everywhere. He's on 49, so he's been given the all clear after the concussion protocols. He's 49 off 62, Bairstow 7 off 20. England 5 for 290. They're still trailed by 126. They lost Ben Stokes. Second ball of the first over, caught by Cameron Green. Very nice catch in the cordon. Mitchell Starc picking up his second wicket of this test match. Into the side for Scott Boland. Pat Cummins, yet to get a wicket thus far. He's bowled 14.2 overs, so into his 15th. Be hoping to get his first wicket of the test match. Cummins in now to Brook. This one short, pulled away by Brook. Down to Smith at deep backward square leg for 1. He'll bring up his half century, Harry Brook. First half century for him in the series. He made 46 in the second innings at Edgbaston. Wasn't able to convert there, but he's got a half century here. It's his 4th half century in his career, along with 400s as well. So a strike rate of 79, not a surprise by England in terms of the strike rates with their batters. Definitely going to be very high in terms of that. Cummins now to Bairstow. He's in now. Bairstow gets it inside edge, works it to square leg for 1. He moves on to 8. Brook back on strike. John, you say, looks pretty breezy. Just trying to work what direction it's coming from. It is a bit breezy. There's a bit of overhead conditions there. So hopefully Australia can get the ball to move around a bit. That's what they'll be hoping. Because it really didn't do much yesterday. Pretty much was pretty flat, the pitch. It didn't really do much off the surface. Not much turn, not much swing or seam. But they'll be hoping that it does a bit with the overhead conditions. Harry Brook just asking the side screen to be moved over because Pat Cummins is going to be bowling around the wicket now. Right arm around the wicket to the right-hander and Brook. Change of angle. Cummins into Brook. There's an appeal for caught behind. It was a short ball. Cummins was convinced. He looked adamant. Cummins has said, no, we won't go upstairs for a review. I think Alex Carey said it missed everything. So Australia still employing the short ball tactic to Harry Brook. This one again, a short ball from Cummins. Brook trying to play the pull shot. Played and missed. Was there a bit of bat or glove? Did it miss everything? It probably missed it. And it was close to the bat, but nah, just missing in the end. There was a clear gap between ball and the bat. So good non-review there from Cummins. Cummins in again. This one short down the leg side. Through to the keeper. No run. It's the end of the over. It's 5 for 292. England trail by 124. In a bombardment of short balls. We saw that yesterday from Australia. They're still going with that ploy of short balls, making England uncomfortable. And it has worked to an extent. 3 wickets fell yesterday. That was Pope, Duckett and Root in that short ball barrage yesterday in that last session, which was a little bit crazy to watch. Things were happening. Things were happening at a rapid rate. But for Australia, they got 3 wickets nonetheless, so it's definitely a change in tact, change in the tactics for Australia. Excuse me. Mitchell Starc to continue. Going to go short again. This time to Bairstow. There's protection. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, a deep square leg, and then there's a very straight third man, and then a deep backward point. But definitely on the leg side, they've got the protection there. So by that field, no surprises what sort of length Australia would bowl. They'll definitely go short again with that heavily protected field on the leg side behind square. Starc into Bairstow. Bairstow works it to deep backward square leg for 1. Didn't quite get up that short ball there from Starc, but that's the tactic. Going in with that. Brendan McCullum next to Joe Root, looking calm and collective. Looking always relaxed. He's there with Joe Root doing a crossword. Passing the time. Starc to Brook. He's going to go upstairs to him again, you would think. That's the plan from Australia. Short ball. Starc into Brook. This one short, and Brook backs away to leg stump. He was trying to carve that over the offside. He didn't time it, hit it straight into the ground. There's no run. So Australia got a short leg in place. This one short again from Starc. Didn't quite get up. Harry Brook looking to play a baseball sort of style there. Looking to flat bat that. Matt Renshaw there at short leg on the field, of course, for Nathan Lyon. Because he's not on the field, obviously, with that injury to his calf. Starc in to Brook. Gets an outside edge to backward point. Looking for a single, but there is no run. Decide not to run. Harry Brook 50. Bairstow 9. Australia picked up a wicket this morning. That was Starc removing Stokes. Second ball of the first over of the day. Australia need 5 more wickets to wrap up the innings and get out there and start batting themselves. As Starc in again now to Brook. Backs away. And this one in the air. Gone! He's gone! Yes, he's gone! Brook is gone for 50. The short ball ploy has worked again. He's hit it straight to Pat Cummins onto the offside. Starc has got 2 wickets for Australia this morning. And the Australians are cock-a-hoop. They're high-fiving. Pat Cummins was pretty pleased with the catch. For a moment there, I thought Harry Brook got it past Pat Cummins and was racing to the boundary for 4, but it wasn't. Another short ball. Brook went for the flat-batted shot again. He got a top edge. Straight to Pat Cummins. He's there at cover. Takes a very good catch. He's delighted. Mitchell Starc's delighted. Another wicket for Australia. Brook gone for 50. 6 for 293. England still trail by 123. Brook is now gone. Now Mitchell Starc, after going for a lot of runs yesterday, picks up a couple of wickets today. How cricket can be a very funny game. But you always have an opportunity to bounce back. And that's what Mitchell Starc has done here. A couple of useful wickets. Brook is now gone. 50 and out. Got to 50 and now he's got to walk back to the pavilion through the long room. The members will definitely give him a round of applause. But the short ball ploy has worked again for Australia. Harry Brook hasn't really looked convincing with the short ball. A lot of plays and misses, a lot of top edges, and that one there was his undoing. But we know with England, this mentality of Bazball, they're going to take it on. And yet again, England giving away their wickets. Australia, they'll take the wickets however they come. It goes down as a wicket in the scorebook. Good catch from Cummins. Well bowled from Starc. Another wicket. Bowling with real aggression and pace. Stuart Broad comes in. The seasoned campaigner, Stuart Broad, the 37-year-old, walks out to bat, joining Bairstow at the crease after the fall of Harry Brook's wicket. Well, very good start for Australia this morning. They picked up a couple of wickets and only 15 runs have been scored in 6.4 overs for 2 wickets. So it's not a bad start for Australia. This is what they needed to do today. Oh, Jeffrey Boycott's got his hand in his face. He can't believe it. He made some very interesting comments about England, about their play, probably saying they should join a circus. So he wasn't happy. He's at the test match today, Sir Jeffrey Boycott. England giving away their wickets. Australia fighting back. John says, I was just about to say, where's the fast, full and straight one? And then that happens. Well, I got the wicket. Broad's off the mark. Works it onto the leg side for 1. Well, John, that's the ploy. That's the tactic. It certainly worked yesterday. Excuse me. My voice just going a little bit there. That's certainly the tactic, John. Short balls. What we saw yesterday in that last session was pretty crazy. So, yeah, just go with the short ball. It certainly worked. Mitchell Starc's got 3 wickets now. He's removed Stokes and Brook this morning. Got rid of Joe Root yesterday for 10. And into the tail now, Australia. It's been a good start to the morning. Not a good start for England, though. Throwing away their position in a test match that's evenly poised. Well, Mitchell Starc was bounding in. And then Johnny Bairstow pulled out at the last minute. Mitchell Starc not too happy about doing that, as every bowler is when a batter pulls out. This one short again. Bairstow ducks, sways out of the way, lets it through to the keeper. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 6 for 294. Very good over from Australia. Now, we're definitely going to see short balls to Stuart Broad. He's very uncomfortable with the short ball, Stuart Broad, after he got hit at Old Trafford in 2014 off Varun Aaron from India. It hasn't been the same with the short ball ever since, Stuart Broad. So won't be a surprise to see Australia go short to him in the next over. Pat Cummins will definitely go to that tactic at the start of this over now. Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes looking, well, not disappointed. Looking calm and relaxed as always. Obviously, this is how England play. This is the mentality. This is the mindset. A lot of people may not like it, but it's just the way they're playing. They're not going to die wondering, that's for sure. Stuart Broad. Now, he's going to be peppered with the short ball. The field is set for that. Heavy leg side field behind square for Australia. Cummins is going to go short here. He's in now to Broad. This one short. Down the leg side. Broad plays and misses at this. Through to the keeper. Looks very uncomfortable with the short ball, Stuart Broad. Ever since he got hit at Old Trafford, he hasn't been quite the same batter as he was. He was a very handy batter before that. He's already made a test century. He was here at Lord's in 2010 against Pakistan. He made a century, 169. But ever since he got hit, not been quite the same with his batting. Cummins in again. This one short again. Carey jumps, leaps to try and take that ball. He misses it, but David Warner comes around to cut it off for a single. It'll be a bye. Stuart Broad didn't get anything on that, so a bye. Don't think Pat Cummins would be too pleased about that. He would have liked Broad on strike. Anyway, that one, a good short ball there from Cummins. He started well today. John, you say now we have to go hard and clean up the tail. Time to bring out the mop. Well, that's the plan, John. And I think Australia will keep going with the short ball ploy. And to the tail enders, I think that's a good option to go with. Just bombard them with short balls. As we saw yesterday, it will work. And, tail enders, they don't really like it short when it's up in their body. Cummins in again now to Bairstow. This one is worked to deep square leg by Bairstow for a single. So Bairstow moves to 10, but Stuart Broad on strike. This could be interesting. And obviously, referring to your last point there in your comment there, John, the mop. Obviously, we do have the mop in the side, and that's Mitchell Starc. Nicknamed the mop, cleans up the tail. And he's definitely going to do that, that's for sure, Starc. All right, so Australia have got Stuart Broad on strike. What's going to happen here? Cummins now. He wants to have 3 balls at Broad. This one short. Broad rides it to ground, to the offside, and he will pick up a single. Moves on to 3. Sorry, moves on to 2. But it's been a very good start from Australia. 19 runs have been scored by England this morning, but the loss of 2 wickets in 7.4 overs. So it's been a very good start from Australia this morning. Need to pick up wickets fast and quick, and they've done that. 119, they're still trailed by England. They've got 4 wickets in hand. They're into the tail now, Australia. And they've got to wrap it up now. Cummins in now to Bairstow. This one, full back of a length outside off stump. Bairstow defends. There's no run. He's 10 off 25. Broad 2 or 4 at the crease. Just arrived after the wicket of Brook. Ben Stokes, Brendan McCullum, David Saker, Joe Root, Moeen Ali on the balcony, having a bit of a chat with each other. Cummins in to Bairstow. This one short of length. Bairstow dropped this to the offside. Looking for a quick single, but he decides not to. It's the end of the over. Pretty good little period here for Australia. A couple of wickets this morning. Stokes and Brook, the overnight batters, are out. And Australia have started day 3 what they needed to. Needed to start well, take wickets, and they've done that. Good crowd in again here at Lord's. Always a good crowd for an Ashes test. Mitchell Starc will continue. He can get a fifer here. He's got 3 wickets. For Mitchell Starc, a fifer, an opportunity to go on the honours board here at Lord's. Get your name on the visitors' honours board. Starc into Broad. This one shortened down the leg side. Playing to miss by Broad. It's no run. England 6 for 297. They trail by 100 runs. Trail by 119 runs, which is still a lot of runs. So pretty handy first innings lead for Australia. And we'll want to wrap it up quickly as possible. Stuart Broad not comfortable with the short ball. They will definitely pepper him there. Certainly Starc. He's in now to Broad. This one short, just falling short of silly point. Nearly an opportunity for Matt Renshaw. He's at silly point. He's on the field, obviously, for Nathan Lyon. He's off the field. Just falling short there. Broad was able to get in behind that, but just falling short of Renshaw at silly point. Nearly a catching opportunity. Mitchell Starc, he'll fancy himself here. So Starc now in to Broad. This one short again. Beats him. Through to the keeper. For a wide. Chris Gaffney signals wide and says that's 1 for the over, 1 above the shoulder. John, you say, I should pose the following question to CFA. Gabe in particular, just because I like throwing weird thoughts out there. Well, yes, obviously, Gabe did his review of the first test. Obviously, no Nick, of course, because he's on his holiday, enjoying the sights of England. As Starc in now to Broad. This one short again. Broad defends to the offside. There's no run. Well, John, what's your question? What sort of question would you ask Gabe? Get his thoughts on. do let us know. But going back to Gabe, obviously, he did his review of the first test this morning, which was released today, which was good as always, given his thoughts on how the first test panned out. Josh Hazlewood stretching and warming up. Stark in, this one full and straight, targeting the stumps of Broad, but Broad does well to dig it out. There's no run. You say, John, given the current state of West Indies cricket, should the Caribbean Isles join up with the US for a new block of Test cricket nations? A very good question there, John. That's a no ball from Mitchell Stark, overstepping. Chris Gaffney extending his arm out. Stark in again now to Broad. This one short. Broad works it to Usman Khawaja behind square on the offside for no run. You say, John, had to put two-part the above as I ran out of characters in the chat. That's all right, John. That's a pretty good question to ask Gabe. Pretty good to hear his thoughts about the first test, which was always good to hear his thoughts on the game, and also the first test in particular. And if you haven't watched that, it's on CFA right now. Mitchell Stark. In again to Broad. This one full and straight. Broad defends to the leg side. There's no run. Mitchell Stark targeting the pads, targeting Stuart Broad here. England are 6 for 299. They trail by 117. Australia into the tail. They'll be hoping to wrap it up quickly. 117 runs is not a bad head start in the second innings, especially going into the latter part of this test match. Australia win here, go 2-0 up. Very hard for England to come back if that's the case. Stark into Broad. This one short. Beats Broad. Straight through to the keeper for no run. It's the end of the over. It's 6 for 299. Six for 299. Australia 10 overs away from a new ball. You would think they'll take that, but they'll be hoping to pick up another few more wickets with that new ball in sight. Definitely target the tail enders of obviously Broad, Anderson, and Tongue and Robinson. Well, Robinson's okay with the bat. He can bat. But for the rest of them, a little bit uncomfortable with the bat. Hazlewood in. Replacing Pat Cummins from the pavilion end. He went for a few runs, Josh Hazlewood. Not very often you see him being very expensive. 1 for 63 from 11 overs. It's I was reading somewhere, and it's definitely one of his most expensive figures in Test cricket. Obviously, his highest figures that he conceded were in New Zealand. And that was back in 2016 in that Test match. John says, I'll pose that question on CFA during lunch. Yep. I think Gabe will have some interesting thoughts. Obviously, the West Indies facing an uphill battle and trying to qualify for the World Cup later this year. Haven't had a good time of it in the qualifiers. That one defended by Bairstow off Hazlewood. There's no run. Australia bowled well this morning. The runs, only 21 runs, so they've kept the runs down. It's not like England have got off to a rapid start. Hazlewood into Bairstow, this one full and wide, outside off stump. Bairstow flashes this one to Matt Renshaw at deep point, cuts it off for a single that will bring Broad on strike, and that's what Australia want. They want to target him more so than Bairstow. 300 up for England, a round of applause from the crowd. 6 for 300, but they still trail by 116. So it's still a long way back for England. With only 4 wickets at hand, Australia have done well this morning. The short ball ploy has definitely worked. Picked up Harry Brook with that for the second wicket to fall today. Ben Stokes trying to work one on to the leg side, got an outside edge to Cameron Green in the slip cordon. All right, so the field going back now. Ready for the short stuff for Broad. It's like so we've got a short leg in place for Broad. Hazelwood in. This one short. Top edge from Broad down to Mitchell Starc at third man. He'll pick up a single. Didn't quite carry. Nearly carried to Mitchell Starc. So definitely Australia in the game. They'll definitely take it on England. A lot of people say, is this just crazy batting? That was one of the questions posed this morning. Will the craziness stop? I don't think it will stop. It's going to keep going, that's for sure. They're going to keep playing their shots, keep taking the game on. Hazelwood into Bairstow. This one full. And Bairstow defends to mid-on. There's no run. He's 11 off 29, Bairstow. Broad is 3 off 12. 6 for 301 for England. The deficit is 115. Australia looking to wrap it up into the tail now with Broad looking uncomfortable with the short ball at this stage. Hazelwood in again now to Bairstow. This one full again. Bairstow defends to mid-on again. There's no run. Looking to try and see off this bombardment of short balls here for Australia. England, their batting card, a lot of starts. 48 for Crawley, 98 for Duckett, 42 for Pope, Root 10, 50 for Brooks, 17 for Stokes. It's been a story of their batting in this series thus far. A lot of starts, but no one's converted. And out of the wickets that have fallen for England in this series, pretty much all of them just about have been given to Australia. Hazelwood into Bairstow. This one, an outside edge down to third man. He'll race away for 4 runs. Gets a boundary, Bairstow, to end the over. It's the end of the over. 6 for 305. Boundary, last ball of the over from Bairstow there. But Australia won't mind that. At least Stuart Broad's on strike for the next over. England trail by 1-1-1. Change of bats for Johnny Bairstow. Wasn't happy with the bat that he had. Just changed the bat around. So he's got a new bat there. Stuart Broad on strike to Green. Cameron Green back into the attack. Replacing Mitchell Starc. He took a wicket yesterday. He had some troubles with his follow-through and run-ups. Bowled a lot of no balls. So Green in now to Broad. This one short. Broad pulls to the fielder at short leg. He pulls it straight into short leg. That's got to hurt. But anyway, it saved a boundary. Let's have a look. Matt Renshaw's there at short leg. Oh, that one copped on the chest. Pulled that pretty hard, Broad. That one into the chest of Matt Renshaw at short leg. Green in again. This one short. Broad goes up and over cover for 4 runs. So a boundary for Broad. He moves on to 7 off 14. Didn't really bowl well in the first innings. He bowled quite poorly, as many of the England bowlers did in the first innings. He wasn't at his best. He nearly conceded 100 runs in his bowling performance. But that one just lofted over cover. No way Mitchell Starc was going to catch that. That was way above his head. Green it again now to Broad. This one short again. Broad gets it past that short third man, Usman Khawaja there. But it goes down to a regulation third man for a single. He moves on to 8. England trail by 106. They're 6 for 310. Australia definitely in the game with Broad. He's definitely creating some chances, some opportunities. John, you say England will just double down, and fair play to them. They shouldn't die wondering. Stokes got defensive in that last hour at the Oval, and look what happened. Well, they're always going to take that approach. They're not going to back down, that's for sure. Green into Bairstow. This one full. Bairstow works it to mid-wicket. There's no run. Usman Khawaja does the fielding. They're always going to take it on, England, but it does come with an element of risk. A lot of people not happy about them giving away wickets. And that's what happened yesterday in that last session. Australia got 3 wickets because of the short ball. It's definitely a different tactic from Australia. Green in to Bairstow. This one's short. Bairstow ducks underneath it. Lets it go to the keeper for no run. Alex Carey's done well behind the stumps again. Kept pretty well. He's conceded a few byes, but that's to be expected. Tidy again behind the stumps. Took a very good stumping off Nathan Lyon yesterday in that second session when Crawley was dismissed. So he's done pretty well, Alex Carey. Green into Bairstow. This one flicked by Bairstow. Works it behind square to deep square leg where Marnus Labuschagne does the fielding. They'll come through for a single. It's the end of the over. 6 for 311. England trail by 105. With 4 wickets in hand. Australia have done well to pick up a couple of wickets this morning. And that was Stokes and Brook, the overnight batters. And they were able to break that partnership early and get into this England lower order. It's drinks on day 1. Sorry, on day 3, I should say. Sorry, getting my days mixed up. On day 3, and Australia have done well. Picked up a couple of wickets. Stokes and Brook are dismissed. The overnight batters, and Australia have done well to get into the low order of England. Still a lot of work to do for both sides. And this test match, there's still a lot of work to do for both teams to try and do something in this test match. But it has been a very interesting couple of days, you have to say. It was a very interesting first hour of play. A couple of wickets have fallen. Australia have done well to pick up those couple of wickets today. So six for 311 England. They trail by 105. Bairstow 16 off 34. Broad 8 off 15. It's been a very good start from Australia. A couple of wickets to them this morning. Good catch from Green. That was to get rid of Stokes off Stark. And then Pat Cummins took a very good catch to get rid of Harry Brook to help Mitchell Stark pick up another wicket for him in this test match. So we're back. Hazelwood to continue after drinks. He's in now to Bairstow. This one beats him past his outside edge. Through to the keeper. Good start after drinks from Hazelwood. Playing a miss from Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow, he's under some pressure going into this test match because of his keeping. He did well behind the stumps. He took a few catches. Took a stumping as well. That was off Joe Root on day one, late on day one, to get rid of Travis Head. Hazelwood into Bairstow. This one straight to mid-on. He's chipped it straight to mid-on. Bairstow. Cummins takes the catch. England have lost their third wicket this morning. Their 7th, 311. Bairstow gone for 16. Pat Cummins is delighted. Hazelwood picks up his second wicket of this test match. Good start from Australia this morning. Johnny Bairstow just chipping that straight up in the air to wide mid-on, where Captain Pat Cummins takes a very simple catch. He was delighted with that, Pat Cummins. Hazelwood delighted. Another wicket down for England. Another wicket for Australia. Bairstow walks off for 16. 7 for 311. England still trail by 105. Wickets have fallen this morning. 3 wickets. Bairstow now gone. Cummins has taken his second catch of the day. Josh Hazelwood picks up his first wicket of day 3. And Bairstow has to go. Australia going through the England batters this morning. Josh Hazelwood picks up his second wicket of the test match. He got rid of Duckett yesterday for 98. England 7th, 311. Pretty much gifted these wickets really to Australia, really. But that's how they play. And as an England supporter, you just got to put up with that, I suppose. Ollie Robinson, he's been in the news of late. Didn't really bowl well in the first innings. He took 3 wickets, yes, but he was down on pace. Not really his usual self. He's now got to face the music here with Josh Hazelwood. Good catch from Cummins. Very simple catch. Ran about stomach height. Didn't really have to move all that much, really. Johnny Bairstow just chipped it straight to him. Straight into the breadbasket, as they say. Good catch from Cummins. Hazelwood in now to Robinson. Works it through square leg, Robinson. He's off the mark with a single. 3 wickets in hand for England. Australia need 3 more wickets to wrap it up. Pat Cummins got a bit of a black eye, obviously, with that blow to the eye in the field yesterday. It's a little bit sore, but he's okay. Hasn't got a wicket, but he's got a couple of catches. He made some runs in the first innings. He's pretty happy, Pat Cummins. He should be. It was a very tough day for Australia yesterday with the news of Nathan Lyon. Of course, the team would be a little bit down, the morale. But they're certainly up and about this morning, which is good to see. Hazelwood in again, this time to Broad. This one short down the leg side. Broad lets it go to the keeper. England 7 for 312. They trail by 104. And Pat Cummins, he will be very delighted with how this morning has gone for Australia. Ben Stokes helping Joe Root with the crossword. Not really too bothered with the situation, but I think many people have a different opinion about that. A lot of the wickets were given away from England in the first innings today. Hazelwood in now to Broad. This one short, and Broad works it down to deep backward point. Picks up a single. Marcus Harris does the fielding. He moves on to 9. Robinson on 1. Trail by 103 England. Still a long way back. The Australian bowlers, they've had a tough time of it. A lot of them have gone for runs. Stark, Cummins, even Hazelwood. Lyon, obviously, not bowling. Green, Travis Head, Smith bowled an over or two of spin. Hazelwood in again now to Robinson. This one full outside offside. Robinson drives to wide mid off. There's no run to end the over. End of the over, 7 for 313. Nathan Lyon is on the boundary line with the 12th and 13th players, just supporting the team. Good team man, Nathan Lyon. Despite his injury, he's always there to support the team in any shape or form. So good to see him in good spirits, smiling, and definitely excited by what the team has done this morning. Travis Head's going to bowl some of his part-time off spin. Not a bad part-timer, Travis Head. He can get you a wicket or two. Bowled well yesterday when he came on. He'll be looking to do the same here. None for 10 from his 5 overs is not a bad start. He's got 7 wickets in his test career. But he's got to bowl some overs, obviously, because of Nathan Lyon's absence. So he's in now to Broad. This one down the leg side. Good take from Carey. There's no run. Stuart Broad was in his crease, so no problems there with the stumping chance. Head into Broad. This one defended back down the pitch from Broad. There's no run. Travis Head batted well in the first innings. He'll be pretty happy if he can get a wicket here now. Head in to Broad. Gets an inside edge. He will go out to square leg. Backward square leg for a single. He moves on to 10. Robinson on 1. He's on strike now. And Steve Smith batted well in the first innings. 110, 32nd test century. Fastest to that milestone, but surpassed Ricky Ponting's record in terms of innings to reach their 32nd test century. And also second on the list for the most test centuries for Australia. Equal second with Steve Waugh. Head in to Robinson. Advances down the pitch. This is high in the air. Going down to the long off boundary. Gets over the head of Pat Cummins. Gets enough on it, Robinson. Picks up a couple. England trail by 100. Oh, Travis Head was nearly in the game there. He saw Robinson go down the pitch. Robinson didn't quite get on that. Got enough over to clear the head of Pat Cummins at mid-off. Head in again to Robinson. Advances down the wicket. This one is fielded nicely by Cummins at mid-off. And they come through for a single. They trail by 99, England. Still a pretty good lead for Australia, 99 runs. 3 wickets in hand. If they can break this partnership, get into Anderson and Tongue. Head in to Broad. Broad gives it a big hoik onto the leg side. Marnus Labuschagne cuts it off for 2. England trail by 97. It's the end of the over. 7 for 319. Trail by 97. England, 7 for 319. They trail by 97 runs. So the deficit is under 100, but 3 wickets in hand. It's been a very good start from Australia this morning. Picking up wickets into the tail. England have sort of let their position slip a little bit in this match. That's the risk you take by playing this positive brand of cricket of Bazball. Cameron Green back into the attack now. Replaces Hazelwood from the pavilion end. He's in now to Robinson. This one full on his pads. It's been flicked to deep square leg by Robinson for 4. Oh, that was just a nice flick off the pads there from Ollie Robinson. A little bit too straight there from Cameron Green. Needs to test him out with a short ball here. He can bat, Ollie Robinson. He's no slouch with the bat. He can definitely hold the bat. 93, they trail by England. Green in to Robinson. This one short. Robinson plays and misses. Through to the keeper. No run. The England balcony watching on. They trail by 93. They're 7-3-23. Cameron Green going to test Robinson with the short stuff, and that's a good ploy. Just to wrap up this innings quickly. Get out there and start batting. Green in now to Robinson. Another short ball. Robinson ducks underneath it. Lets it go to the keeper. And again, there's no run. Green into Robinson. Another short ball. Robinson attempts to pull. Plays and misses. Through to the keeper again. There's no run. John says, is Green off his usual run-up or a short one? I think he has a short run-up, I think, John. He doesn't have a big run-up. It's quite short. It's always been a short run-up from what I've seen from Green over the time in his career thus far. So it's his usual run. Yeah, it's not really that big. It's quite short. Robinson pulls high into the air onto the leg side. Travis Head will field it. They'll cut it off for a single. Ollie Robinson taking on the short ball. They trail by 92, England. So to answer your question, John, I think he's always had a short run. I don't think it's always been a long run, I don't think. From what I've seen from Green over the time that he's played, it's always been a short run-up. He hasn't quite have a long run-up with his bowling. You have to say it's been very poor cricket from England this morning. They've given their wickets away again. Green into Broad. Broad pulls away. He says there was someone behind his eye line moving. That's always the problem here at Lord's, especially with the pavilion, the members sitting in front of the side screen. Of course, people are going to move. Very annoying as a bowler, but that's just the way it is in cricket. The England balcony, not really too phased with the situation, but I think many people would not be happy. Green in. This one's a short ball. It hits Broad on the helmet. He did not play that well, Broad. That's hit him on the grill. A little bit shaken up, Broad. Let's hope he's okay. You don't want to see anyone hurt. David Warner's going over to Broad straight away. I think Stuart Broad copped one in the mouth. So he'll be checked over. It's the end of the over. 7-for-3-24. That's not what you want to see. You don't want to see anyone hurt. We don't wish that on anyone. Let's hope he's okay, Stuart Broad. I think that one just hit him on the grill, probably went inside the grill. He has been hit before with a short ball and sort of lost his confidence a little bit after that. That sort of shook him around. So the physio's out there, the doctor asking questions, concussion tests. It's getting that now. It's probably hit him on the jaw. We'll have to see the replay where they hit him. Helmet, grill. Maybe the ball got underneath the grill. Let's have a look. Good short ball from Green again. He just turns his head away like that, Broad, and that's never a good way to play the short ball. You always got to keep your eyes on it. He turned his head away, exposing his neck and the side of his jaw. So he's getting some treatment there. I think there's a doctor there just doing the tests, making sure he's okay, just checking for any damage. Looks okay, Broad, but let's hope he's okay. But I guess that's the thing these days, especially with the short ball, helmets, players not really not really too scared about the short ball anymore with the helmets. You are well protected, but techniques have suffered because of that as well. Obviously, compared to the old days when they didn't wear helmets. Let's have a look again. Yeah, that's a nasty blow there for Broad. John says, still think we have to fire a full one in. Hope that buys us a wicket. We're still relying on England to throw their wickets away. Yeah, I agree with that, John. Obviously, just, change it up a bit. Bowl a Yorker. You can bowl a short ball, put them back, set them back in the crease, and then bowl a full and straight one at the stumps and a Yorker. Hopefully that can get you a wicket. But England are throwing their wickets away, and that's certainly helping Australia get back in this match. They trail by 92, England, with 3 wickets in hand. That's a pretty good first innings lead for Australia. Gives them a 92-run head start. Travis Head to continue his part-time off-spin. He's on now to Robinson. Down the pitch, and he's out. Caught behind. Yes. Travis Head picks up a wicket. Ollie Robinson went for the big heave-ho. He threw the kitchen sink at that. Got an outside edge. A very good catch from Alex Carey behind the stumps. He's kept well in this Test series. Very good glove work from Carey again. And he helps out his South Australian teammate, Travis Head, pick up a Test wicket. Outside edge. Good take from Carey. Australia pick up the 8th wicket. Good catch from Carey. He's really improved his keeping. Good to see that from Carey. Another wicket falls. Robinson gone for 9. It's 8 for 324. England trail by 92. Another one bites the dust, to quote the song by Queen. Another one bites the dust. Ollie Robinson has to go, walking back to the pavilion. Well, Travis Head, part-timer, gets a wicket. He's going to do a lot of bowling in this Test match, as we know, with Nathan Lyon out of the match. But good for Travis Head to boost his confidence. Picks up another wicket there, Australia. Picks up a wicket, Travis Head. John says, told you that would buy us a wicket. I'm the original commentator's curse. Indeed you are, John. Certainly worked, that's for sure. Good from Travis Head. Picks up Robinson. England throwing their wickets away. This is how they play. This is Bazball. Got to get used to it, I suppose. Not many people are happy. You're always going to have people who are going to like Bazball or dislike it and want it to fail and despise it. All right. Josh Tongue comes to the crease. England 8 for 324. He joins Stuart Broad out there. Tongue defends back down the pitch to Head. There's no run. James Anderson, number 11, in next. Australia will want to wrap this up quickly. It's been a very good morning. Tongue works it to mid-off for a quick single. He's off the mark. First Test runs for Tongue against Australia. England have lost 4 wickets for 47 runs today in 14.2 overs. So it has capitulated very quickly. Excellent result for Australia. 91 runs they still trail by England. Travis Head. In now to Broad, who defends back to Head. There's no run. I think Australia would like to bowl to Tongue in the next over. Keep him on strike for the next over. Keep Broad off the strike. Travis Head, he's up and about. He's got a wicket. Oh, he could get another one here. Head into Broad. He's out. He's out, LBW. Sweeping Broad. Chris Gaffney raised his finger. He said, yep, that's out. Travis Head, potentially another wicket. England will review this. It looked pretty good to me. It looked pretty adjacent. It's now up to the third umpire, Maria Erasmus, to decide whether or not this is out. What do you think at home? Let us know in the chat. Do you think that was out? It looked pretty good to me. It looked pretty adjacent. Sweeping in front of the stumps. Let's have a look from Head. Oh, yes. That looks pretty good to me. No bat or glove involved there. Looks pretty straight. Probably hitting middle and leg stump. Clearly no bat involved, but it was pad first. I think Travis Head's got another wicket here. Let's have a look. Ball tracking now. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. And they are. Wickets are hitting. Travis Head picks up a second wicket. Stuart Broad now gone. England 9 for 325. Chris Gaffney will have to stay with his original decision, I should say. Very good decision by Chris Gaffney. Broad gone. LBW to Travis Head. England lose the 9th, and you think it will be all over soon. Broad is gone. Another wicket for Australia. Travis Head picks up 2 wickets and 2 overs. Broad gone for 12. 9 for 325. England trail by 91. James Anderson arrives to the crease. Broad, LBW to Travis Head. James Anderson arrives to the middle. Number 11 for England. It's been a good morning for Australia. They picked up 5 wickets for 47 runs. So you would say it's a pretty good session for Australia. They definitely needed this start today. John says gone. It was gone, John. It was absolutely plumb. No doubt about that. Pretty adjacent. Pretty plumb, you have to say. Another wicket down. Jimmy Anderson arrives at the crease at number 11. Travis Head has picked up a couple of wickets. Anderson works this to Pat Cummins at deep mid-on. There's no run. It's been a very good start for Australia. They can definitely consolidate with the bat. That's for sure. Pat Cummins going to come on. Why not? Finish off the job. It's the end of the over. It's 9 for 325. 9 for 325. 2 wickets in the over for Travis Head. Picked up Ollie Robinson, caught behind by Alex Carey. Picked up Stuart Broad out. LBW sweeping. And Australia have done what they needed to do this morning. Pick up quick early wickets, and they've done that. Pat Cummins has brought himself back on. He wants to finish it off quickly so Australia can get out there and start building this lead. It's 91 runs. That's a very good lead in the second innings. Cummins in now to Tongue. This one short. Wraps Tongue on the mid-drift. That's going to hurt. So the field's set for short pitch bowling. They've got on the leg side, they've got a deep square leg, backward square leg, and they've got a fine leg in place for Josh Tongue. Cummins in now to Tongue. This one short. Tongue rides it straight to bat pad. That's the end of the innings. England all out for 325. Pat Cummins picks up his first wicket of the innings. It's game, set, and match for England. They're all out for 325. Wasn't going to take long, and Australia will be very delighted with this morning's work. David Warner, Usman Khawaja, running off to get ready to open the batting. It's been a very good morning session for Australia. They picked up 6 wickets for the loss of 47 runs for England this morning. Josh Tongue just fending that short ball straight to short leg, and there's no run. Direct hit, a run. You say healthy lead. Absolutely. John says, yes, absolutely, John. We wrapped up the tail. The tail has been wrapped up in no time, which Australia failed to do at Edgbaston, but they've done it here at Lord's. Pat Cummins pretty content with his work. England all out for 325. Didn't last long this morning. They've lost 6 wickets for 47 runs, 15.2 overs. And Australia have done what they needed to do. As Pat Cummins leads his side through the long room, the members applauding the Australian side. In the old famous long room here at Lord's, they walk off a little bit deflated last night with the news of Nathan Lyon, but they are definitely up and about today, Australia. This tactic of the short ball has certainly prevailed today. So we'll take a break for 10 minutes. Australia will commence their second innings. And they're in a pretty good position. England, you have to say, thrown away a very good opportunity, you'll have to say. Direct Hit says, common sense prevailing over baseball. Yes, well, the short ball tactics definitely worked by Australia today. England gifting their wickets away. I don't think many of the England supporters would be happy. But that's the thing with baseball. You live and die by the sword, as they say. And that's what's happened here. Nathan Lyon looking a little bit disappointed that he's not out there. But what we heard from Cricket Australia, it's a calf strain. So for Nathan Lyon, at least it's not a tear. That's positive news. But it wasn't great to see him in crutches this morning. Very disappointed. John says, no, we just can't get rolled today. I don't think that will happen, John. I think the pitch is still pretty good for batting. It hasn't really done much. It's been quite flat. But what Australia have done is that they played on the ego of England a little bit here and sort of gave their wickets away. It's still a pretty good, placid sort of surface. There's not much movement. It's pretty flat. It flattens out here at Lord's. So it's only going to get better to bat on today, as it usually does. So Australia batted well in the first innings, John. Obviously, good. It was a pretty good performance in the first innings, but the second innings will be important as always. But a 91 run lead will definitely help. It's good to see Australia fighting back. Direct Hit, you say, recap Ishan Sharma bumping out England at Lord's 2014. Yes, Direct Hit, yes. Yes, he did. He bowled the short ball tactics there. Travis Head picking up a couple of wickets. He picked up the last couple of wickets, and then Pat Cummins finished off the job. Jihan, good afternoon. Good evening, Jihan. Hope you're well. Thanks for joining us. You say, I have to say, I was very disappointed yesterday. Australia's lower order collapsed, the weather conditions heavily favouring England, whatever they were doing, the flat pitch bowlers going for 7 runs and over. Yes, it was a little bit disappointing, Jihan. I do share your disappointment. I wasn't happy myself. It was very hard to watch, especially when Nathan Lyon was limping off. That wasn't great to see. Today, I thought Australia had lost this game yesterday. Well, Jihan, it was a great day today for Australia. This is what they needed. England lost 6 wickets for 47 runs. And to be honest, I think a lot of England fans will be very unpleased about that. But that's just how England play with this baseball mentality. Can they keep doing it? That's the thing. So we've got 10 minutes changeover for Australia's second innings. The bombardment of short balls has certainly worked for Australia. So Josh Tongue was the last wicket to fall there. And we'll have a bit of a recap of England's first innings. It was very poor indeed. So we'll recap that before Australia come out to bat in their second innings. Warner and Khawaja batted well in the first innings. Good opening partnership. Set up the innings for Australia. John says England has the rub of the green this entire match. Yeah, John. They've had a bit of luck. But that's just the way it is with this baseball mentality, isn't it? They're always going to give the opposition a chance of winning the match, and that's certainly what's happened here. Australia will definitely feel like if they can bat the entirety of today and tomorrow, get a target that's going to be challenging for England, and Australia are not out of this by any means. They can still win. They can still go 2-0 up in this series. And it's going to be very hard for England to come back if that's the case. Iran, you say Bazball fizzing out. Well, I think people will probably reach their limit with Bazball. I think people will get tired of it now. They'll definitely be disappointed, England. But anyway, Gian says the first match, John, will be the overheads. Direct Hit says Iran again, 213 all out versus Sri Lanka. The Netherlands, this is the World Cup qualifiers. Can the Dutch do the incredible and track down 214? Oh, well, thanks for that, Iran. Well, that's a pretty good score to get Sri Lanka out there. So I haven't been keeping an eye on the qualifiers, to be honest. I do know that the West Indies are struggling, and Zimbabwe have played really well, and Scotland and other teams like that. So going to be there interesting to see who's going to book the final two spots in the qualifiers to the World Cup later on this year. But you would think so. They can definitely chase it down. Gian says, got the feeling yesterday Australia just got so fed up with how flat the pitch was and how easy it was for the batsmen. They decided, let's bounce the beep, as they say in grade cricket. Yes. I agree with that, Jihan. And you also say, I liked it, to be honest. Well, I think that was the only way they were going to get wickets, because England are going to take on the short ball. It was a crazy last session. You know, I haven't even done a summary of what happened on day 2, but we might as well now, since we've got the innings break here, just recap what's happened over the last day and a bit, because it's been absolute carnage. Absolute carnage, that's for sure. Direct Hits says Zimbabwe are favourites for the qualifiers. Yeah, they're playing some good cricket. Usman Khawaja, David Warner walking out to the middle. They're going to face a few overs before lunch. But Australia have done well. They need to bowl out England, and they did. They bowled them out for 325. Second innings will commence. Australia lead by 91 runs. A good first innings lead. They need every run they can get. See, with no Nathan Lyon in the side, they will need to set England a difficult target to chase. But what we saw in the first innings was positive signs from Australia. I enjoyed the intent. It was positive, and it was good batting, which we didn't see at Edgbaston. So it was good to see that. And the England bowlers, they looked a little bit lackluster. Obviously, a lot of people criticised him on the first day. Obviously, Kevin Peterson had a rant, and many other people within England weren't happy with how England performed on day 1 with the ball. It was pretty lackluster. So Australia are about to begin their second innings, I should say. Sorry. Getting muddled up here. Lack of sleep. Taking it out of me. Usman Khawaja. Very unfazed as always, Khawaja. He's about to take strike. Looking very calm as always, Usman Khawaja. England have got 3 slips, no gully. James Anderson will bowl the first over. Hasn't been at his best, Jimmy Anderson. There's been a lot of talk about him. Probably age catching up with him. Probably time to retire. That's been the talk amongst some people. Didn't really bowl well in this test match either in the first innings. England bowlers were pretty lackluster, to be honest. And that's just one of the problems that they have. Let's not beat around the bush about it. Their batting's getting them out of a jam, but their bowling is not really up to it, to be honest. There's Anderson in now to Kawaja. This one left outside off stump. There's no run. Usman Kawaja. He did his role in the first innings. He would have been disappointed to cop that beauty from Tongue, but there's nothing you can do with that. That one just jagged back, hit the top of off stump. David Warner looked good. That's a positive sign. He looked really convincing. He looked at his, not quite at his absolute best, but he took it on, David Warner, and definitely some runs in the bank for him. Anderson in to Kawaja. This one an outside edge from Kawaja to point. There's no run. Pat Cummins delighted. He's got a bit of a black eye, Pat Cummins. It looks like he's okay with that eye injury. Copped a bit of a blow to the eye yesterday while fielding. The ball bounced up, hit him in the eye, had to go off, put an ice pack on it. He was okay. So good to see him happy and smiling. He'd be very happy, the skipper. And Australia be very happy with their work. Anderson in to Kawaja. Kawaja glides this to backward point for no run. Andrew McDonald having a chat to Cummins. Jihan says, I will be following the West Indies and Sri Lanka game next week very closely. I will be very upset if the West Indies don't qualify. I have many childhood memories of the West Indies in the World Cups, 96, 99, 03 in particular. It will be disappointing, Jihan. They do face an uphill battle to try and qualify. Let's hope they can. Anderson to Kawaja. This one down the leg side. Kawaja got a bit of bat on this. Looking for a quick single, but they decide not to take the risk. There's no run. The Australian supporters in the crowd. Tour groups. Good to see some yellow at Lord's. As Kawaja about to face again to Anderson. He's in now. Anderson now to Kawaja. He's in now. This one full out. This one full and driven by Kawaja to mid off and no run. Usman Kawaja looking very settled, very calm, not really flustered by the situation. The dressing room for Australia, watching this second innings commence. Lead of 91 Australia. Kawaja and Warner batted well in the first innings. They added 71 runs in the first innings. Anderson, last ball of his first over. He's in now to Kawaja, who defends back down to Anderson. There's no run. It's the end of the over, none for none. It's a maiden over. Australia lead by 91. Did the job. They had to bowl England out cheaply today, and they did. 325, they'll take that. England will be disappointed. That's just the way baseball is. You live and die by the sword, as they say. Direct Hit says England will go for the win. Yes, I say Direct Hit, get some sleep. I'll try to, but it's a long series, Iran. Long series. The things you do for cricket, especially the Ashes. Stuart Broad in to the attack. Age 37. He wasn't quite at his best in the first innings either. Yes, say Direct Hit. New Year's Sydney Test, 2024, Warner's last. Yes, he announced that. I think he's done enough to play for the rest of the series now, especially after the first innings. He looked pretty good, David Warner. But he's on strike now to his arch nemesis in Stuart Broad. But I think David Warner is starting to overcome the demons of Stuart Broad. As centre half forward, hello, welcome. Broad into Warner. Warner defends. There's no run. Now, England, a lot was talk about their pace in the first innings. Their pace has dropped off for some of them. Ollie Robinson's a bit slower than usual. Anderson's dropped off. Broad was slow. Josh Tongue was fast. He's obviously the fastest England bowler in the 11 for this test match. He took some wickets as well. Broad into Warner. Warner advances down the wicket. Defends back down the pitch. There's no run. Australia. According to WinViz, they're around about 60% compared to England's 35% of winning this test match. So a bit of the calculations there. The draw, 5%. Don't think the weather's going to impact us for the last couple of days. Brought in again to Warner. This one beats Warner. Past his outside edge. Didn't go searching for it. David Warner played the line. But this pitch, been a bit of an interesting surface. We all expected it was going to do a lot, but it hasn't really done a lot, really. A little bit of grass on the surface. Hasn't really done much. Pretty flat yesterday when the sun was out. It's a little bit overcast at Lords, but I think the clouds would dissipate and it'll be sun shining down on the surface. And on Lords is brought into Warner. This one an under edge from Warner, looking to work that through the offside. Goes through to the slip cordon. But David Warner, going back to him, he looked convincing in the first innings. For the first time in a while, he looked really on. Not quite as the absolute best, obviously, but he looked pretty convincing to me. He's probably done enough to keep his spot. Brought into Warner, who leaves outside off stump. There's no run. That's what they did well in the first innings, Warner and Khawaja. They left the ball nicely. That's what they're going to be doing here. John says, at least Broad didn't get Davey in the first dig. No, he didn't. It was Ollie Robinson. It was. I think it was. No, sorry, it was Tongue. My mistake. It was Tongue who got him out with a good delivery. Nothing that Warner could have done about that. Broad to Warner. This one again past his outside edge. Warner at the last minute decided to leave. That's the end of the over. It's none for none. Back-to-back maidens. Australia looking watchful, circumspect at the start of their second innings. They don't want to do anything rash, nothing. Just be patient. No need to rush. There's plenty of time. That's what they're doing. Here we go. Anderson into Khawaja. This one down the leg side. Khawaja works it down to find leg for 4. First runs, my mistake there. Khawaja didn't quite get that to the boundary. Picks up a single behind square on the leg side for 1. For a moment there, I thought it was going to go to the boundary, but I didn't see the fielder. So my mistake. A single, nonetheless. So Australia first runs of their second innings, so lead by 92. And if you're an England supporter, you will be disappointed. I know some England supporters will be disappointed about how England capitulated, losing their last 6 wickets for 40-odd runs this morning. Australia did the job they needed to do. Anderson into Warner. This one worked through square leg by Warner. Behind square on the leg side, down to find leg for 1. And he's off the mark, David Warner. Usman Khawaja didn't get off the mark. He got a leg by. So he's yet to score. Warner has scored. So the first run's off the bat. That one just angling down the leg side there from Anderson. Got it inside edge. Warner was able to maneuver that behind square on the leg side. Australia lead by 93. Anderson into Khawaja. This one surprises Khawaja. A bit of extra bounce. Defends to the leg side, no run. Jihan says, I hope Australia continues the short pitch bowling of the series. There was barely any in the first test, and goes to show, even on a slow wicket, it's never easy playing the ball by your ears. Yes, I think they will, Jihan. I think that'll be the new tactic. It certainly worked here. But you also got to think about the energy that it takes out of you as a bowler. It's very energy sapping bowling short balls, but it worked. Anderson into Khawaja, leaves outside off stump. It's no run, but it definitely worked. England certainly took it on. They were in a very good position, England. 1 for 188. They were sitting pretty. But then the short ball tactic by Australia yesterday, the wickets of Pope, the wickets of Duckett and Root, pretty much gifted their wickets away to Australia. And that's why Australia find themselves 93 runs in ears of England. Anderson in, this one full. Khawaja defends to the offside. It's no run. Jihan says, the last I remember saw Australia bowling like that was 2019 SCG test against India. When the wicket was so flat, they made them uncomfortable, but ultimately couldn't get them out. Yes, they did bowl short in that test. Very flat surface in that test match. But it certainly worked. And the Australian bowlers can be lethal. They have more pace than the England bowlers. Anderson into Khawaja. This one beats him on his inside edge. How on earth that missed the stumps, I don't know. It was so close to the stumps, but he survives Khawaja. It's the end of the over. It's none for 2. Australia lead by 93. It's a promising start from England with the ball. You have to be honest, in their first innings, it was quite poor. A lot of people were criticising their bowling in the first innings, a little bit lackluster, not really threatening. They've started okay here. The conditions are in favour of bowling again. A bit overcast, the lights are on. Jimmy Anderson not really bowling at his best, but that was a good delivery last ball. Broad to continue. Broad now into Warner. This one beats Warner. Past his inside edge again. This one jags back into Warner. And another one that beats the inside edge of the Australian batters. This time it's Stuart Broad. But for David Warner, confidence for him. He got 60-odd runs in the first innings. That's not bad. He got 66. He looked pretty good. I think he's done enough to keep his spot. Australia will be hoping that the clouds will blow over. I think they will. Don't think there's any rain forecast, but cloudy conditions. But anyway, Broad into Warner. This one, Warner flirts outside off stump. Play and a miss again. Through the keeper, no run. Gian says, yeah, England bowlers can't do that to the same impact apart from Mark Wood, really. Yes, that's right. And that's why Australia were very effective, because their bowlers are very quick. They can definitely create that extra pace and make the batters uncomfortable. And we saw that. Yes, say Jihan, I read a comment recently saying Virat Kohli has a say in what pitches they got in the 2018-19 series in Australia. Not sure how true that is. That's news to me, Jihan. I don't think that's probably true. Broad to Warner. Advances down the wicket, Warner. Defends to the offside. There's no run. Yeah, I don't think that's true. I don't think I've heard that before, where an overseas captain dictates what sort of pitches they want in a series away from home. That's always been a big talking point about pitch preparation, about influence there. And, some people should stay out of it, and I think they should leave it up to the curator. Brought into Warner. This one wide outside off stump. Warner leaves in a very unusual leave from Warner. Probably something that Steve Smith would do when he's leaving the ball. The crowd watching on. Good crowd in again. Day 3 of the Lord's Test as Broad's in to Warner. Warner defends to the offside. There's no run. Jihan says, maybe that was a conspiracy theory, but it would make sense for that series. Yes, it would have. Yeah, Stuart Broad. In the first innings, he went for, let's have a look. The first innings went for over 100 runs nearly. Didn't quite bowl at his best. England bowlers weren't at their best. They started okay here. Only time would tell. Broad into Warner. And Warner works it to the offside for no run. It's the end of the over. It's a maiden. It's none for two. Australia still lead by 93. Needed to do what they needed to do this morning in Australia. That was to bowl England out, and they did. Have a lead of 93 runs. England were bowled out for 325. So that 416 for Australia, looking pretty handy right now. Anderson continuing to Khawaja. He's in now. This one full outside off stump and wide of off stump. Khawaja leaves. It's no run. John says from memory that 2018-19 series was played either early or late in our season out of the normal order as we didn't open the series at the Gabba. No, we didn't. The first test was in Adelaide in that series. And then the last test... No, the second test was at the Gabba, wasn't it? And then third test was in... No. Anyway, my memory's not serving me well here at the moment. Khawaja defends to mid-on. There's no run. Well, the first test of the series was played in Adelaide. And then obviously the test match in Perth at the new stadium was played. Obviously Melbourne, Sydney. And then the Gabba, obviously. I think that was the second test. And I think, the second test was in Perth. Yeah, thank you, Jihan. Yeah. Second test in Perth. And then obviously Melbourne and Sydney. This one, full outside off stump. Driven nicely through the covers from Khawaja, who will get a boundary. First boundary of the innings for Australia. Usman Khawaja off the mark in style. Nice cover drive for 4. Lead 97. James Anderson strained on his line there and length. A little bit too full there. Khawaja was able to drive that nicely through the covers. He drives with an elegance. Nicely played. Picked the gap nicely. Racing up the slope here at Lord's. That's always going to travel fast. It's a quick outfield. Anderson into Khawaja, who pushes us down the ground to mid-off for a quick single. Good rotation of strike. He moves on to 5. Good intent from Australia. This is what we saw in the first innings. John says it was only a 4-test series, wasn't it? Yes, it was. Yeah, so the first test was played in Adelaide. Second test in Perth. Third test in Melbourne, obviously, for Boxing Day. Fourth test, Sydney. So we didn't even play at the Gabba. That summer, Sri Lanka came out as well. So the test match at the Gabba was against Sri Lanka. It was a day-night test. So that's why we didn't play a test match against India, because that was scheduled for the Sri Lanka series, which were 2 test matches. First one was a day-night test at the Gabba, and the second one was at Manuka Oval in Canberra. And that's where Travis Head made a big century. So that's why. This one down the leg side from Anderson, left by Warner. It's no run. Jihan says that series was basically, come back to that. Anderson to Warner, leaves outside off stump. Warner for no run. End of the over, none for 7. Australia lead by 98. 98, Australia, none for 7. Nearly lunch on day 3. Nearly 1 o'clock local time. So Broad will continue. Jihan says that series was basically Adelaide, flat road, Optus, minefield, MCG slow and low, road, SCG even slower and lower, road, and we wonder how India won, missing Warner and Smith. 2, no Khawaja and Marcus Harris instead. Yeah, obviously India were the better team in that series. Australia didn't quite play at their best. They won in Perth, obviously, and unfortunately, they weren't able to win the series. And that's probably the same in 2020 and 2021 as well. Brought into Kawasha. This one defended to the offside. There's no run. But anyway, that's what it was back in 2018-19. But Australia are a different side to what they were back then. England. We didn't see really creative fields from England. Ben Stokes didn't really get funky with the field settings. It was pretty much conventional fields from England in this test match. That's what happened in the first innings, and we didn't really see that energy from England as we saw at Edgbaston. Brought into Kawasha. This one full outside off stump. Kawasha leaves. No run. Gian says Aaron Finch was opening that series. Yes, he was. Didn't play many test matches after that, Aaron Finch, obviously. But he had the opportunity to play test cricket, and I think he scored a 50 in the Perth test. I think he scored 70-odd from memory, so at least he got a half century in test cricket. Brought into Kawasha, who defends to the offside. There's no run. Thank you, Ashar, joining us. You say England has literally thrown this game away. Awful, sad and frustrating. Baseball is fine, but brainless cricket isn't. England seem to be playing to entertain and not win. Thank you, Ashar, for your comment. I hope I pronounced your name right there. Sorry if I didn't. Yeah, I think you're spot on there. I think many people feel the same way a little bit, but that's just baseball. Brought into Kawasha. This one's short. Wraps Kawasha on the gloves, but he works it to ground on the leg side for a single. Good strike rotation. Yeah, that's certainly what Ben Stokes has said. It was an interesting comment. He said, we play to entertain and we're not really results orientated. But cricket's all about results. You're judged on results, wins and losses. Fans care about how many games you win and lose, how many series you win. They couldn't care less if they're entertained or not. They'll make their own minds up about that. But that's just the way England play. That's just their mentality. That's their mantra. And I think many people just have to accept that. That's just how they're going to play. And with baseball, it does give the opposition a chance to come back in the match. And we saw that at Edgbaston. And we've seen that today here at Lord's. Warner defends to the offside. There's no run. He was looking for a quick single, but Kawasha said no. Gian says, yeah, I think he got a 50 in the Perth test. I think that was covered in the test documentary. Finch got hit on the gloves a few times on an uneven Optus pitch. That's right. I'm pretty sure he broke his finger as well, Jihan, in that test. Yes, he did. He got a broken finger from a nasty short ball that wrapped him on the gloves. Brought into Warner. This one full outside off stump. Warner drives through the covers. He punches it, in fact, to the cover boundary for 4. And David Warner, last over before lunch, hits a boundary to finish the session off nicely for Australia. Pat Cummins will be a very happy captain. A very dominant session from Australia. None for 12. They lead by 103 at lunch. They wrapped up the England innings in quick succession. Well, that's the last over before lunch. 21.2 overs, 6 for 59 in that session. Over rate a little bit poor as always, but 59 runs were scored. Australia added 12 of those. England will be disappointed. But a very good session for Australia. None for 12. Ben Stokes, pressure on him. The members giving David Warner and Usman Khawaja a round of applause as they walk back up to the dressing room. They lead by 103, Australia, in this test match at lunch on day 1. Day 3. I do apologise. Do bear with me, everyone. Lack of sleep kicking in. It has been a very draining sort of series, staying up late watching these games. So I do apologise if I do fumble around with my words. That's just a lack of sleep. Jihan, you say, can it be bright sunshine for once when Australia are batting? Let's hope so, Jihan. Let's hope so. There's no rain forecast today, which is good. It's just only cloudy skies. But look at what we saw on the first innings from Australia. They did pretty all right under these conditions. And the ball did a bit, but, I think they've got it down pat. You say, I still think Australia need to score 400 in this innings. There's plenty of time. Absolutely, Jihan. There is plenty of time. I think Australia would like something around about a target of 400 plus. They can definitely get there. They can definitely do that. There's still plenty of time. It's only day 3. So they can bat all day today, bat all day tomorrow, maybe declare tomorrow sometime, probably see where they're at and reassess and how much time there is left. You've got to bear in mind that they don't have Nathan Lyon, which was a big talking point. Well, it's lunch. We can recap what happened. Well, England lost 6 wickets for not many runs, and Australia bowled them out in quick time for 325. But let's recap what happened yesterday, because yesterday was a pretty exciting day as well. It was pretty all over the place, you'll have to say. So on day 2, the summary, well, it started like this, really. Let's just recap what happened yesterday. Day 2, Australia started day 2, 5 for 339, looking to extend their total beyond 450 plus to bat England well and truly out of this game. Steve Smith brought up Test century number 32, moving into second place for the most Test centuries for Australia, and became the fastest in terms of innings to reach 32 centuries, surpassing Ricky Ponting's record. England bounced back with the ball after a shocking first day to bowl Australia out for 416. Australia had lost their last few wickets for 100 runs at 108 balls. England got off to a good start in their innings with the bat. Crawley and Duckett added 91 for the first wicket. Then the second wicket, Duckett and Pope added 97 for the second wicket. And England at 1 for 188 were in a pretty good position. Pat Cummins got a ball to the eye, copped a ball to the eye while fielding. He got some treatment for that. The final session was pretty dramatic. The Australian bowlers went to plan B, which was the bouncer barrage. England batters politely accepted, but it did bring about their downfall. England lost Pope, Duckett and Root to the short ball, gifting their wickets away to Australia. Australia created chances, dropped some catches as Cameron Green took Root's wicket off a no ball, which didn't help, but for Green it didn't cost much. And to add more drama to an eventful last session, Nathan Lyon injures his calf. A cruel irony, playing his 100th consecutive Test match. And then Captain Ben Stokes brought calmness and serenity to the crease, and England managed to get to stumps 4 for 278, trailing by 138 runs with the Test nicely in the balance. What happened today is that they were bowled out for 325. They lost all 6 wickets for 40-odd runs. And they currently gave up their dominant position. And Australia at lunch are none for 12 after 6 overs. They lead by 103 runs with 66 overs minimum remaining in the day's play. So you would have to say it's Australia's first session. England definitely on the back foot yet again in this Test match. So that's what happened yesterday, and that's what happened today. And it's been a very exciting Test match. A lot's happened. So there we go. A lot of craziness about this Test match, especially when England are playing. John says, I'll be hoping for a good lead and a declaration around tea time tomorrow in a perfect world. Yes, I think that's the plan. I think that will be an ideal sort of thing. Ideal, definitely, to definitely work towards to. So at lunch, Australia none for 12. They lead by 103 runs, which is a very handy first innings lead to put themselves in a very good position in this Test match. So there we go. It's been a very interesting couple of days. Quite frenetic cricket, you have to say. But Australia are definitely in the box seat, that's for sure. The England batting card, a very sorry, disappointing batting card for England. A lot of starts again, not anyone converting any of the starts. Very disappointing. The short ball ploy from Australia was pretty good. Certainly brought about the wickets. And no doubt a lot of people will definitely voice their opinions about Bazball and will definitely be disappointed about how things have gone about in this test match thus far. In a very good position, 1 for 188 to be all out for 325, knowing that Australia don't have Nathan Lyon. It's a missed opportunity, really, from England. But that's just the way they play with Bazball, isn't it? It's just the way they play. It's their mentality. It's their mantra. It's the way they go about things, that's for sure. So, yeah, I think a lot of England supporters would be disappointed at the moment. So the lunch break here at Lords, Australia none for 12. They lead by 103 runs. All righty then. So there we go. John says, tongue and head and root. I'm paraphrasing. The 12th man has enough material for a whole new album. He probably does, John. The play on words there. Yeah. He'll definitely have a field day if he wants to create a new album. Billy Birmingham. So that's where we are in the match at the moment. That's for Mitchell Starc. 313 wickets. He's gone into 5th place above Mitchell Johnson. And obviously ahead of him, some legends of Australian cricket. Warne, of course, McGrath and Lyon. And so for Mitchell Starc, he bowled well today, Mitchell Starc. He went for a few runs yesterday, but bowling with aggressive intent. He looked threatening. That's the point of difference that Australia needed in this test match, and I think it was a good selection to get Starc back. Obviously tough on Scott Boland, but it's all about a squad mentality when it comes to these things. But it was a pretty good thing. All right, so as the players break for lunch, we're going to take a break here of ourselves. We're going to be streaming the first part of the second session, of course, but we've also got some news to talk about, not regarding the cricket, that's a different thing, but regarding the podcast and some other things as well. So we'll announce those things in due course as this stream progresses. But for the time being, we do have a bit of a delay, bit of a break in play. With that being said, we're going to take a break here for a few minutes. But as we do go to the break, we are going to revisit some old episodes of the podcast, just for your entertainment, as we fill in this lunch break interval. And for today's look back into past episodes of the podcast, we're going to show our cricket discussion that we had with Mark Boynes from Opening Up, our discussion on mental health and well-being. He does some good work there over in the UK about mental health and well-being. How can we all look after ourselves when it comes to that? So as we break for lunch, take a bit of a listen, a bit of a watch of our cricket discussion that we had with Mark Boynes, talking about our mental health and our well-being and the good work that he does with Opening Up in the UK, an organisation that he started. So as we break for lunch, that's what we're going to show you at the lunch break, as we break for lunch. So we'll get that up for everyone to watch as we break for lunch. Dibbly-Dobbly podcast.
It's primary school.
Alrighty then. So we're going to be back after this lunch break, but during the lunch break, we're going to have an old episode of the podcast. It's going to be me speaking to Mark Boynes about Opening Up, the organisation that he created in the UK, talking about our mental health and well-being, and helping cricketers working on their mental health and well-being, and getting that message across. And mental health and well-being is one of those things that we have to encounter in our lives. And it was a great chat with Mark about that. So during this lunch break, we're going to have a listen to that. Enjoy. You're listening to the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. Remember to like, share, comment, subscribe, and click the bell to make sure you get the latest episodes of the podcast. Be sure to like and share our Facebook page and follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Hi, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of the Dibbly-Dobbly podcast. Before we get started, remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe, and click the bell to make sure you get the latest episodes of the podcast. Be sure to like and share our Facebook page and follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Most of the podcasts are now available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Joining me on today's cricket discussion is the founder of Opening Up, an organisation which was established in 2014 in the UK. The organisation was started following the tragic death of Sefton Park Cricket Club wicketkeeper Alex Miller. The organisation has been on a campaign to raise awareness for mental health issues and suicide prevention, and educating cricketers on the importance of mental health and on suicide prevention. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Mark Boynes. Mark, welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, lovely to be here. Looking forward to chatting.
Same here, Mark. It's great to have you on to chat about Opening Up, the great work that you do with that, and mental health in general, which is a big topic to talk about in our lives. And it's something that we should talk about more often, but we don't. So hopefully everyone watching or listening to the episode today can get something out of this episode and implement that in their lives and help someone else. So Mark, as I do with all my guests that I've interviewed on the podcast, I like to take them back to when they first got into cricket. It's been fascinating to listen to people's memories on how they got into the game. So let's go back to the beginning, Mark. Growing up in the UK, what are your memories of playing cricket?
Well, I remember playing cricket at primary school. So as I guess, 5, 6, 7-year-old with the plastic bats and the orange wind balls, and just really loving doing that during the summer, and then winter or autumn would be for football or soccer, as you'd call it in Australia. Yeah. But as I got older, I found that my interest in cricket just kept on developing. And as I reached probably my later teens, football became less of an interest and cricket really just sort of dominated. But for me as an English person, early 90s when I was getting into cricket, unfortunately, there appeared to be no chance of winning the Ashes, which was disappointing. But yeah. I used to love those home series where we'd play the Cornell Insurance Test matches against New Zealand, South Africa, Pakistan, India, and of course Australia as well. And watching them on telly, and then going into the schoolyard and trying to be Philip de Freitas or Graham Hick or Michael Afton or whoever it was. So have such clear memories, even though that is now about 30 years ago.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's how everyone gets into the game when you watch those early series on TV or played in primary school. That's how I got into the game myself in primary school. I remember those orange bats as well, with tennis balls and and the orange stumps. Is just great memories to have, and that's why we love the game. That's why we get into the game. So that's great to hear your story, how you got into the game. Seeing that we're talking about mental health today and opening up, I know you've been through your own personal journey yourself, and you've been open with that. Can you tell us how that all started? You know, the battles that you had with your own mental health, and also since starting opening up, has that made you improve your mental health better since you started the organization?
Well, yes. First of all, I think the origins of sort of mental ill health in myself go back to my time at university, or quite possibly before that. But the real strongest symptoms came around when I was coming towards the end of my time at university. And the most difficult thing was, this was 2007, and as a topic, mental health was not widely discussed, and illness certainly was something that and I'd imagine lots of people in similar positions to me, wouldn't have found possible to talk about, because of the worry of how it will be judged, what that would mean for people's view of you, and also just a misunderstanding of what the symptoms meant. So I found myself being completely consumed by this inescapable low mood. So not just over the course of a day or two, but it went on for a fortnight, 3 weeks and longer, so much so that the things that I love, like cricket, like my studies at the time with friends, I just couldn't find any joy from. And I got to the point where I found that was just normal, and I thought that was the way that life should be, and felt that that was something that almost I deserved. And as a result, withdrew quite a lot from people. And I think the thing I look back on now as a direct contrast with how it is today is that there was a mixture of two things. One, I did a fantastic job at concealing it. Because if I was in public situations, I would try my best to just act like everything was okay, maybe reinforce some distracting behaviors, like making sure I was cracking jokes, or I was right in the mix of it, drinking and socializing, so that people wouldn't have a chance to see. But I also look and think there was definitely times where there might have been signs to other people, and it's sad to look back and think that people around me just wouldn't have had an understanding either, to be able to put their hand out and say, is there anything we can do? And then quite a while later, when I knew a lot more about this through opening up, I had another particularly bad episode, 2015. But the thing there was, the conversation had moved on to a large extent. I'd been a lot more open about mental health and mental ill health, particularly with the experience of opening up cricket, if not talking about my own experience. So then when I felt that I felt alone, I still felt I couldn't share it with anyone, I do look back and think then one of the issues was that I made it pretty clear. I did literally ask for help at one point and got very little back. So it made me think even more about what reasons were there for that. Was it that people just didn't care? I think that's probably too simplistic. I think it's that perhaps they didn't know how to help, and maybe were a bit reluctant to get involved in something they had little idea of. So to answer the second question, I think my understanding and my ability to manage my mental health or my mental fitness now has just come on so much so it's unrecognizable from all that time ago, knowing that there are things I can do proactively, not waiting for there to be a problem before I consider what's going on with my mind and the health of it. So now I can see things coming a bit sooner. I know what I can rely on as things day to day that can generally help build good mental health, and also be perhaps a bit more realistic about things. And a big thing for me was always having unrealistic expectations, wanting everything to go right, or wanting certain things from other people, when you can't control those things. And it's a bit of a cliche, but concentrating on the things that I can influence has given a greater peace of mind, which I think you can only achieve when you are healthy enough to be able to consider what's going on around you.
Yeah. It's quite interesting to hear your journey, and knowing that you're at peace, well, sort of at peace with it, but it comes and goes, doesn't it? I think you described it once. It's like mental health is like a continuum. It always continues on. It doesn't really stop. It doesn't really go away. It's just there. So yeah, you just have to manage it. And yeah, it's great that you're on the right track and doing some good stuff with opening up. Talking about opening up, I mentioned it briefly in the introduction how you started opening up. Just tell us what made you want to start the organization, and what are some of the programs and some of the courses that you do in terms of educating cricketers on mental health and suicide prevention?
Well, it started, the campaign started itself in 2014, but the origin of it goes back to 2012. So I play at a club in Liverpool in the UK called Sefton Park, and I had a friend there who had been through a lot of difficulties in terms of his health. And we reached a point in December of 2012 where Alex, my friend, took his own life. And in some ways, looking back, that was a complete shock, a complete surprise. But in others, a lot of the signs were there that this could have happened. So initially, amongst all of the questions and the uncertainty and the grief that people were experiencing, I kept on thinking that there was something about this that was preventable, or at least could be discussed more, because initially the people, me and my teammates, sort of, I guess, felt that this was such a one-off. It was incredible, impossible to fathom. But then with a bit of reading and research, it became clear that actually this isn't just a one-off. It happens all too frequently. And in the UK, it's the biggest killer of men under the age of 45. So that then planted a seed in my head that's like, right, this is something that surely needs to be talked about more. So the initial idea was just to go to the clubs in the local region and just tell them about what had happened and what was available, or what is available for them to seek support. And after a summer of doing that, I felt that like the itch hadn't been quite scratched, and there was a bit more interest from people a bit further afield about having these discussions. So now we're in 2022. The core of what goes on hasn't really changed. It is still about, where possible, going out to cricket clubs, whether that be in person or online, as we've had recently, and explaining a bit about what happened to Alex, but more and more talking about the positives around mental health, and saying, in actual fact, we shouldn't just wait for there to be a problem before we discuss it. And cricket, as a sport which has so much linked to the mind and mindset and mental skills, we can actually use the sport as a vehicle to promote better mental health. And that includes things like the teamwork element, the communication, the community, as well as skills like mindfulness and meditation to improve your focus and concentration for batting and bowling, but also to help you switch off day to day. So as time has gone on, it's just, for me, appeared that if cricket wasn't already there, it would have to be invented to do this important thing of making people realize that their mind and their mental health isn't just something which they should think about when there's a problem. Just like physically, we're generally proactive. We realize moving around a bit more is good for us, and what we put in our body is important. So for the mind as well, just helping people by starting a conversation to work out what works for them to look after their minds and those around them.
Yeah, and that's brilliant. What you're doing with opening up is great. And many cricketers are benefiting from you and what the team's doing in educating people on good mental health and positive mental health. So it's fantastic. Now that's the talking about yourself bit, Mark. Let's get into this cricket discussion. I chose some topics to talk about and discuss today in this discussion. The first one is, what is mental health? People have often heard this term used a lot, mental health, but are often confused by what it actually means. So, Mark, can you tell us, what does mental health actually mean?
Well, yeah, it is a good question. I think a good way of starting to define it is to consider that mental health is not just ill health. So mental health is, like you mentioned earlier, a continuum which we're all on, where at one end we've got our very best and at the other end we've got our very worst, and will exist somewhere in between those 2 points at any given time. So mental health is really about how healthy we are in our mind, in our brain. And for me, it has to be about what we can do positively to prevent there being illness, to not just say we wait along for the illnesses to come around. But it is important also to acknowledge that side of it, where there can be problems, and recognizing some of the signs and symptoms of a decline in our mental health. And I always think it works best to consider mental health as closely linked to physical health as we can, and that for physical health we consider the fitness element, the day-to-day element, as well as perhaps the injuries or the problems. The same should exist for mental health as well, and that for that reason we think of it as mental fitness and what we can do to put in that is going to be good for it.
Yeah. So it's just like exercise, really, but mental fitness, just improving the mental side of your physical health and also mental health. Yeah. So let's move on to our next topic and talk about mental health in international cricket. Now, we've seen more and more players in international cricket, male and female, Mark, come out openly and speak about their mental battles with their mental health over the years. And that's good to see cricketers taking that step. It's often confronting openly in a public space, like a cricketer, that many people are watching you, but to come out and speak about your own battles takes a lot of courage. So that's great to see. We've seen in the last 2 years, in particular, the number of players having mental health issues. Obviously, during the last 2 years, it's been very tough on everyone. Players are playing in bio bubbles, which has become the norm in cricket today. During these last 2 years, players have pulled out of international series and domestic competitions due to the bio bubbles and citing fatigue and time away from their families. That's one big factor in players taking a break to look after their mental health and well-being. But cricket being an intense game, Mark, with lots of pressure and expectations on the players, the pressure and expectations can have an effect on a player's mental health and well-being. Cricket is based on stats and performance. When players are not performing well, they cop the full brunt from the press, the media, and from the fans. Also, fans commenting on social media, often making abusive comments about a player or their performance. Cricketers are playing more cricket. The international schedule is more compacted as the years go on. With more cricket being played, cricketers are spending more time away from their families. All of these challenges that cricketers face do affect their mental health and well-being. So Mark, why do we see cricketers suffer from mental health? And is cricket doing enough to help players out with their mental health? If not, what can we do better?
Well, yeah, it's a very interesting area. And as you mentioned, there's been so many examples recently of players being very open about their experience, particularly with these bio bubbles, which on the face of it, from the outside looking in, a fan who would love the opportunity to play international cricket might consider it a dream to be able to, for example, at Old Trafford and the Ageas Bowl in England, where the players had been staying during those COVID series, had hotel rooms with the view being the pitch itself. So for myself, I'd think, oh, that'd be fantastic. Imagine that every morning waking up and looking out of the wicket and everything like that. But it's their job. So if you're getting home after your, what is a long day, including the warm up, the warm down, and then you're wanting to just have some time off and you're confronted with your workplace, that along with the elements of not being able to see your family, the performance pressures, you're still getting interference from fans on social media. I don't think it's any surprise to people that causes a lot of stress and strain. And one benefit of big name players speaking out about this is it makes it easy for other people to talk about it. Unfortunately, there does still seem to be in the media, whether that's individuals on social media or people writing on behalf of media outlets, a cap on empathy sometimes, that we'd say we feel sorry for someone or we'll understand their situation up to a certain point, but then we say they're an international cricketer and they're getting paid well, when they can still be subject to the range of emotions and feelings that everyone else is. So those things you mentioned, like performance being judged on statistical data, and the time away from home, anyone who's felt homesick after maybe being on the road for a bit of time, wanting to see their family, their kids and so on, can see an insight to that. How it can be dealt with, well, it's probably it's something which seems to be linked to the scheduling. Some recommendations have been made regarding the impact of scheduling, but of course ICC and World Cricket need the cricketers to be playing to put this product out there for the sponsors and for the fans, and of course for the integrity of the game. So we're probably going to see, just in my view and from what I've heard from those who are involved at that level, is that you'll see more and more of the rotation of squads, of people having tours where they don't travel with the team and they come back for the next one. A lot more differentiation between different formats, because I think Justin Langer was saying he spent something like 300 days a year out on the road, and that alone is enough of a trigger for people, never mind then the fact that you've got a lot of pressures on as well. So sometimes we could maybe flip it around and say, instead of why is it that so many players are encountering difficulties, what is it about these people, the exceptional abilities a lot of them have to be able to deal with this? Why is it that actually more aren't struggling or being diagnosed with disorders as a result? And who knows, maybe that there's of course a grey area where people can be, they may be not speaking out about it, they're struggling, but they're seeking help more privately. But yeah, it's actually a wonder to me sometimes that there isn't more cases of this, and are we nowhere near the peak of what's going to be the result of this?
Yeah. Do you think world cricket at the moment, the way it's going with more cricket, I think there's talk about the IPL expanding more than it has been this year with 10 new teams. I think they're going to play more games next season or something like that. Do you think this is sustainable, the way that it's going at the moment? And do you think we could have a crisis on our hands, potentially, with mental health with cricketers, if it goes on like this?
Certainly, potentially. And I remember speaking to a sports psychiatrist here in the UK about this, and his firm recommendations were that the workloads need to be managed. If I compare it to the dominant sport here in the UK, that of football and the English Premier League, there's of course a ton of demands on the players there. But when it comes to the travel elements of it, it's nothing compared to international cricketers, because if you play for Liverpool or play for Manchester United, for the most part, you'll train within commuting distance of your home. You play half of your games at home. You might go on the road for away games, but often they'll charter a flight to get there and back quickly. You may well have European competitions, but as it says on the tin, it's Europe, so you'll be there back relatively quickly. Whereas some of these tours where England going to Australia or Australia going to South Africa, West Indies going to Sri Lanka, whatever it be, these are long journeys, and they don't just turn up and play for a few days. It's over a course of weeks and months often. So I don't know what point we've got to reach for people to take it a bit more seriously, rather than it being an accepted thing that we have this as a fallout. I just don't know. And the optimist in me hopes that there'll just be some things that are being tinkered with around the edges that just reduce the impact of this, so that we can move towards a more sustainable model for the players' welfare and well-being, as well as everything else that comes into it.
Yeah. Do you think the ICC have a clear plan on mental health? Do you think they're doing enough? As we've talked about, the scheduling's increasing and that. So do you think they need a more clear strategy going forward to deal with mental health and well-being of the players and not treat them like robots?
Well, yeah, I think every area, every workplace could do with some different types of thinking that's less reactive, that's trying to forecast how you can help people rather than how you can just deal with the fallout of what might go on. And ICC will be privy to quite a lot of forward-thinking stuff that comes out from Australia particularly. PCA have been brilliant in England in terms of pushing player welfare. So I think all these things, and the hope is within the next months and years that there is something done to accommodate both the ideals and the demands of world cricket, but also the very people that make it such an attractive sport being looked after that little bit better as well. But I can't sit here and say what the answer is, because I don't have really a clue how they manage to schedule all these games and how it weaves together. But that should definitely be right at the forefront of how they consider the structure of the World Game.
Let's move on to our next topic, Mark, and talk about mental health education. Education on mental health is important. As we mentioned earlier, it's important to recognize the signs or a decline in your own mental health or in someone else's mental health, Mark. Now, you go around the UK educating cricketers, cricket clubs, coaches, parents on mental health, and with opening up, and many international teams are providing.
It's primary school, so as a, I guess, 5.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And the players are about to begin the second session of the day. It's going to be James Anderson to continue after lunch here on day 3. Had a bit of a delay with rain around, so the covers were on for a bit, but that seems to have disappeared. It's going to be Usman Khawaja to get ready after this lunch break. He's on strike now to Anderson. He's in now, and this one left alone by Khawaja outside off stump. There's no run. First ball negotiated after lunch by Usman Khawaja. Khawaja on 6, Warner on 5. Anderson in now to Khawaja. This one again left alone outside off stump. There's no run. Couple of dot balls. Back-to-back deliveries here. That was so during the lunch break, we played a cricket discussion that we had with Mark Boynes from opening up. I hope everyone enjoyed that at the lunch break. It was great to chat about opening up and about Mark's work, what he does for mental health and well-being over there in the UK. So if you haven't watched that episode yet, that's available on our YouTube channel along with the other videos that we did with Mark, talking about opening up and our mental health and well-being. This one worked to the offside, single by Khawaja. Australia lead by 104. The clouds are getting quite darker here at Lord's. The lights are on. There is a bit of rain forecast. So let's see if we do get a bit of a delay in this second session, which could be the case. The England weather a little bit unpredictable. Anderson into Warner. This one traps Warner on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Umpire Razan says not out. Don't think England are going to go upstairs for this one. Probably going down leg, probably high. He's gone upstairs for the review, Stokes, but it wasn't given not out. It was given not out by umpire Razan. So I don't think this is probably going to be out. Ben Stokes didn't want to go upstairs to review it, but Anderson talked him into the review. David Warner seems comfortable about it. Doesn't seem too phased. Let's have a look. Yeah, probably an inside edge on that maybe from Warner. Yeah, inside edge. Ultra edge confirming that. Yeah, bit of an inside edge there. So a wasted review from England and from James Anderson. That was clearly an inside edge. Warner survives. That's why he looked pretty comfortable, David Warner. He knew he hit that ball. So there's a bit of rain forecast at Lord's today. The weather looking a little bit iffy at the moment. Anderson into Warner. This one full and wide outside off stump. Warner works it through to the offside for no run. David Warner knew that he got an inside edge on that one. Ben Stokes knew it as well, but they're reluctant to go upstairs. So England burnt a review. They've only got 2 left. Anderson into Warner. This one coming back into Warner. Just missing the off stump. Warner lets it go to the keeper for no run. It's the end of the over. Number 13. And Australia lead by 104 in this second innings. 7 overs completed. Stuart Broad to continue from the pavilion end. So Broad into Khawaja. This one, an outside edge. Goes through the slip cordon, down to the third man boundary for 4. Khawaja picks up a boundary. First boundary after lunch for Australia. The lead is 108. Stuart Broad found the outside edge. Just falling short and wide of Crawley. And it goes through the gap for 4 between second and third slip. Australia will take the runs no matter how they come. It's 4 runs in the book. Usman Khawaja would take it. First boundary of the second session. Australia none for 17, lead by 108. Khawaja 11, Warner 5. Broad in again to Khawaja. This one full, and Khawaja defends to mid-on. So run. Thanks everyone for joining us. We'll be here for a little while for the second session of this second test, a second Ashes test between England and Australia. Broad to Khawaja. This one down the leg side. Khawaja works it down to fine leg for another boundary. Another boundary for Australia. The lead is 112. None for 21. The lead's increasing. Good shot from Khawaja. Poor delivery from Broad down the leg side. Khawaja got inside the line of it, just helped it on its way down to fine leg for 4. And the Australian supporter in the crowd cheering that boundary. Not many of them here at Lord's, mainly English supporters. Still Broad, not happy about the foot marks. He's not happy about the takeoff point. So Chris Gaffney is saying we need something just to mark the line here. I think Stuart Broad wants to get the spray paint out and mark his takeoff point at the crease before he takes off in his follow-through, his run-up. And we saw this yesterday from Cameron Green, did the same thing, just marking out the run-up and doing that. So that's what Stuart Broad's doing here. So he's not quite happy with something. Curator just remarking the line there just before the bowling crease, just to make sure that Stuart Broad can see it. It's the takeoff line. For Stuart Broad. Just making sure that he knows when to take off in his delivery stride. So that's all done. And Usman Khawaja will face this fourth delivery. Took a little while, that delay. Could have been sorted out at the lunch break, but anyway. Brought in again to Khawaja. This one short outside off stump. Khawaja defends the backward point. No run. 15 off 26 for Khawaja. Similar score to the first innings for Khawaja. He got 15 in the first innings, I think. Let's just have a look just to make sure. He's currently 15 off 26 here. In the first innings, Usman Khawaja got 17 of 70 deliveries. So he will be hoping to get a good score here in the second innings. Brought into Khawaja. This one outside of stump. Khawaja shoulders arms. Leaves to the keeper. There's no run. John says, when is Broad ever happy unless he's doing his helicopters? Yeah, he's never happy about something, Stuart Broad. Just his takeoff points causing him some problems, especially when the holes get created in the bowling crease, the popping crease. Can make the bowlers unhappy when they land awkwardly in the footholes. Brought into Khawaja. Khawaja lets this one go outside off stump. He was half-hearted whether to play or leave. In the end, he left. He got a bit of a bottom edge on that. In the end, no damage is done. It's the end of the over. He survives. Australia growing the lead. Well over 100 now. None for 21 from 8 overs. But lead well over 100. And Australia in a good position after doing what they needed to do this morning. That was to knock over England quickly. They did. 325. They lead by 112. Anderson, and again to Warner this time. Warner drives, gets an inside edge, goes out to square leg for no run. Didn't quite time that shot. Warner, inside edge. But he's got confidence, Warner, after the first innings, of course. This one just going away a little bit from Warner, then coming back in a little bit. Warner looking to drive through the covers, but he got an inside edge, went out to square leg. So anyway, Anderson in again now to Warner. This one outside off stump. Warner defends to wide mid-off. There's no run. Jihan says, can't believe this. Don't want to sound like the cynic old man. The cynical old man, I should say. But the weather's cloudy all day today. Then 2 days of bright sunshine, all set up for a 4th innings baseball chase. Well, that's the weather, Jihan. Can't really do much about it. It's just the weather. But there is rain forecast today, apparently. Anderson into Warner. Warner defends. So run. So it is going to be a bit cloudy today. Apparently there is a bit of rain around. It looks a little bit threatening in some parts there at Lord's. But no delay as yet. So on day one, we had a couple of delays. But Australia did well in the first innings under these conditions. So Anderson into Warner. This one short, outside off stump. Bit of extra bounce from Anderson. That one carried through to Bairstow at good height. Bending his back, Anderson. Let's be honest, he hasn't been at his best in this series. He's been quite poor. Jihan says, can't do much about it, sure. But Australia catch a break when it comes to that. Have they had the chance to bash in perfect conditions yet this series? Well, up in Edgbaston, it was nice and sunny on a flat, slow wicket. So that one full outside off stump. Warner drives, plays and misses. Through to the keeper, no run. David Warner looking to get on with it. Yeah, I suppose England had a little bit of luck yesterday. The weather broke and, the pitch flattened out. But under these conditions, the ball will do a bit. But, the pitch is still pretty good. It's flattening out as it does here at Lord's. David Warner batting well outside of his crease. He's nearly approaching the danger zone, which is the protected area, which is around about 5 feet from the popping crease. So he's got to be careful about encroaching on that area. But Australia doing well, none for 21. Anderson in, this one short and wide outside off stump again. What should I say? Full and wide outside off stump. Warner leaves to the keeper, and there's no run. It's the end of the over, none for 21. It's back-to-back maidens. Maiden over. Sorry, last over wasn't a maiden. None for 21 after 9. Lead 112 for Australia. Increasing their lead slightly today. John says, think of it like Apollo 13. Jihan, what else could possibly go wrong for us? Jihan says, I've watched a lot of test cricket. Yeah, the wind is picking up, so there may be some weather coming in England. Brought into Khawaja, gets an outside edge to backward point. There's no run in England. And it does make a huge difference, especially at venues like Headingley, Edgbaston, Trent Bridge. Certainly does. Ben Stokes. We haven't really seen the creative field settings from him in this test match. It's been more conventional. John says, hey, they all got back in one piece. Well, they did. Apollo 13, that movie. Brought in to Khawaja. This one, full Khawaja drives. Pass mid off. Stokes in pursuit. He can't cut it off. He will race into the boundary rope for 4. Australia lead now extending to 116. Good shot from Usman Khawaja. A little bit full from Broad. Kawasha was able to play that with a straight bat in the V. Nicely played by Usman Khawaja. Looks in good touch. Played well at Edgbaston. Missed out in the first innings. You have to say it was a good ball that he got from Tongue. But just jagged back from a mile outside off stump. Broad in to Khawaja. He drives back down the pitch. Broad gets a hand on it, cuts it off. No run. None for 25 still for Australia. Lead by 116. Good start after the lunch break. 13 runs have been added, so that's a very good start. They scored quickly in the first innings. Good intent. And they'll be hoping to extend the lead even further. That's the plan. But we may have some interruptions in this session. The wind's picking up a little bit. The clouds are rolling over. Broad into Khawaja. This one keeps low and dies to Bairstow outside off stump. Khawaja leaves. There's no run. We have seen that in this pitch. Some keeping low. Jihan. So, did you hear Gabe's analysis of the first test came out today? He's definitely been following it. I want to ask Nick if he feels the force of baseball fever in England at the moment. Yes, I did, Jihan. I left a comment on the review that Gabe did today, just to say it was a good test match and Pat Cummins played a very good captain's knock. And I'm pretty sure Nick replied to my comment and said that's a typical response from an Australian supporter. A lot of people say it was exciting, but also heartbreaking at the same time. So I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if it was Nick who replied or Gabe, but I think it was Nick, I'm not sure, that replied to my comment today. But yes, Gabe talked about it. It was a good review as always. His force, so he's definitely been following the test, of course. Of course, Gabe will keep an eye out for all those things. Broad defends, Khawaja defends this last delivery from Broad. It's the end of the over. Good over from Australia. A boundary or two in that over. None for 25 after 10. Lead 116 in this second session of play. Gabe offered his thoughts about baseball. He's a fan of it, and it was good to hear his thoughts on it as well. Very happy that Australia won, of course, in a very tight test match at Edgbaston, which seems like an eternity ago. It was only last week or a few weeks ago. Warner, 5 of 26. Khawaja, 19 of 34. Anderson in to Warner. This one left alone by Warner outside off stump. Through to the keeper. No run. This series has definitely provided some surprises, some talking points, headlines. Obviously, with the way England are playing, obviously, especially what happened in their first innings today. Anderson into Warner. This one left alone. Outside off stump against. No run. Yes, obviously Nick over in the UK at the moment. He was very disappointed not to go and watch an Ashes test or two. I tried for him on his behalf, but I was very unsuccessful. This one left alone again by Warner outside of his off stump to Anders. But no, he's enjoying his holiday. And hopefully he can go and watch some sort of cricket over in the UK. Whether it be, I don't know, probably a game in the park or something, or county game or something. But I did ask at Lord's on his behalf, obviously, when we interviewed Neil Robinson from Lord's a few months ago. I did ask him, but very hard, especially for an Ashes test, to get tickets. And obviously, I don't think Nick has the ability to wait for 20 years to become a member of the MCC, which is a long waiting list for membership. Warner gets a single inside edge onto the leg side. But yeah, it would be interesting to ask Nick about how's the feeling over there, if the Ashes on and the buzz around Bazball and the reaction from England's supporters, which we all know can turn pretty quickly when things don't quite go their way. They certainly did that on day one where they didn't bowl well. And, you know, England do have a problem, and that's their bowling. They're going to be cooked by the end of this series, that's for sure. Anderson into Kawasha defence to the offside, it's no run. Lack of pace, very innocuous. With the pace that England play, it's probably going to overcook them and probably going to really tire them out. And especially Ben Stokes as well. He's still suffering from that knee injury. He only bowled 3 overs in the first innings. So that's why Kawasha leaves this one alone. Passes out, leaves this one outside. He's off stumps. No run. It's the end of the over. John says, Nick did have a little grumble about the Lord's test. He couldn't get tickets to. Yes, I tried, John. I tried on his behalf. When we were interviewing Neil Robinson, we tried, but we weren't able to do it. But, oh, well. I'm pretty sure Asjad helped him out as well. No luck. Oh, well. There's always next time. I'll get to your comment in a minute, Jihan. None for 26. Australia lead by 117. It'll be Broad to continue with his Karate Kid headband on. Jihan says, do you ever request Cricket for Americans for reactions? Did you see Michael Bevan's 185 not out for the rest of the world? One of the best one-day innings I ever saw growing up. This one beats Warner past his outside edge. No, I don't really. Or I think I did once, Jihan. Obviously, when Gabe did the and Nick did the cricket rants compared to cricket and baseball rants with Richie Benaud. That's the only request I ever made. I said to Gabe once after we did a live stream, I think it was after the IPL or something. I said, you got to check out this video that Richie Benaud did on the underarm. So I gave them the link, and lo and behold, they reacted to it along with the baseball rant, that video. So that's the only request I've ever done, Jihan. You know, there's plenty of things I could request them to see and do. But I feel like that could be pestering them a little bit. But that's the only video that I've ever asked them to check out, and they did. It's quite funny, Richie Benaud going off about the underarm, but they did react to the underarm as well, that documentary. So to answer your question, Jihan, yes, it was the Richie Benaud one, the rant one with the baseball rant as well. That was the one. And they mentioned it in the video as well. They mentioned me, so that was nice of them. Warner plays it back to Broad. It's no run. He was looking for a single, but doesn't. Also, yes, I did see the reaction about Michael Bevan as well. An incredible innings. He was a very good player, Michael Bevan, and not to get them over the line was disappointing. But he was a good player, Michael Bevan. Obviously, his test record wasn't the flash. Wasn't the best. His first class numbers were pretty good. Played for many states. Played for New South Wales. Played for Tasmania at one stage, I think. But he was more suited to one-day cricket than test cricket. I think he got a fifer in test cricket with his spin. He also got that famous wicket and that famous catch that Mark Taylor took off his bowling against the West Indies in Sydney. He was appealing for LBW or the caught behind and didn't see Mark Taylor take one of the best catches you ever see it slip. He missed the whole thing, turned his back off it. But no, great one-day player, Michael Bevan. His innings at the SCG against the West Indies at New Year's Day or Eve to get Australia over the line was pretty good as well. So, very good player. Brought into Warner, who defends to the leg side. There's no run. So, hope that's answered your question, Jihan. I don't tend to send many reactions to them. I only just do it every now and again. If I feel like they maybe could do more videos on umpiring, probably learn more about the craft, maybe. They've already done that. They've already done some umpiring stuff. But maybe some other things regarding that, maybe, or some other things in cricket. But they've pretty much done everything, I think. Brought into Warner. This one full at his stumps, and Warner digs it out. There's no run. It's the end of the over, none for 26. It's a maiden. Australia still lead by 117. Jihan says, I've offered them to take them both to the MCG for a Boxing Day test. Should be fine getting tickets. Yeah, that will be good. Yeah, obviously Nick and Gabe have watched a game of cricket in America, obviously. They went down to Florida. They watched USA play Ireland a couple of years back now. So hopefully they can watch more cricket during Major League Cricket, obviously, which is happening next month. Josh Tongue comes into the attack. Quite an unusual last name, Tongue. Not many cricketers have a last name that is related to the human body, but Josh Tongue does. He's in now to Khawaja, who drives to mid-off and there's no run. Yeah, obviously, Jihan, I think that'll be good for them if they do have the opportunity to come to Australia. It would be good to take them to the Adelaide Oval as well, experience Adelaide Oval, one of the favourite grounds in the world for me. But yeah, to experience a Boxing Day test, it's pretty good. The thing about the Boxing Day test, I'll get back to that in a minute. Tongue into Khawaja. This one short, pulled away for his square leg for 4. He plays that shot so well, Usman Khawaja. He picks up the length so quickly. It's another boundary for Usman Khawaja. Lead now 121. Khawaja on 23. The thing about the Boxing Day test, which a lot of people don't realise, that it's not really an old tradition. Test matches in Melbourne. Oh, that was a drop chance. That went through the hands of Anderson at square leg. Just sort of like with Marnus Labuschagne yesterday off Harry Brook. Just went through his hands. That was a chance for England. But Khawaja survives. So an outside of Khawaja leaves. No run. About the Boxing Day test, it's not really an old tradition. It was only started in the 80s. And then back in the old days, the test match in Melbourne would run on Christmas. So they'll break for Christmas Day. They have a break for that, then play on Boxing Day. So it's never been a really old tradition that people make it out to be. Tongue in toward to Khawaja. This one defended to the offside. It's no run. So just to summing a little bit there about the Boxing Day test, it's not really an old tradition. It was only started in the 80s, really. But many people think it's always been on Boxing Day, but that's not been the case. The test match used to fall on Christmas. It used to fall on Christmas Day, Christmas Eve, and Boxing Day. This one again from Tongue. Outside off stump, Khawaja leaves. No run. John says, Karate Kid, I was just thinking that. Does that make Brendan Mr. Miyagi? I think he does, John. I think he is Mr. Miyagi. He seems quite calm. Jihan says Bevan couldn't get him over the line because of Caddick didn't ground his bat before the test, before the last. Yes, I did see that. It was pretty basic stuff there that Andy Caddick didn't really do there, ground your bat. That's what you're taught when you're first playing the game, to ground your bat, and didn't do that. But, great innings nonetheless from Michael Bevan. Unfortunately, it wasn't in a winning cause. Jihan says, I've been wondering for a while if Khawaja would hit one of those pull shots in the air and get caught, but he kept hitting it down and in the gap. Yeah, well, that one, it just burst through the hands of Anderson. James Anderson blinking his eyes a few times because didn't really pick that up. It came quick at him. None for 30 after 13. Australia lead by 121. Ollie Robinson didn't bowl well in the first innings. There's been a lot talked about Robinson over the last few days and weeks. As we know, what happened at Edgbaston. Anyway, he'll be on now to Warner. He's in now to Warner. Warner works it out to backward point. There's no run. Jihan says, is the Australia Day Adelaide Test an old tradition? I don't think that. No, I think that was. No, I don't think that is as well, Jihan. I don't think that's an old tradition either. Test matches in Adelaide used to be played in like December, November, especially back in the real old days. Usually played in those months. I don't think that was a new tradition. I don't think that's an old tradition either. I think that was only created in like the 70s or the 80s or something. It's the same with the Boxing Day Test as well. That's never an old tradition. I'll have to look back on that, Jihan, but I'm pretty sure it was in the 70s and probably late 70s, 80s, I think that happened. But that's another one that's not an old tradition. That's something that's relatively new in recent times. Robinson into Warner, defends to mid-on. There's no run. John says, got to remember the MCG as it stands was purpose-built for the 56 Olympics. Yes, that's correct. Because Melbourne did host the Olympics in 1956, and that's why the MCG, as we see it today, is that size to fit all the events, of course, for the athletics and other things in the Olympics. Robinson into Warner. This one down the leg side. Warner works it down to fine leg. Tongue does the fielding. A single. Warner moves on to 7. Khawaja 23. John said, yeah. So you're exactly right there, John. And it's quite a big ground, one of the biggest grounds of the world. But that record's been taken by the stadium in Ahmedabad, obviously, as one of the biggest grounds in world cricket. Very huge. I haven't been to the MCG myself, but it would be nice to go there one day. Watch a Boxing Day Test or a game of cricket there. I know people go there for the AFL Grand Final. Robinson in to Khawaja. This one's on leg stump. Khawaja whips him away through square leg for 4. It's a poor delivery from Robinson. He hasn't been bowling well, Ollie Robinson. His pace is down. That was just a poor delivery. That's 4 runs for Usman Khawaja. Jihan says, is that why it's so huge? Was it even that big specifically for the cricket before that? It's always been a big ground, Jihan. Even back in the 1800s, it was a big ground. You see the old photos of the MCG. It was quite a big ground back in even the old days. So it's always been a big ground. Dot ball to finish. And the over, none for 35. So it's definitely one of the biggest grounds in Australia, obviously. Maybe the Perth Stadium is probably, in terms of area size, probably up there as well. Yeah, the MCG's always been big, even back in the early days. It's always been a big ground. hosted the first Test match, obviously, back in 1877. Australia none for 35, the lead by 126 is a good start, again, by the openers of Warner and Khawaja. Tongue in to Warner. This one short. Warner defends the offside. There's no run. John says the Adelaide Test has sort of been around since the 80s. That's the Australia Day Test. If memory serves, the old World Series cricket tri-series were played there at some point. Thanks for that, John. G. Hunt says, the MCG is awe-inspiring. I love it. The facilities could do some upgrading. Optus is miles ahead in that. My dad isn't a fan of the MCG, though. He says you're too far away from the action. Well, it's quite a big stadium, that's for sure. Never been there myself. I've been to Adelaide Oval, and that's a wonderful ground, of course. Obviously, top on the list for me. It's not the biggest ground in the country, but you're close to the action. And the old scoreboard, you can't beat it. The history and the vibe of the place. Tongue into Warner, defends the offside, there's no run. But yes, the MCG is quite a big stadium, so you are going to be far away from the action. But at least you have a good view, I suppose. But if you're afraid of heights, it's probably not a best stadium to go to. Yes, say Jihan, that you can't see that well. And he also went to a very cold Boxing Day, 2010 Ashes, day one. When Australia were bowled out for 100-odd, he was visiting from England at the time. Don't remind me of that test match, Jihan. That was a terrible test match. It was a terrible defeat in that series. Warner works it onto the leg side for a couple. He moves on to 9. Yes, so Jihan then found out at the end of the day's play that his uncle had died. Not a great day for him. Oh, that's terrible. Jihan, sorry to hear that. Terrible news. 2 balls left. 128 is the lead. Tongue into Warner. This one left alone by Warner outside off stump. That one came back in from Tongue, but good judgment from Warner. Knew where his off stump was. Looks good, Warner. Looked convincing in the first innings. I think he's done enough to keep his spot for the rest of the series. I think the pressure's off him slightly. If he had a few bad games, then you probably think, he's probably not going to last long, but he's done enough, I think. Tongue into Warner. This one short outside off stump. Warner leaves it alone. It's the end of the over. None for 37. Australia lead by 128. Yes, to say Jihan. His uncle was also visiting his daughter from the UK. One of the first in our family to leave Sri Lanka and went to the UK in 1968. He was an ice surgeon. Wow. That's good to hear, Jihan. Thanks for that information. Ollie Robinson to continue. He has been poor in this test match, Robinson. Lacked pace, lacked any potency. He's in now to Khawaja, leaves alone outside of something to run. Even though he picked up 3 wickets in the first innings, Robinson, he wasn't quite at his best. He conceded a lot of runs, over 100 in fact, which is never good for a bowler to concede over 100 runs. David Warner signalling to the dressing room that he wants a change of gloves or something. Marnus Labuschagne, Pat Cummins sitting on the balcony at Lord's. And it's a wonderful place, Lord's. Always love watching Test cricket here. Robinson into Khawaja. This one defended to the leg side. It's no run. It's always a wonderful place to watch cricket. That hum across the ground, the quietness about it. The home of cricket. Obviously, if you want to tick off some things off your cricketing list of stadiums to go to and watch cricket, Lord's is one of them. Certainly one day for me to go over there and watch a Ashes test or watch a game. Even go into the ground itself and have a tour. That's what you want. It's the holy grail of cricket. Robinson into Khawaja. This one wide outside of stump. Khawaja dries, but it's cut off by Ben Stokes for no run. Ben Stokes, are we going to see him bowled? He only bowled 3 overs in the first innings, and still a concern for England going forward in this series. If he wasn't captain, then it would be a different story in terms of him being a part of the team. Robinson into Khawaja. Defends to mid-on. There's no run. Warner and Khawaja batting well like they did in the first innings. Set the foundation, set the platform. That's what we talked about in the first test. They were lacking that intent, and they've sort of picked up that intent in this test match. I thought in the first innings they scored at 4 runs and over, which was miles ahead of their run rate at Edgbaston. So England scored 5 runs and over in their innings today. Robinson in, Khawaja defends to mid-on again. It's no run. Yes, Ollie Robinson, he's been down on pace. He hasn't been quite at his best. He's been very poor, as the England bowlers have been. So questions for England. I don't think they could play Anderson and Robinson in the same test. Robinson in to Khawaja. This one beats him past his outside edge. So run to end the over. End of the over, none for 37 to Maiden. Australia in a good position. They lead by 128 runs, none for 37. 16 overs have been done in the book. Match summary. Australia 416 in their first innings. England bowled out for 325. This test match is in Australia's control yet again. Tongue in to Warner. Defends back to Tongue. Warner, no run. Todd Murphy walking around to the nets here at Lords. He's obviously going to have a big part to play in the series now with Nathan Lyon ruled out. No official word about Lyon's participation in the series, but very unfortunate for Nathan Lyon. It was very sad to see him limp off yesterday. His 100th consecutive test match as well. So that streak has come to an end as Warner defends back to Tongue. No run. Looks on again, Warner. Looks sharp. Moving well. Ben Stokes offering some encouragement to his bowler. Tongue into Warner. This one left alone outside of stumps. No run. Well, if England go 2-0 down here, it's always going to be a hard thing to come back after being 2-0 down in an Ashes series. Australia know the importance of winning here at Lords. They have a good record here at Lords. They didn't lose a game here at Lords from 1938 to 2005. Tongue into Warner. This one coming back into Warner, but he defends. Back down the pitch, no run. Which was a pretty good record for Australia. They tend to do well here at Lords. Their record is very good. Historically, that is. And they always seem to do well here at the home of cricket. They always seem to lift, as most opposition sides do, whereas England, they don't tend to perform as well here at Lords as they should. This one worked onto the leg side by Warner for a single. Good rotation of strike. The lead increases to 129. Tongue, none for 20, none for 7. Last ball of his third over. He's into Khawaja. This one a play and a miss by Khawaja to end the over. End of the over, none for 38 after 17 overs. Australia lead by 129. Jihan says, can the sun please break through for once? We're batting so we can smash this medium pace trash around. I've seen you've been busy in the comments again, Jihan. I don't know how many YouTube channels you subscribe to, but every time I look at the comments to see what people are saying, just get a bit of a gauge on how people are feeling. Your name always pops up. You're always the first one in the comments list, Jihan. So you must do the rounds. Yeah, England's bowling. That's the problem for them. It's just lacking that X factor, isn't it? Robinson in to Warner. Outside edge to backward point. No run. So I've seen you've been busy in the comments again, Jihan, doing the rounds on many other outlets. David Warner, smile on his face. He's looking comfortable, David Warner. 10 off 52, so not quite at the pace as he was in the first innings, but doing the job for his team in the second innings here. Robinson into Warner. This one short outside off stump. Defended to the offside, no run. You say, Gian, I comment on most of the podcasts. Yeah, I have noticed that, Gian. I've had a shout out from the Final Word podcast. Really, Gian? Well, I've seen you in there as well. Obviously, they do great work as well, Adam and Jeff. I don't mind listening to their summary of the day's play. They seem pretty good at what they do. A lot of people having their say about this series, about how the series is going, as there always is for an Ashes series. Nicely punched down the ground from Warner, past mid-on. It's racing away to the boundary. Pope will cut it off. He will get there. He will cut it off with his feet. Stokes will throw the ball back in. They can't stop 3. Good running by Australia. This is good batting. Lead 132. Yeah, there's so many podcasts out there, I suppose. And that reminds me of another thing. Thank you, everyone, for listening to the podcast. And the rankings for us are pretty good. So those are the numbers there with the podcast rankings for us. And I've got to say, I didn't imagine that happening to us. So thanks, everyone, for listening. In terms of the audio version of the podcast, those are some of the numbers there. And we're doing pretty well in those cricketing countries. So make sure you listen to us on Spotify and Anchor, because we need more people to listen to us. Robinson beats Khawaja past his outside edge, so through to the keeper. Jihan says, I find the English podcasts are generally quite disillusional, but funny to listen to. I like Mark Boucher on the Wisdom podcast. He makes a lot of sense. Yes, they are a different style, I suppose, the English podcast compared to other countries. As Robinson's into Khawaja. This one on his leg stump. Khawaja works it to mid-on for a quick sink. No, pass mid-on, misfield. Oh, dear. He's on the ground, Pope. Has he popped out his shoulder? Oh, he has. He's grabbing his shoulder, Pope. I don't think he's popped it out, but he doesn't look good. After diving for that ball, they come back for 3. Ollie Pope, he missed it much of the first innings because of that shoulder. He went diving with that ball there. He missed it from Khawaja, and he just put out his right arm and just fell awkwardly on that. Grabbed his shoulder immediately. He's walking off, Pope. That's not a good sign for England. We don't want to see too many injuries. We've already seen Nathan Lyon injured. Now Pope. He walks off. He looks pretty disappointed, Pope. He's re-injured that shoulder again. Rian Ahmed comes out as the substitute. Ollie Pope walking through the long room, looking quite upset. And let's hope it's not too serious, but he did grab at that shoulder immediately after diving that to try and cut off that ball. He didn't. Went through. Not good news, I don't think. But going back to our podcast for a minute. Robinson into Warner. This one defended to the leg side. There's no run. It's the end of the over. None for 44 after 18. Australia lead by 135. So going back to our podcast, in terms of the rankings, we've done pretty well. So thanks everyone for listening to us on Spotify, Apple, whatever. So in terms of cricket podcast rankings in those countries that are on the screen right now, it's pretty good. You know, we're up there with some of the best podcasts in world cricket. It's not bad, especially in Australia. I'm quite happy about that. Being ranked 39th out of 100 in Australia, which is pretty good. So at least people listening to the podcast, which is nice. But we need everyone listening to us on our outlets. Help us improve those rankings even more. But it's nice to know that people are listening to the podcast, which is quite nice, and those rankings reflect that. Especially in the USA, I'm quite surprised about that. 75th out of 100 is not bad. Tongue into Khawaja. This one defended to mid-off. There's no run. Australia have done well here. It's been a good opening partnership yet again. It was stable in the first innings. It's stable here again. Tongue to Khawaja. Khawaja works it through the leg side. He'll pick up a single, moves on to 31. Good start from Australia. But going back to the podcast stuff, thanks everyone for listening. And those rankings are quite pleasing to see, actually. So it's great to see that people are listening from all parts of the cricketing world, which is fantastic. Just thought I'd share that with everyone, with where we're placed in the world compared to other cricket podcasts, which is not bad. Tongue into Warner. This one short, wide outside off stump. Warner cuts it through points. Won't quite get to the boundary. You'll pick up a couple of runs. 2 runs. Warner, none for 47 for Australia. Lead 138. David Warner looks better when he's always attacking, always looking to score. He looks more fluent in his movements. Doesn't really look static as he was before when he was out of touch. Drives this one to the fielder at cover, and there's no run. 15 for Warner, 31 for Khawaja. It's been a stable partnership. 47. Tongue, none for 10 from his 3.5 overs thus far. Around about 53 overs left in the day's play after this over. Tongue in to Warner, defends to the offside. There's no run. It's the end of the over. It is none for 47 after 19 overs. Australia lead by 138. Robinson to continue to Usman Khawaja. He's in now. This one short outside off stump. Khawaja leaves. There's no run. Speaking about Test cricket, of course, we had the Women's Ashes Test recently. It was a great win by Australia. Let us know in the comments your thoughts about the Women's Ashes Test. We did do we did first session of day 5. We did a stream on there about the Women's Ashes Test. It was a great win by the Australian women's team. First win for them in a women's test since 2015. It was good to see them get the result. And it was a pretty good test match, actually. And Australia have a big advantage in the Women's Ashes. They lead 4 points to 0. It's a multi-format series with the T20s to come very shortly, followed by the ODIs. So Australia only have to win 2 of the limited overs games to retain the Women's Ashes. And you would think they'll do that. England certainly up against it. But anything can happen in that contest, which is happening at the moment. Robinson to Khawaja. Khawaja works it to that fielder at backward point. There's no run. Harry Brook is the fielding. John says, my happiest viewing of Australian cricket was our worst team to tour the UK. When Tugger came into his own, I like the underdog status, where we punch above our weight. At least that's my own generation or view. Yes, it was a pretty good series in 1989 for Australia. They won 4 tests out of 6, 2 withdrawn. They should have won 6-0, really, if it didn't rain. Yeah, Steve Waugh came to his own, scored that 177 not out at Headingley, scored 150 odd here at Lords, scored 300 runs before he was dismissed in the series. A great series for Australia, really kick-started the Ashes dominance. Jihan says, I went to school with Tammy Beaumont and played a lot of cricket with her older brother in club cricket and school. I knew her quite well growing up. My mum taught her at school. Oh, didn't know that, Jihan. Well, she batted well for her 200. Played a miss by Khawaja. That's no run. Well, she batted well. Annabelle Sutherland batted well for her century. Elise Perry got 99. Disappointed not to get that one extra run, but she batted well again. Quality as always. And Ash Gardner, what a performance from her, taking 10 plus wickets in the match to bowl Australia to victory. It was a pretty good test match to watch. Hopefully we see more 5-day test matches in the women's game. It does bring opportunities for results, and that's why the ECB decided to have a 5-day test here. But that's not going to be the case next summer with Australia playing South Africa, as the players are going to have drinks. Australia none for 47 was a maiden. So next summer, Australia play a test at the Wacker against South Africa. That's not going to be a 5-day test. That's going to be a 4-day test. Should be 5 after what we saw in this women's test. But it was a good test match, good performances, and good to see Australia win. And they're on track to retain the Women's Ashes, that's for sure. Gian says, yeah, when I was 14, I got into the Kent district side with her brother and 1 level below county underage. Wow. That's not bad, Jihan. But she batted well. Batted well for her 200, and it was a pretty good test match at Trent Bridge. So hopefully we see more of women's test matches in the future. They don't play a lot of women's tests, get that opportunity to play test cricket. But hopefully we see more in the years to come. But watching the test match myself, it was a pretty good test match. Alyssa Healy, captain, kept well, batted well in the second innings, got a 50, came into the test match with a broken finger. But she captained well in the place of Meg Lanning, who obviously was ruled out due to medical reasons. But yeah, the Australian women's team obviously winning everything and dominating really, which is good to see. So the women's Ashes currently happening at the moment. The T20 is not starting, not too far away from starting. And then the one day is to follow after that. So Australia in a good position to retain the women's Ashes. They only need to win 2 games out of the ODIs or T20s to retain the Ashes. It's a multi-format series based on points. And that was introduced in 2013 to decide who wins the women's Ashes, which is not a bad concept and format. So drinks here. Second session, Australia none for 47 after 20 overs. They lead by 138. Some concerns for England in terms of how this match is going at the moment. They will... They were in a good position at one stage at 1 for 188 in their first innings, but they didn't really capitalize on that. 138 is the lead for Australia, and that is a good lead in this second innings. They'll be hoping to build that lead and bat for a very long period of time. Khawaja, Warner batted well like they did in the first innings. They're doing the same here in the second innings. David Warner on strike. To Tongue. We will continue after the drinks break. Tongue. He's got Warner in his sights. He's in now to Warner. This one full and wide outside off stump. Warner drives to cover. There's no run. 15 off 59 for Warner, 31 off 62 for Khawaja. Concerns for England. You have to say, in a very good position at one stage, but how quickly the game can change. Tongue to Warner. Warner defends, gets it outside edge to the offside. No run. David Warner's been good. Khawaja's been calm as always. Tongue. Getting ready again to bowl to Warner. He's in now to Warner. This one, Warner gets an outside edge to the fielder at point for no run. He wanted to drive that through the offside, Warner, but didn't quite go where he wanted it to go. Wanted to hit that through cover, but it went through point instead. Tongue, none for 10. Warner 15, Khawaja 31, lead 138. Number 47, 3 runs away from the 50 partnership. Got a 50 partnership in the first innings. These two to get Australia off to a good start. Tongue in again to Warner, who cuts through point. Racing away to the deep point boundary. Ahmed will cut it off, the sub fielder. He'll cut it off for a couple. Australia move on to 49 without loss. Lead 140. Tongue just a bit short and wide there. Warner was able just to cut that nicely through point. Couple of runs. Now, I'm pretty sure everyone would know what I'm about to say in a minute. Obviously, we do have a poll in our chat about this, but I'll talk about it in a minute. Tongue in to Warner. This one's short, pulled away to square leg. It will fall safe. The fielder coming in off the rope. Didn't quite get there. I think it was 50 partnership is up with that single. David Warner looking to attack Tongue by looking to dispatch this short ball. Didn't quite time it at all. Tongue, you got a toe in of the bat there, Warner. On the toe end of the bat, that ball made contact with the bat. Didn't really quite time that pull shot at all, David Warner. But 50-run partnership for the opening wicket. Tongue in again to Kawasha. This one keeps a little bit low. Kawasha defends to the offside. It's the end of the over. It's none for 50. Australia lead increased to 141. Good lead by Australia, 141. Runs on the board. Certainly that 91-run lead has certainly helped Australia in this second innings. None for 50. Leads 141. Robinson to continue. Robinson in to Warner. Warner gets an outside edge. He'll go through the backward point region. Pick up a couple. David Warner, a couple of runs. It's been good after lunch for Australia. It's been very good. None for 52. Lead 143. Danger signs for England. These two look comfortable at the crease. The pitch not really doing much, even though it is overcast a little bit. Not really doing much at all. The ball getting a little bit older. We're about 22 overs old now. Robinson to Warner. This one down the leg side. Warner deflects this down to find leg. He'll pick up another couple of runs. Be leg buys. Came off the pad. Jihan says, finally admitted on commentary, Australia have had the worst of the conditions. Well, that's good to hear, Jihan, because they look pretty comfortable at the moment. Nothing seems to have fazed them. It's been good. It's been a good foundation. Robinson in to Warner. This one traps Warner on the crease, hits him on the leg, trickles out to the offside. There's no run. Well, these two batting like they did in the first innings, really. Just relaxed, calm, nothing really fazing them. It's been pretty good, you have to say. It has been overcast all day, but we haven't seen the ball move around a lot. Nothing off the pitch, nothing in the air a little bit. It's pretty good wicket. Robinson in again to to Warner. This one hits Warner on the pad again. There's no run. David Warner. Looking good. 20 off 67. He's done enough, David Warner, to keep his spot. Many people have been on his case about that. But I think he's done enough to play the remainder of this series and probably play the Pakistan series against in the Australian summer, you would think, because he's done pretty well. Robinson into Warner, gets an outside edge to the offside, and there's no run. John says, just imagine, Jihan, how sweet this victory might be should we prevail. It will be definitely sweet, John, like the Edgbaston victory. That was pretty good. I think this one will be even better. 2-0 up is a pretty good result. Not many teams in the Ashes have come back from a 2-0 deficit when it's a 5-game series. Robinson into Warner, defends, back down the pitch. There's no run. It's the end of the over. None for 54. Australia lead by 145. Jimmy Pearson in the squad as a as a backup wicketkeeper. He can keep wicket, played for Queensland. In the squad. Running out some gloves to David Warner, wants them changed. Usman Khawaja on strike. Nicely driven. Down the ground for 4 from Khawaja. Pass mid-on for 4. Nicely done by Usman Khawaja. Picks up another boundary. Australia none for 58. Good shot by Usman Khawaja. Just a push down the ground. Mid-on, couldn't cut that off. 4 runs. Another boundary for Australia. It's been a very good second session, you have to say. Australia bossing day 3 thus far. Tongue into Khawaja. This one a short ball. Khawaja ducks underneath it. Lets it go to the keeper. Khawaja drives to point. There's no run. Partnership doing well. None for 58. Lead 149. Australia definitely in a good position at this stage of this test match. Tongue to Khawaja. This one left alone by Khawaja. Outside off stump. No run again. Australia none for 58. Lead 149. Jihan, you say. Just showed Boycott's reaction to Harry Brook's dismissal. Was not happy. No, he wasn't. He said that England should play in a circus, really. That's what he said the other day. Jeffrey Boycott. Tongue to Khawaja defence to the offside. There's no run. End of the over. Yeah, Jeffrey Boycott not happy with how England are playing at the moment. Wants them to play a little bit smarter, a little bit smarter about their cricket, and I guess that's the risk you take with Bazball. This is something that all the England supporters have to get used to, I suppose. Just England not really playing smart cricket at times, and we've seen that today. Obviously, they haven't been smart about it. Lost their last few wickets for 40-odd runs. Australia in the box seat. They lead by 149. Opening partnership has done well. Warner on 20, Khawaja on 35. John says, I can't imagine Boycott speaking be just like Truman. It's a side-on game, lad. Yes. Well, it is a side-on game, cricket. Especially when you're batting, especially when you're bowling. It's a side-on game. Robinson to Warner leaves alone outside off stump. There's no run. Yep. England look a little bit flat. Lights are on. very cloudy skies overhead, but the ball hasn't really done much. Not much swing or seam movement. Robinson to Warner. This one full. Warner defends. There's no run. Joe Root, the only specialist spinner for England in this team. He's getting warmed up, Root. He's doing some exercises, some warm-ups. So probably he's going to have a bowl. Why not? Nothing has been happening with the seamers. But we haven't seen much turn off the surface, I think. That's the concern that England have at the moment, this partnership. Robinson in to Warner. This one, Warner gets an outside edge to backward point. Beats backward point. Races down to the backward point boundary for 4. Warner picks up another boundary. The partnership moves on to 62. The lead is now over 150. Australia controlling this game. Jihan, you say, I think England is probably a lot better than they're coming across, but they seem to think as long as they're always on the offensive, they absorb from any responsibility. Yeah, well, it's definitely come across that in this test match. That, I don't know, maybe overconfidence, maybe a bit of, maybe we're better than you sort of attitude. Maybe in reality, they're probably not. You would think Australia on paper are the better team in terms of the quality and the numbers and the stats back that up. This one beats Warner past his outside edge. It was a short delivery from Robinson. Through to Bairstow. Takes it above his head. But, yeah, I think many England fans will be, just saying, yes, we love baseball and we like the positive intent, but sometimes it can be a bit reckless. And we've seen in this test match that has happened. That's been the case. Robinson to Warner. This one short, wide outside of stump. Warner leaves. No run. John says, another good toss to lose. I'd probably say so, John. Yeah, another good toss to lose, I think. And when you put in a side on day one like England did, you can't concede well over 330. When you bowl first, it puts pressure on you to do something special. And they didn't do that. Robinson, this one down the leg side. Warner works it down to 5 leg for a single. To end the over, none for 63. The lead is 154. So I think it's a good toss to lose, John. I think for Australia, definitely a good toss to lose, given what happened in the first innings where England didn't really make any breakthroughs and they found it a bit tough. So, yeah, definitely a good toss to lose, I think. I think Pat Cummins, he said at the toss as well, we would have had a bowl as well. But luckily the coin landed on Ben Stokes' side and he said we're going to have a bowl. So I think for England, yet again, missed opportunities. They dropped catches in the first innings, missed chances. They bowled a lot of no balls again. Their bowling was very innocuous. And they just played some reckless cricket, you would think. 1 for 188 in a very good position. They've sort of thrown it away, really. Tongue in to Warner. He's out. Being given out, LBW. This one came back into Warner. He's been given out, Warner, LBW, but I think he's going to have a chat with Usman Khawaja about reviewing. It's been reviewed. So not out yet. This one, well, he got rid of David Warner in the first innings, Tongue, with one that just came back in and cleaned up his stumps. This one again coming back in to trap Warner on the crease and hit him on the pads. Now, whether or not the ball was going to hit the stumps is another question. Oh, yeah. The angle as well. Tongue's bowling right arm around the wicket, angling the ball into Warner, the left-hander. Hit him above the knee roll. You would think on the angle, maybe missing, maybe. Clipping, umpire's call, it was given out. Let's have a look at ball tracking now. No bat involved. Oh, yes, hitting the top of leg stump. That wasn't going over. Good decision by Azan Razan. Unfortunately, the partnership is broken. Josh Tongue gets rid of Warner again. This time, LBW was bowled in the first innings. Warner has to go. But it's 1 for 63. Australia lead by 154. Warner has to depart. Trapped on the crease, just falling over a bit. Warner trapped him on the crease, hit him on the pads. Tongue appealed. The umpire obliged and gave him out. So Warner gone. He batted well. Good contribution with Khawaja. 25 is not bad. Every run counts. He'll be disappointed, though. He was looking set and looking for a big score again. Unfortunately, he's got to go. 1 for 63 for Australia. Well, Tongue does it again for England. Got rid of Warner in the first innings. Got rid of Warner in the second innings. This time, LBW got him out bowled in the first innings. John says, looked leg side to me. Yeah, at first it did. I thought the angle, but it was hitting the top of leg stump. So, oh well. Warner's got to go. But anyway, Australia lead by 154. So, Gian says, yeah, I didn't think that was out, but it was straight enough. Gian says, again, the ball nipping under cloudy skies. Yes, it did a little bit there. Anyway, for England, cheering. I wouldn't be celebrating if I was England. The job is not done yet. Don't get too far ahead of yourselves. Yep, you took one wicket, but job is not done. Marnus Labuschagne, he batted well in the first innings, made 47. You'll be hoping to get stuck in again. Khawaja going well. Marnus Labuschagne will join him. Queensland teammates, played for Queensland, of course. Tongue gets the first wicket. But more importantly for Australia, technically, they are 1 for 154. Even though they're 1 for 63, technically they're 1 for 154, which is the important line. David Warner departing for 25. But good opening partnership with Khawaja. 63 for the first wicket. Tongue into Labuschagne, who defends. So right. Gian says bright skies and Duckett facing, and that's an easy single to mid wicket without him even looking at the ball. Typical. John says no rash shots now. Find the gaps and run the singles. Yeah, England celebrating that wicket, but if you're an England supporter, you'll be saying, not get too far ahead of yourselves. The job is not done yet. Labuschagne defends to mid-on. There's no run. He's probably been the best bowler for England, Tongue, in this test match. He certainly was in the first innings. But Australia, more importantly, the lead by 154. They'll be building that lead steadily. And they have 63 runs in their second innings. They've built the lead from 91 to 154. Which is good. They're in a good position. Unfortunate to lose David Warner, but that happens. Just get a good ball that does a bit. A Tongue to Labuschagne. He works this nicely through mid-wicket for a couple of runs at least. Robinson in pursuit. They're looking for 3. They should come back for the third easily, and they will. 3 runs onto the total. Australia lead by 157. Marnus is off the mark. tongue into Kawaja. This one a short ball, left alone by Kawaja to the keeper. No run. Jihan says, how are they still playing in this? It looks dark. It does look a little bit gloomy. I have noticed that the shadows are starting to appear on the ground. Obviously, the artificial light is starting to appear on the players. Once you see that, once you see 4 shadows, then the artificial light has taken over. So the umpires were definitely you're starting to see the shadows take over a little bit. You can see them. That one worked down to fine leg by Kawaja for 1. So the shadows are starting to take over a little bit. Not as much to force the players off, but that will be a concern that we may go off for some bad light. I won't be surprised if we do. But yeah, as the law says, not ideal, merely not ideal conditions, Jihan. So it may be not ideal conditions, but it's okay to play through, as the law says in the law book. It's been a good session for Australia. 55 runs, steady run rate of 2 and over, 2.89, which is not bad. John says the shadows haven't taken over yet. No, they haven't, but they're starting to. You can start to see the shadows now. Robinson into Kawaja. This one defended to the offside, no run. So if you can see the players now, you can see 4 shadows starting to appear. Once those shadows become pronounced, then the umpires will take the players off. Obviously, in the old days, the umpires left it up to the batters and said, would you like to go off? Can you see the ball? Whereas these days, it's up to the umpires. The umpires will say, the light's not good. We're going to go off and we're not going to come back on until the light's improved. Robinson again to Kawaja, leaves alone outside of stump. There's no run. So it is getting a little bit gloomy at Lords. And the artificial light's starting to take over a little bit. Once those shadows get pronounced even more. But at the moment, okay. But that's one of the things in Test cricket, I suppose, that we have an issue about is the light. Robinson, 3 slips for him. He's in now to Kawaja, who beats him past his outside edge for no run. Jihan, you say, just for argument's sake, England have to bat on a green deck, overcast against Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. Then Australia get to bat once. It's fully flattened out under sunny skies in my mind. That could be a massacre. Well, if it was really a green pitch, then I would think that if England did lose the toss on day 1, and if this pitch was a very heavily grass surface, then probably England may struggled if that was the case. That one just falling short of Duckett. Got an outside edge, Kawaja, but he played it with soft hands. Then Duckett at a 3rd slip there. Very close up to the wicket. Robinson into Kawaja. Defends. No run. John says the batsman appealing against the light. Yes, very appealing. Sorry, couldn't help it. Well, that was the case back in the day. Not now. It's up to the umpires and they'll make those decisions. But the light seems okay, but I think there's a little bit of spots of rain from the spider cam. There's a little bit of a drizzle. We've seen that throughout this test match, a little bit of mizzle or drizzle, whatever they call it. Robinson into Kawaja again. Passes outside edge. Plays and misses. So round is the end of the over. It's 1 for 67. Yeah, so the light's definitely going to be an issue. But for the time being, it looks okay. So it'd be interesting to see what the umpires do if it does get bad, if they go off, and they probably would go off. You say, Gian, well, just think back to when England were batting yesterday. How many plays and misses were there compared to when Australia have to bat? England have had so much luck. Yes, John Howard in the crowd. Tongue into Labuschagne. This one left alone outside of stump, no run. Now, we just saw John Howard in the crowd. Cricket tragic. He's watching the test match at Lord's in person. Used to love his cricket. John Howard still does. Watching the test match here at Lord's, as everyone is. Yeah, well, that's test cricket, Jihan. You know, the conditions change every day. Tongue into Labuschagne. This one traps him on the pads. He's been given out, LBW. Tongue has got another LBW wicket. Will Labuschagne review this? Was it outside the line? That's the question for Labuschagne. Does he want to go upstairs? Tongue's got another wicket. He goes upstairs with only 3 seconds remaining. At first, it looked like outside the line to me. Umpire took his time, Azan Razan, to raise his finger. Marnus, he does get outside off stump, as we know, to try and nullify LBW. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, that's probably maybe, yeah, that's outside the line, I think. Oh yeah, hit him on the back pad. I think that's outside the line of off stump. It's close. I think that's outside the line because he does that back. Yeah, outside the line. Yeah. What are you on about there, Azan Razan? That's outside the line. And I'm not even there. Hit him on the back pad. His back pad was well outside the line of off stump. That's outside the line. Yeah, not out. Good review, Marnus. Yeah, not out. Jihan says, I think you're right. Yeah, I was right. Obviously, I'm an umpire, Jihan, so you got to get these things right. Just looking at it, it didn't look right. And Marnus stands outside off stump. As an umpire, you should know that. You should know that he takes his guard on off stump. So you know if he walks across, then he's probably going to be hit outside the line. So yeah, no. Yeah, outside the line. Yeah. That's why we have DRS. Gian says, looks outside the line to me. Yeah, just didn't look right. Just hit him on the back pad. Yeah, ball was outside the line of off stump. Can't be given out. LBW. He was playing a shot, Marnus. So Josh Tongue, the celebration was short-lived. In again now to Marnus. This one's a short ball. Marnus leaves it. Through to the keeper. Jihan says, bloody penguin, as they say on the Grade Cricketer. Yes, they're over in England at the moment doing their shows. Yeah, to me, that just didn't look right at LBW. Just sort of knew straight away outside the line. Yeah, hit him on the back pad. Back pad was well outside the line of off stump. Marnus pretty happy with that review, and he should be. Good decision to review that. It was quite interesting when I interviewed Daryl Harper. It was quite interesting talking to him about DRS, and his thoughts on that, because he did umpire with DRS and without DRS in his tenure as an umpire. It's quite interesting listening to his thoughts on that. Tongue into Labuschagne, who drives to the fielder at cover. It's no run. He survives, Marnus. Ball doing a little bit. Doesn't have to do much, but good use of the review, DRS. Australia don't have a good record with the DRS, but yeah, looked outside the line. You can tell from that replay that we saw. I don't know what Azan Razan was thinking, but as an umpire, you should know that Marnus does stand off stump. He moves across a long way. So that's a bit of a clue. That one's short again down the leg side. Labuschagne lets it go to the keeper. John says that's a howler. I also thought might have been an inside edge too by the naked eye, and Snicker was a bit funny on the spike. Yeah, I thought so as well, John, but it missed him and hit him on the pad completely. But it was clearly outside the line. So, yeah, just a bad decision there. That's why we have the DRS. That's its intended purpose, to eradicate the howler. Defended by Labuschagne. There's no runs. The end of the over. 1 for 67. Maiden over for Tongue. Jihan, you say, so for Australia, is the strategy we're never going to get any assistance with conditions, so we'll just have to bounce them out with extra pace? Yeah, I think that's the case, Jihan. I think that's just the strategy. It worked, but it does take a lot out of you personally, especially the energy. It does sap the energy. Quite a lot, actually, especially when you're bowling short balls at a rapid succession. We've got people moving behind the side screen again. Always a problem here at Lords with the pavilion, with the members sitting in front of the side screen. Robinson to Khawaja. This one full outside off stump. Khawaja drives to point. Around the lights, just starting to get a little bit gloomier. That's going to be a concern here, whether or not we get some play in the last session if the light doesn't improve. No doubt the umpires will get the dreaded light meter out. Which you never want to get out as an umpire, the light meter, because everyone will say, well, the light's not bad, we'll continue on. But Robinson into Khawaja, this one defended, no run. But you are starting to see the shadows appear now. So if you're watching wherever you're from, you're just starting to see the foreshadows appear of the players. Once they become pronounced, then you know the artificial light's taken over. Then the players have to go off. So we're getting to that stage where the light's getting a little bit borderline. Robinson into Khawaja, defends with a straight bat to mid-on. All right. Jihan says, can we please have Australian conditions for batting and English weather for bowling? For once, this series always feels like it's an uphill battle that we're somehow winning at the moment. Yeah, it's just the weather, Jihan. It's just the weather. Can't really control it. That's Test cricket. The weather's different on each day. But Australia are doing okay, like they did in the first innings. Getting through it. Robinson into Khawaja. Leaves outside off stump. No run. Through to the keeper. Yeah, well, you can never tell if the light's bad or not because on TV it does enhance the image. So it's very hard for us to tell how bad the light is. Robinson. Into Khawaja now. This one again. Wide off stump. Khawaja leaves. No run. Janssens can't really control it. But would disagree. Yeah, but that's fair enough, Jihan. You need a bit of luck in this game, of course, but you can't control the weather. Mother Nature will do what it wants to do. Can't really control it. So that's the beauty of Test cricket. You've got to adapt to the conditions. Every day is different. But I do understand your point there, Jihan. I do understand the frustration. Khawaja defends. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 1 for 67. Another maiden. Interesting to see how long we do play on. The light is the issue now. John, you say Broad and Anderson are looking like they're short of a gallop on tired legs. How much more potent might England be if they pick Wood and rest either one of the above? They they are looking a little bit short of a gallop. Anderson in particular, he hasn't been at his best. He's coming on to bowl now. Speak of the devil. Coming in now, Anderson. Yeah, that's the thing. I think you probably include Robinson in there as well, John, because he's lost pace. We've seen that in this first test. That's been talked about today, about the pace of the England bowlers. Robinson in particular lost pace. Anderson into Labuschagne, defends, no run. So they'll definitely rest either Broad and Anderson for the next test. I don't know. Mark Wood's under a little bit of an injury cloud, apparently. He's been ruled out of this test because of that. I think he's got a bit of an injury problem. That's what I'm hearing from many sources. So he may come back for the next test. They've got Matthew Potts in the squad as well. They've got to think about the spinner. Do they bring in Ahmed or do they bring in someone else? Because what was the point of bringing Ahmed in for this test match if he wasn't going to play? So that's the thing. So they've got some questions, but their bowling is definitely a concern. Broad and Anderson, Broad's 37. Anderson's 40. He's nearly 41. So, yeah, age is going to catch up with them. And a lot of people have discussed that. Now, it looks like Johnny Bairstow is going to stand up to the stumps here off James Anderson to keep Marnus Labuschagne in his crease. Now, it's not too many opportunities that you see the keeper stand up to Jimmy Anderson. Not a bad tactic, I suppose. Keep Marnus in his crease. He likes to bat out his crease, get to the pitch of the ball a lot earlier. Anderson into Labuschagne leaves. Good take from Bairstow behind the stumps. It's not easy keeping up to the wickets, especially to a medium pacer or a fast bowler. I wouldn't say Anderson's express, maybe fast medium at best. But that'll be interesting, John. It'll be interesting about how they will pull up. So it is a long series. Rotation will happen. Anderson in now to Labuschagne, who works it to the offside, looking for a quick single, but he decides in the end not to run the single, dot ball. So it'll be interesting to see what they do in terms of their combination for the next test. But they are age is definitely catching up with them, you would think. You can't beat the clock. And they've got to be realistic that you can't play forever. So, Jimmy said it himself, if I'm going to play on wickets that are going to be, flat and not doing much like Edgbaston, then I might as well retire. I think he was just saying that because of frustration built up. Jihan says, it's frustrating for me. Sorry, I would really like to see Warner get on a flat one and take England apart, but he never gets the chance. No, that's all right, Jihan. Bit of frustration there. That's just cricket, isn't it? You need a bit of luck with the weather and stuff, but I think Australia's done well, actually. Good shot. Short ball from Anderson, pulled away from Labuschagne, gets over the head of Stokes at square leg for 4. Australia pick up their first runs in a while. A boundary for Labuschagne. Set of the over. 1 for 71. Yesterday, Jihan, yet Duckett and Crawley seem to every time they bat. Yesterday, Jihan, okay, this is a bit village. Maybe this is the sign he needs to retire. Well, I can understand the tactic. Obviously, keep Marnus in his crease. But I don't think you'll be doing that off Jimmy Anderson too often. A quality bowler of his experience and ilk, I don't think he likes the keeper standing up to the stumps. That just shows that, he hasn't got that pace. And, as we've seen the England bowlers in this test match, and even in the last test match at Edgbaston, they don't have that pace. And We saw with the Australian bowlers, they do have that extra pace, and it feels a little bit uncomfortable for England's batters. Stuart Broad is going to continue. He's back into the attack. Robinson out, Broad in. Got 3 slips for Broad. Khawaja on strike. He's on 36, holding the innings together yet again, like he did at Edgbaston. Broad into Khawaja. Works this out to backward point. There's no run. We've got 42 overs left in the day remaining. So there's a lot of overs, still a lot of cricket. I'm not sure we get all the overs in. We've got around about 10 minutes before tea on day 2. This one again, defended to point. Khawaja, no run. John says, will Jimmy do a Graham Swan and call it quits in the middle of a series? I don't think he'll do that, John. I don't think he'll retire mid-series. I think he'll announce something after the series if he was planning to do that. I don't think he has any plans to retire. I think he still has the motivation, drive, commitment to play for England. But you've got to be realistic, and it comes a point where you have to ask yourself that hard question. Is it time? He deserves to retire on his own terms, Jimmy. He's earned that right. So same as Stuart Broad. They will retire when they feel like it's right, the right time. I don't think Broad will play on until he's 40. I think he will play for another year or so and probably retire. I don't think he'll play until he's 40. So we'll have to wait and see. Broad into Khawaja, and there's no run. Defended to the offside. But with Graham Swan, yes, that 2013-14 series where Australia beat England 5-0. Yeah, he did retire mid-series after the Melbourne test. Called it quits and said that's enough. But, we've seen that from players in the past where they've retired mid-series. Broad to Khawaja. Nicely glided through backward point for 4. A very top-notch shot from Usman Khawaja. 4 runs. Lead now 166 for Australia. Usman Khawaja rocked back on the back foot. Glided that nicely through backward point for 4. Gian says, just need to get through today and plunder tomorrow when the pitch is flat. That seems like a plan, Jihan, but they've done well. I think Australia's done okay. They've scored runs. Khawaja played a good shot there. Moves to 40. They've done pretty well. England, yet again, problems with their bowling again. Broad in to Khawaja. That was a poor delivery. It was full and wide outside off stump. Khawaja drives him through the covers for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Usman Khawaja. Stuart Broad. John Howard likes that. He's pretty happy about that shot, John Howard, in the crowd. Nicely driven by Khawaja again. Full extension of the arms. The knee slightly bent. Transfer of weight. Played it underneath his eyes. That was the key. Nicely played. Yesterday, Jihan Bob Willis described Graham Swan's retirement as getting into disguise and getting away in the lifeboats with the women and children on the Titanic. Well, he was known for his reviews, Bob Willis. He wasn't prepared to state them. This one driven by Khawaja to mid-off. There's no run. Instead of the over 1 for 79. 1 for 79 after 30 overs. Australia have extended their lead. Nearly approaching 200. And that will be another milestone to tick off. get the lead to 200 and 250 and then 300, 400. Not long to go until tea. Thanks, everyone, for joining us for the last 4 hours. And it's been a pretty good session. Australia lead by 170. Pretty much dominated today, you would think, Australia. They've scored 67 runs in this session in 24 overs. That's not bad. For the loss of David Warner is not a bad session. Pretty good. Gian says, how worried do you think England are at the moment? Or are they overconfident they can chase anything? I'll get back to that in a minute, Jihan. As Anderson in now to Labuschagne. Leaves outside off stump. Is that right? I don't think they'll be worried. I think many England fans will be worried because they know what Australia's capable of. England, they'll be confident in chasing anything that Australia's set. If Australia's set them 450 or something, they'll back themselves to chase that. But you would think that Australia should be able to get the wickets. But you got to factor in that Nathan Lyon's not bowling, obviously. This one again left alone outside of stump by Labuschagne. And Johnny Bairstow, I should say, sort of looking to run out Labuschagne because he was out of his crease. He's not standing up to the stumps. Look, I don't think they care. I don't think they care at all. You know, that's just their mantra. I don't think they're worried about anything. If you're an England fan, you would be worried. And probably overconfidence. I think even in the lead up to this test match, I think they did a lot of talking. And look what happened on day one. They were poor. And everyone was on their case and everyone was on their back saying, oh, you know, they talked a big game throughout the build up to the second test. Zach Crawley said, oh, we'll beat you by 150 runs. But I don't think that's going to happen now because England are chasing. Ollie Pope said, you know, if we're 2-0 down, we'll come back and win 3-2. That hasn't happened before in an Ashes series. So they have a bit of smugness, if I can use that word, Jihan, a bit of smugness about them. And probably saying, yeah, we are probably better than you. And that's what they're probably saying to Australia. And Australia, they won't take any notice of it. They'll just do their thing. But to me, it seems like they are a little bit overconfident and probably a little bit smug, if I can say that. And what we saw today, you know, Australia will definitely be in the game. They'll definitely create opportunities and get wickets, as we saw with the short ball barrage today and yesterday. Australia will definitely be in the game. England have thrown away a golden opportunity. You know, 1 for 188. You should be really bossing the game from that position. They didn't. So, yeah, to answer your question, Jihad, I don't think they'll care. I think they'll be confident about chasing anything. They've already set out their mantra, and that's we're going to chase down everything. We're going to play our brand of cricket. This is how we play. We're not going to change it. Anderson into Labuschagne, leaves outside off stump. And that's the end of the over. It's 1 for 79. It's a maiden. Bairstow stood up to the stumps again. Another maiden. Anderson. But yeah, but I think for Australia, they will need something over 400, I think. 400 plus is a good score. And we know in the history of the game, not many teams have chased down 400, but you never know. England may do it. They may repeat what Australia did in 1948 and chase down 404 runs in like 300 minutes like the great Invincibles did of 1948 at Headingley. But Australia had Arthur Morris and Don Bradman, of course, who made a 301 partnership for the second wicket. I don't think England are capable of doing that. But I think Australia would learn from the first innings. Okay, the short ball tactic worked. We can really play on their ego and play on their patience. And they'll have a crack, England. We saw that. They'll throw their hands at everything. So if I was Australia, I would be still confident of forcing a result in this match. Yes, Nathan Lyon's a big blow, but they're more than capable of taking 10 wickets and creating chances, I think. So not ideal. This one again, short ball. Kawasha leaves and there's no run. John says, I don't think England actually care. They've made their bed and are happy to lie in it. Gian says, I think England are happy as long as their run rate is higher than Australia's. Nothing else matters. Yeah. John says, my biggest concern is that we are down a frontline bowler with 10 batsmen. Just have to suck it up and see. Yes, Nathan Lyon. Yes, that's a good point you raised here, John. I don't think he will bat. He may bat if the situation depends on it. But he'll be hobbling on one leg if he does. That's a good point you raised there. So technically, I think Australia only have 9 batters, not the full 11. Only have 10 batters, not 11, because of Nathan Lyon. So I don't think he'll bat. But if the situation requires him to bat, he'll go out there and bat probably. Jihan. It's an interesting point that you raise about this. Obviously, I'll come back to that. Brought into Kawasha. This one's short, put away by Kawasha to deep square leg for 1. First run for Australia in the few overs. Here, just one for the over there, signal by Chris Gaffney. Jihan. The Australian team actually played their own version of Bazball on that tour, actually. It was in the tour match against, obviously in that game in Headingley, they scored 404 runs, obviously, which was the first time a team ever chased down 400 in the last innings. Obviously, they needed to get the runs in 300 minutes, and they got them with a few overs to spare. Neil Harvey actually hit the winning runs. And obviously it helps when you have Bradman and obviously Arthur Morris, who made big centuries. Morris made 180 odd. He got out. Bradman made 170 odd. That was actually his final century in Test cricket, actually, because he already got one in the first Test at Trent Bridge. But reading the Wisden report from that game, Jihan, because we don't have many highlights of that. We do a little bit, but reading the reports from it, the pitch was taking turn. Brought into Labuschagne and he's out. Is he? No. There's an appeal for caught behind. England were convinced there was a noise. The umpire didn't give it out. I didn't see any deflection or whatsoever. England not going to review this. They're running out of time. Time has run out. Broad thinks everything's out, but it's not. They decide against it. Labuschagne went driving outside off stump. It was a bit of a rash shot from Marnus. Was it the bat hitting the ground? I think it was. The bat probably hitting the ground. Let's have a look to see if there was a bit of... No, the bat was nowhere near the ground. Yeah, clear daylight. I don't know what Stuart Broad was on about. He thinks everything's out. There was a spike, but that's when the ball passed the bat. Don't know what England were on about there. By the umpire, Chris Gaffney. Brought into Labuschagne. This one traps him on the pads. There's an appeal for LBW. Chris Gaffney says not out. Stuart Broad thinks it's out, but it could be outside the line. Could be an inside edge or something. They say no. They don't want to burn a review. It's the end of the over. It's 1 for 81. An eventful over. Marnus survives, though. Stuart Broad not happy because he thinks he would have got 2 wickets there. I think that's the end of the session. I think that will be tea. Marnus. little bit sketchy there, Marnus. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, going down leg side that. So, yeah. Good decision in the end from Chris Gaffney. That one missing leg stump. And that will be T. T on day 3. Australia have made it to T, 172 runs ahead. It's been a very interesting second session, but you would think Australia's session only lost 1 wicket. They scored 68 runs. That's not bad. So you would think Australia's session at T on day 3, putting Australia in a good position here. Going back to your comment there, Jihan, yes, they were playing baseball because they had to, but it helps when you have Don Bradman in the side. But according to the reports that Wisden, the match report, which I read, because we're going to do a historical series episode on the 1948 Invincibles, and we're going to talk about their run and all their games. The pitch was taken turn at Headingley, but England didn't pick a specialist spinner. Sort of like here, really. They dropped Jim Laker, and they didn't have a specialist spinner. So, and in those days, they played on uncovered pitches. So, but there's also another game as well, Jihan, which I posted on our community page, and I'll bring that up in a minute, about Australia playing baseball back in 1948. And they did. They played their own version of it, but they scored really quickly. And Bradman was pretty well known for his fast scoring. John says, I don't think Lyon will bat. Maybe if we're batting last and we needed him to hold up an end. Yeah, if it was in that situation, then yes. But yeah, I don't think he'll bat. There's no need for him to bat. The top order will definitely sort it out. So no need to risk Gaz. Let him rest up that calf. Jihan says they had a pre-motion about the bloke that was to be Brendan Baz McCullum. Jihan says, I always think when you know you're not out and the opposition are convinced you are, you pretend to look guilty to get them to waste their reviews, then you rely on the umpires to make a howler in your favour. John says, interesting about Lyon, when I saw him early on crutches, he appeared to be wearing a compression stocking, which is just used to reduce swelling. Maybe Jihan could elaborate. Yes, Jihan, you are the medical expert here. You could elaborate on that. Yes, say Jihan, but they can't review because you tricked them into losing them. Yeah, Stuart Broad thinks everything's out. So he wastes reviews anyway. Jihan says it's generally to increase the blood flow, healing, and immobilization. Thank you for that, Jihan, the medical expert opinion on Nathan Lyon's calf injury. Yeah. Yeah, Jihan. Obviously, Jihan, going back to your comment about baseball and Australia playing, baseball in 1948, there is one game on that tour which they scored 721 runs in a day, and that was against Essex. And they scored at a good run rate there. It's a funny story, actually, with the Essex scorer. He couldn't keep up. Bradman made 100. Sam Loxton made 100 in that game. I posted it on our community page, Jihan. Have a read of it. Quite an interesting story about that. But Australia played baseball 75 years ago. Their own version in 1948. Jihan says, I've torn calves myself playing cricket as a 14-year-old. It's ridiculously painful. Yeah, it would be. He looked in very severe pain, Nathan Lyon. He couldn't really put weight on it. Jihan says, you feel like you've been shot or something. Probably like an Achilles injury, just where it pops. So Australia won for 81. This one's for you, Jihan. This is the scorecard from that game I was talking about. 1948 Invincibles. Obviously, this is the tour game against Essex, and it's quite a very interesting scorecard, Jihan. And it shows that Australia were actually the first team to play this brand of cricket in England. It was pretty quite crazy, actually. So that's the scorecard there. And we also yes, say Jihan. I've done hamstrings as an adult, but the calf tears when I was a teenager was the worst. Yes, say Jihan. I think I was prone to them getting through adolescence back then. John, you say, I've never done a calf, but yes, a hammy and glutes. I've never done a muscle injury myself, but it can be very painful, that's for sure. Jihan, just for you, I've got a link in the chat to that scorecard. When Australia played Essex during their tour match in 1948, the Invincibles, and you speak about England scoring 500 runs in a day. Well, Australia scored 720 runs in a day. It's quite a very funny story, actually, about the Essex scorer. He was all over the place. He couldn't keep up with the fast scoring from Australia that day. So Australia, 75 years ago, played their own version of baseball. And I did mention this in our community tab on our YouTube channel about this. So the Australian team played their own version of baseball in 1948. How many overs, though, as you say, Gian? Well, in the scorecard, just having a look. Well, it's in the chat, Jihan, so you can look at it there, but I've got it in front of me here. Australia batted first. They batted for 129 overs. The run rate was 5.58 runs an over. They scored 721 runs all out. Bill Brown, opening batsman, scored 153. Don Bradman, 187. Sam Loxton made 120. And Ron Saggers, which was the wicketkeeper, he was the backup wicketkeeper for that tour, made 104 not out. Essex were bowled out for 83. And then they were asked to follow on. And they were bowled out for 187. And they lost by an innings and 451 runs, which is not a great game to be a part of. But for Essex, they achieved something that many teams on that tour didn't achieve against Australia, and they bowled them out in a day. So for Essex, they were able to achieve that feat. Gian says the difference there is they had a high run rate and a high total score. They scored pretty quickly. That's the record still in first-class cricket. No other team has done that. The 1948 Invincibles played their own version of baseball. Even England scoring 500 runs in Pakistan. Australia did one better and scored 721 runs in a first-class match. I know it's a little bit different, of course. It's not a test match, but still, it's a pretty good record, scoring at that fast pace and that. Obviously, back then, they didn't have balls recorded, so you didn't know their strike rates. But, I think Bradman, his strike rate in that game was like 90, I think. He scored some big runs in that series. But it helps when you have Bradman in the side. It does. But it was a very fascinating game. Very funny story with the scorer. The scoreboard at the ground in Essex. So they didn't have a number 7, so they have to leave it blank when Australia crossed over 700. They couldn't keep up at all. Gian says, not a high run rate, less runs than the opposition, but a moral victory for the higher run rate like England had at Edgbaston. Yeah. Well, it's a pretty good game. I thought it was a nice thing to mention. I did mention it in our community page ages ago, before this series, obviously the talk of Bazball. But the mighty Australians, the mighty Invincibles did that in 1948. Scored 721 runs in a day against Essex. 4 centuries. Bradman top scored 187. Not bad. And they also did the same thing at Headingley as well, where they had to score 404 runs in 300 minutes, which they did. And Neil Harvey hit the winning runs. He was out there with Bradman at the end, hit the winning runs, hit a boundary. Australia won the test. They won the series. And Don Bradman and Neil Harvey had to run off after the crowd were swamping them, really. Had to get out of the way because the crowd ran onto the field. But yeah, it's quite an interesting game to look back on. Something that I didn't know before I encountered it when I did my research, but it's one of those games that many people remember, certainly from a historical sense. But yeah, the Invincibles were an almighty team. They were. Not too many losses on the tour. Didn't lose a game. Drew a few games. But won the Ashes, which was the main thing, that's for sure. But a very interesting match to look back and say, yeah. Played a few games in Scotland as well. And that's where Don Bradman finished up his career, actually, in Scotland. Played his last game in England and Scotland. The Highlands of Scotland, around about Aberdeenshire, around about there. But in the game where Australia chased down 404, which they did easily, they finished 3 wickets down, won by 7 wickets. The run rate for them in that innings was 3.53 runs per over. And Arthur Morris, 182, 173 for Bradman not out. Partnership of 301 pretty much got them over the line. Jihan says, interesting thing, my dad told me his parents' generation in Sri Lanka, we're talking 1930s, 1950s. Everyone knew about Don Bradman. He was like the ultimate hero of the Commonwealth. He was. Everyone knew him because he was that sort of figure in cricket at the time. In those days, everyone knew him. And he was that figure that people knew from watching cricket and knew about his records and feats. And where we're going to next, obviously, Headingley. He had an amazing record at Headingley. Scored 2 of his triple centuries at that ground. One in 1930, of course, the 334. And then he scored 309 or something in the next game there that he played. I think that was in 1934. So 2 triple centuries for him at that ground. Also a century in 1948 as well. So a pretty good record for Bradman at Headingley. And also a special ground for Australia, of course, after what the Invincibles did in 1948. But it was a lower run rate in those days. 3.53 runs, chasing 404, and they did it quite easily. And the England bowlers, the problem was that they weren't able to control them. Gian says he was just as good as Chris Gale. Well, Chris Gale scored 2 triple centuries in his career. Vrinder Sehwag the same. Brian Lara, Don Bradman. Very good good bashers and knew what they're doing. But his records can never be surpassed, that's for sure. 50-odd test matches, 99.94 was pretty good record. Did it on uncovered pitches and different style of cricket back then. There's a body line as well. 1932, 33 wasn't pleasant. Which is pretty good. Alrighty then, we got tea here, but the thing that I wanted to announce, obviously I haven't had time to do it as we've been busy. The thing that we're wanting to announce, obviously, going forward, I'll get to that in a minute if we have more comments here. Jihan says, but do you think the bowling wasn't as good back then? The bowling was different. Different pitches, different conditions. You had fast bowlers, obviously. You had Frank Tyson. You had, in the 1950s. Obviously, Bradman's time, you had Harold Larwood. You had quicker bowlers of that era. So I think, the bowling, you would say, is very different to what it is now, obviously, because the game's developed a lot. But back then, the bowlers were very skillful as well. But it was just a different game. Bowlers bowled differently in terms of their techniques and how they went about things. So it was just different, I think. But there were some good bowlers in those days when Bradman played. If you have to make a comparison to now and back then, obviously, I think that they're different. You can't really compare them, really, because it's two different generations, different eras. You say, Jihan, could he do it against McGrath, Warren, Murali, Ambrose, Gardner, Marshall, Wakar, Wasim, etc.? That's always the question, isn't it? Could he have done better in this era? And as a Holding, I forgot, sorry. Yeah, Michael Holding as well. I don't know. We always ask that question about Bradman. Could he have done better in this modern era? I think it's very hard to compare that, I think. Can't really compare different generations. I don't know. He could have, maybe. Could have, maybe with the bats today, wickets being flatter, covered wickets, not uncovered wickets, I think he would have scored more runs. If the wars didn't happen, World War II, if that didn't come in during his pomp, then I think he would have played more test matches and scored more runs for Australia. But it's very hard to compare the two, I think. But he was a darn good player, that's for sure. Yeah, very good player, Bradman. The players are making their way out to tea. This is the last session. So we are going to stream a little bit of the last session. Then I'm going to call it quits. We've been on for 5 hours, so the time's flying by. But we also have some announcements to make as well. I want to get that out of the way before we sign off today. Just regarding the podcast going forward, etc., and all that stuff. Some other things that we have planned. Players are making their way out. Australia in a very good position in this test match. John says, I don't think the fielding wasn't as good back then. No, I think the fielding was pretty ordinary as well. Definitely different now. Back then, applaud the ball to the fence, etc. Yeah, that's what it was back in those days. Jihan says, could he have done it against Ollie Robinson and Chris Wilkes? Probably, Jihan. Most likely, yes, you would think. But I think with Bradman, I think that you have to challenge him with real pace. Harold Larwood certainly did in that bodyline series of 1932-33. He was certainly tested, but he averaged 50 plus. So even bodyline stopped him a little bit, but he was still good, averaging 50 in that sort of situation, that series. I don't think anyone else could do that. He did that. I think he was the only person to average 50 in that series. Not many centuries were scored. There were only 2 centuries scored by Australia in that series. Sid Barnes scored one at the SCG. think it was 180 odd, and Bradman scored one in Melbourne. Robinson in to Labuschagne. First ball after the tea break. It's a short ball, pulls it away through square leg for 4. It was James Anderson. He dispatched to the rope. Not a good start for England after tea. Excuse me. Good start for Australia. Lead 176. John says, I think Bradman made a quip about facing modern bowling. Something doing along the lines of he could make a decent 50 or so, but he was in his 60s or 70s. Yeah, I've heard that as well, John. Yeah. He said, yeah, but I'm in my 60s and 70s, so too old. Yeah, I have heard that as well. Anderson into Labuschagne defense. Gian says, I have to say, the Stark ball to get Stokes today was an absolute beauty. Him at his absolute best, similar to the Curly ball in the WTC final. Yeah, it was. It was a good delivery. It's, Ben Stokes was looking to work that through the leg side and got an outside edge, leading edge, straight to Cameron Green, who took another good catch again. That ball to Curly in the WTC final just leapt off and just caught Curly by surprise. And that's why Australia wanted Stark in this test. He provides the point of difference, which was probably lacking last week at Edgbaston. That one defends the point by Labuschagne. No run. He's on 12. Khawaja on 45. So we're going to be streaming a little bit of the last session before we sign off. Been on for 5 hours, but we do have an announcement about the podcast going forward in terms of that and in terms of other stuff. But we did have an idea that we wanted to run through our listeners and all you guys, see what you think of it. Anderson into Labuschagne, defended to the leg side, no run. We were thinking about doing something different, I think. Seeing that we've been doing our live streams, we interact and talk to each other. I thought of the idea of probably doing what other YouTubers do, other channels that I've known of. They get their listeners to, send them in, get to chat on like channels or something like that in terms of offering discussion and opinions or whatever, voice to voice sort of thing. So that's the end of the over. A good start by Australia after tea. So as you would notice, we do have a poll in the chat about that. So is that something that people would want to do? Basically, what it's about, it's just that you talk like this or whatever amongst people who like the game. Something different that we thought we should try. So vote in the poll whether or not you want that to see how many people would be interested in that. That's also on our community page as well, just to get a bit of interest. Talk amongst ourselves about cricket and do something different as Broad comes into the attack after tea. So just something that we thought about. Something that we thought about doing something a little bit different. Many other YouTube channels have their subscribers or listeners, on a Discord or sort of thing, where it's sort of like a thing where you can chat and stuff. We were thinking about doing something similar to that. That brought into Khawaja. This one collects Khawaja on the pads, down the leg side, will race away for 4 leg byes. Runs are flowing for Australia after tea. So that's something for us to try and do, something different to engage more with our listeners and viewers. So if that's something you want to do, let us know in the chat. Let us know in the poll. That's available in the chat of this stream, but it's also available on our community page. See if we have enough interest or whatever. Short ball from Broad again. Kawaja ducks underneath. No run. Yeah, Jihan. Yeah, if you want to come on, mate. I was thinking about that the other day, Jihan. I was like, maybe I should get Jihan on and talk about cricket a bit. Talk about Australian cricket. But yeah, so we're sort of thinking about doing that. We're sort of thinking about getting people onto the podcast, fans or whatever, talk cricket or, discuss cricket with other people. So it's something that we're thinking about doing, just something different rather than live stream. It's great doing the live streams, but you're just talking to yourself. So it'd be good to talk to other people. If you want to do that, that's fine. We'll try and work something out. But if you want to come on, Jihad, you're more than welcome to talk about Australian cricket. Obviously, I know you're very passionate about Australian cricket and care about the team deeply. But yeah, that's something that we're thinking about doing. Something I've noticed that other YouTubers do that. Something different just to engage with people. So, it'll be sort of like, sort of like a Zoom sort of thing. You get other people from other parts of the world. It won't be like a recorded episode or anything like that. It'll just be like a discussion on cricket. Just if you want to ask me questions or something. Yeah, something like that, Jihan. Yeah, that's right. Maybe we could get Nick and Gabe on or, have a bit of a live, not a live stream, but more of like a Zoom meeting sort of thing, sort of that sort of thing. So maybe we can have Nick and Gabe on. I'll be on. We have our listeners come in and talk cricket. It won't be a recorded episode or anything like that. It'll just be, talking. So that's the idea I was having in my head. So vote in the poll that we have in this live stream now. There's one on our community page. If we have enough interest, we'll do it. I think it will be good just to talk to some people for once rather than just talking to a screen. It's that interaction. It's sort of just to improve the experience, I suppose, with people on the podcast. And obviously gives you an opportunity to ask me questions in person, stuff like that. I hope so, Jihan. Also, your mates, Pat Cummins, Uzi, Kawaja, and David Warner. Hopefully, one day. I don't know if that will happen, Jihan, but I hope it does. It would be nice to speak to Pat. I think he's a nice guy. It would be good to just sit down and have a chat with him. He seems like a nice guy. Hopefully one day, Jihan, but, we've already spoken to former players already and current players like Mary Walden, the women's game for Ireland. So hopefully one day, if we build up our reach, but yeah, it would be nice to do that. We can give it a try. End of the over, 1 for 90 for Australia. So that's something that we're thinking about. So it'll be something like that, something like a Zoom meeting where our listeners can come in. We can have a chat for I don't know, maybe half an hour or something, chat about cricket, ask me questions, yada, yada, yada. So something that we thought about, I thought about, just something different with the podcast, get that engagement. That one's worked through point for Kawash for a couple of runs, moves on to 48. But would be nice to speak to all of you in person rather than speaking to us into a screen. So vote in the poll. Let us know if you have any ideas on that. How can we improve that idea? All suggestions are welcome. That's all right, John. You say, I'll be interested, but my social media footprint is pretty limited. Might have to teach this old dog some new tricks. That's all right, John. We can definitely, it's quite easy. That's down the leg side. That's 4 runs for Kawash. I think that's missed everything. Yep, it's buys. Yeah, obviously, John, technology is pretty simple to follow these days. It's quite easy. So the program that I use for the streams, obviously, you just send out a link. You copy and paste that link to your browser, and then you come on and we sort of do it like a Zoom meeting sort of thing. So it's quite simple to follow, actually. So if you're interested in doing that, if all of you are interested in doing that, then we can organize that, and we can do that, once a month or something or whatever. Haven't thought about the format in full, but something that we want to, if you want. So yeah, it would be good. Chat with like-minded people, chat about the game. You say, Jihan, I've always wanted Uzi and Davey to both score hundreds together. They've known each other since they were kids growing up in the same council estate. They're cut from the same cloth. They are. They've played a lot of cricket with each other. They have. Owens works on the leg side for Kawasha. He races to 49. Picks up a single. Yeah, they've played a lot of cricket for New South Wales, obviously growing up, and underage cricket. And, it would be nice for them to, share in that moment, scoring hundreds in the same innings, or when they're batting together, opening the partnership. But, yeah. So do let us know, everyone, if you want that to happen. We're just throwing out some ideas, just something different. I've noticed that a lot of other YouTubers from different areas have done that. I'm not sure if Nick and Gabe ever thought about that. I don't think they have thought about that idea. I didn't ask them about it, but it could be something that we do just to interact with everyone, have a bit of chat. Would be nice to do. So that's definitely one thing that we're definitely planning going into the future. Jihan says, don't want to jinx him, but Uzi looks set again. Yeah, he does. He looks pretty good. Dot ball. Finish. Labuschagne defends. End of the over, 1 for 97. Australia lead, 1 by 188. So do let us know in the polls that we have in our community page. Vote in there. Obviously, we can take it from there. John says, if it's just copy and paste browser link, that's easy enough. Easy, though. But as the saying goes, I have a great head for radio. Well, that's very easy, John. Obviously, the program that I use for streaming is pretty much a copy and paste sort of thing. So if you're going to invite people to your video stream, you just copy and paste the link and it's all done, really. It's pretty simple to follow. The only thing you need is a computer and that's it, really. So pretty simple thing. But yeah, so something that we thought about, just a bit of an idea just to interact with the listeners and viewers, talk about cricket. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a simple thing, that's for sure. I haven't thought of the format yet, so I have to wait and see. Jihan says, ideal scenario is these two and Smudge get them to a lead of 300, then go nuts. Yeah, I think that's the plan, Jihan. I think that's pretty spot on. But yeah, so that's one of the things that we're thinking about, just improving the podcast experience, that's all. So that's in our community page. Go and vote over there. Go and vote. If you want it to happen, we'll be happy to set it up. Brilliant drive. Full delivery from Broad, straight back down the ground from Khawaja, down to the long off boundary for 4, bring up his half century. Another half century for Khawaja in the series to go with his 100 at Edgbaston. He looks the goods, Usman Khawaja. He's a very good player. 23rd test half century, 1500s as well. Yeah, just a little bit too full from Broad, just over pitching. Nicely driven down the ground from Usman Khawaja. Bring up his half century for boundary. Wonderful player to watch, Usman Khawaja. Just elegant on the eye. And the balcony applaud him. Half century. Got to dig in now, Khawaja, and get a big score here. 100 up for Australia as well. 1 for 101. Stuart Broad. Been expensive again, done for 32. He hasn't really done much with the ball in this game thus far. Gian says, I don't know why, but I get quite emotional when Khawaja got his 100 at Armorbad. It felt like a breakthrough moment, though. Breakthrough moment for a generation of Australian batsmen that had tried and failed on Indian tours. It was a great moment when he brought up the century. Obviously, it was a flat pitch, to be fair, but yeah, he's done well since he's come back, Khawaja. He's in that good place. He's in a happy place. He's pretty relaxed. He says, whatever it is, whatever. If I play my last game for Australia today, I'm happy with that. I don't have any regrets. He just seems like a chill guy, and he's in a very good place in his life, and he's grateful to play for Australia and have these moments, and it's a good story. It's a good story. And he deserves everything that comes his way in terms of success. He's a very quality player. We all knew that when we saw him the first time. But you just knew that he had something in those early days. But unfortunately, he was in and out of the side and, chopped and changed around a bit, dropped a few times. But since he's come back, he's done pretty well. Gian says, yeah, that's the thing. It was a road, but he batted well even before that. Got 81 in one match. Yeah, he did. Yeah. On a very tough tour for Australia. It was a very tough tour, but he was one of the positives, I think. Thanks for joining us, everyone. We'll be here for another few overs of this last session. I was only meant to do the first session, but, time gets away from us, I suppose. Leading run scorers in the series thus far: Usman Khawaja, 276, Root 174, Travis Head 143, David Warner. Not many people would have thought he was going to be in the leading run scorers list in the top 5, but he's 136 and Smith's 132. And the funny thing about that stat is that the only England batter on that list is Joe Root. No one else is in the top 5 leading run scorers in the series. Just shows the different styles that England are playing with Bazball. Broad, this one on the pads of Khawaja, works it through the leg side. Picks up a single. Jimmy Anderson does the fielding. He's wearing his long sleeve sweater. Quite cold out there. A little bit chilly, but it is summer in England. But everyone's got their sweaters on. The Australian sweater, of course, cable knit. That's what you want to see. You want to see the Australian sweater out there. Better than the English one, I think. Just with the design, I think. Proper cricket sweater. That's what you want. Brought into Labuschagne. This one coming back into Labuschagne. Defends to mid-on. It's no run. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. Been live for nearly 5.5 hours. Time gets away from us, I suppose. That's we'll be here for another few overs, that's for sure. Labuschagne, 12 of 33. Khawaja, 54 off 106. He defends this one. Labuschagne. No run. Jihan says, come on, let's put an extra 100 on this partnership. Yeah, that's right, Jihan. You say, Jihan, 1 a.m. in Adelaide? Just about, Jihan. Around about 6 minutes away from 1 o'clock. It's around about 12:54. So yeah, I'm going to be absolutely spent by the end of this series. It's not a good thing when you watch 5 days and they all go until 3:30 in the morning. It takes a lot out of you. I'm cooked. To use Ben Stokes' words after Edgbaston, I'm cooked. I'm drained. Just lack of sleep's really getting to me now. And anyway, it's the Ashes, and I don't want to miss cricket. I hate missing cricket. I don't like missing watching games of cricket because it's not the same when you watch the highlights the next day. You miss out on what's happened, and every ball's an event in itself. But those are the things you do for cricket, I suppose. But yeah, nearly 1 o'clock, Jihan. Oh, that's good, Jihan. That's good. Just have a nice, relaxing time. You say it's nearly 11:30 in Perth. I've had a nice week at work, but I'm enjoying a few beers now. That's the spirit, Jihan. I don't drink myself, but it's nice just to unwind a bit, watch a bit of cricket, and just sit back and enjoy life. That's the spirit. Labuschagne defends again to the leg side, no run. Lead 194. Yeah, I'm quite in a happier mood today as I was yesterday. I wasn't in a happy mood yesterday, given that how the game was panning out, but it's good to see Australia back on top again. Anderson in to Labuschagne. This one full. Labuschagne works it to the offside, looking for a quick single. He decides not to. No run. John says, ooh, Will paired. One double entendre for another. Played with a straight bat, sir. Jihan says, cricket lets me enjoy life. It does. It's a big part of my life. It's been my life ever since I ever came in encounter with the game. I was in primary school, and I've enjoyed it ever since. Playing cricket, having fun. Let's just say, I'm not the most talented cricketer going around, but you have fun, roll the arm over as I do. My medium paces sort of resemble sort of Harry Brooks sort of bowling, really, I think. Not really that flash, but I have picked up some wickets. I picked up 3 for 16 in a match once, and that was on debut for my club, which was a pretty good day. I bowled 4 overs, 3 for 16. Probably one of the best spells and probably one of the best bowling performances I've had in my career thus far. It was a pretty good day too. Camaraderie ship when you play. That's what it's all about. Anderson into Labuschagne. This one again defended to the offside, no run. Jimmy Anderson still having the keeper up to the stumps and bear stroke, keeping Labuschagne in his crease. I don't think Jimmy would be all too happy about that. He's having some problems with the foot marks. Jihan says, even when we're being destroyed. Yeah, that's the spirit, Jihan. You always support the team. We've all been through the ups and downs, have we? I remember when Australia got bowled out for 60 at Trent Bridge. That was the worst day I've ever experienced in my time of watching cricket. It was just horrible to watch that game. Gives me nightmares still. On a real green top at Trent Bridge. That one's 4 through point for Labuschagne. End of the over. 1 for 107. Lead 198. But I suppose, that's the thing as a supporter always. You just ride the ups and downs. Even yesterday, I was like, Australia's not going to come back from this. But no, we've done well today. Been really impressed with how the team's responded. Obviously, Nathan Lyon going down was a bit of a blow. But I think the team have picked themselves up really nicely. And they're in with a chance to go 2-0 up. And I hope they do. Because then they have to win one more test to win the Ashes and retain them. Gian says, I was a fast medium outswing bowler then. Developed my batting later on. Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm quite fast myself, Jihan. I think I'm slow medium. I wouldn't be clocking over 100 over the speed gun, that's for sure. But I do swing a little bit. I do swing the ball a little bit. A little bit of movement in the air a little bit. That's what my coach said once. He's trying to swing the ball. And I was like, no. It's just coming out of my hand that way. But I have a very good wrist position, which is nice. Brought into Kawhi, this one wide outside off something, no run. But maybe because I do get a little bit of swing, maybe I have a good wrist position, which I do. Get your wrist behind the ball, fingers behind the ball. Come on, bowl a few overs, keep it tight at one end, pick up a wicket. That's all I do in batting number 11, which is not nice. It's a horrible place to bat, but I suppose when you're a tail ender, that's where you bat. number 11 or number 10. But I haven't been dismissed in my career thus far, so that's pretty good. Brought in to Kawash, a defense to mid-on, there's no run. Jihan says, I was always a good batter, but never gave me a chance because I was small. But by the time I was 17, gave me a few chances and I got a few 80s and 90s. Yes, I say Jihan, I played at the same club as David Gower. Really? David Gower was pretty good player for England. Elegant left-hander. Say Jihan, the old man, captain of my club, Captain David Gower in the 70s. Wow. That's pretty good. Another single for Kawaja to the offside. Lead 199. Let's say Jihan Allen something. Can't remember his last name anymore. That's good. Good to know there, Jihan. But yeah, it's always good playing cricket. Haven't played not since 2019-20. I haven't played. Obviously, the last 2 years, obviously, it's been a bit difficult, but hoping to get back on the park because it would be nice to get back out there, play the game that we love. Say, Jihan, also in my cohort, played with a guy called Paul Dixie as an under-11 who went on to be an under-19 England wicketkeeper. Wow, you know that. Good to hear. Jihan, there was an appeal from Broad, again, of Labuschagne about a potential LBW. Now, Stuart Broad was up. He had his finger up in the air. He was celebrating, carrying on a little bit. But it's not out. Chris Gaffney clicked over his counter, said not out. Now, England, 6 overs. They're around about 6 overs behind their over rate. 2 hours left in today's play. This one hit Labuschagne on the pads again, but Broad thought it was out straight away, but no. Not out. Chris Gaffney from New Zealand. Composed by giving that decision of that LBW to Stuart Broad. Broad into Labuschagne. This one into Labuschagne, but Labuschagne defends to the leg side. No run. John says, that was an interesting interview with Barney Rawney the other day. I think the great cricketer you're referring to there, John. Yeah, I did see that interview myself. It was not bad. That one going down the leg. No. Oh, he was right, Broad. That was hitting leg stump and England didn't review. Ben Stokes said that was going down leg side. We're not reviewing that, Broady. That was hitting the leg stump. Marnus Labuschagne is the luck. He's just seen that on the big screen, Broad. He can't believe it. That was out. And they didn't review it. Broad said, why didn't we go upstairs? He would have been gone. Marnus Labuschagne, I tell you what, he's the most luckiest cricketer that the game of cricket has ever seen. He survives. Well, that's England's undoing. You only got yourself to blame, England. And the over, 1 for 108. Brendan McCullum not happy about that non-review. Actually, he looks always calm. He's not flustered, McCullum. Oh, Broad's going off now. He's not happy. He thought we had our man there. That was hitting leg stump. Oh, it was flush. Chris Gaffney gave it not out. He thought it was going down leg. McCullum raised his finger. He said that was out, guys. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Broad, not happy. Saw that on the big screen. And he said, you can't be serious. Well, you shouldn't have burnt the previous review. That's why Ben Stokes was a little bit gun-shy. And he didn't want to risk it. Anderson in. This one short and wide outside off stump. Left alone by Kawaja. Gian says, my brother went to the same school as David Gower, actually. Also, same school as Ollie Robinson. Yeah, I think you told me that, Gian. Yes, to say, Jihan, about time we had one go our way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need a bit of luck in this game. Look, Chris Gaffney just clicked his counter. He said not out. Marnus walked away to square leg like it was nothing. And Broad was absolutely fuming. That one's worked out to deep backward point for one. 1 for 109. Excuse me. Lead now, 200. Marnus Labuschagne, I tell you what, he's the test documentary explaining about how lucky he is. He's probably one of the luckiest cricketers we know. He should have been walking back. This one on his pads again. Marnus works, through deep backward square leg. Harry Brook will cut it off for a couple. Lead 202. Excuse me. Losing my voice here a little bit. We've nearly been on for 6 hours. It's been a long time. But always good to stream as always. Marnus. He will want a big score here, Marnus Labuschagne. Missed out in the first innings. Yeah, John, he is. He is worse than Marnus. Marnus thinks everything's out himself. Inside edge. Down to fine leg for 4 from Marnus Labuschagne. A boundary. Australia 1 for 115. Lead 206. 2 balls left of Anderson's over. His partnership doing well. John says, Broad is always fuming. He's worse a peeler than Marnus. Yeah, Marnus thinks everything's out. Don't listen to Marnus when it comes to DRS. He thinks everything's out, Broad the same, but on that occasion, he was actually right. But didn't go upstairs. Well, whose fault's that? It's Ben Stokes. He's the captain. He has the final decision to make. Anderson in to Labuschagne. This one coming back into Labuschagne. Labuschagne gets it past Broad at mid-on for a couple. Maybe coming back for 3. They will come back for a third. Good running. 1 for 118. You say, Jihan, there are so many arrogant, pretentious people in England, especially when it comes to the cricket. But Barney Rawney embodies all good things I like about England. Interesting, funny, but truthful. That was the interview he did with the great cricketer. It was not a bad interview. I watched it myself as well. Not bad. His thoughts about the Ashes. He talked about Bazball and all that stuff. End of the over, 1 for 118. Oh, I do apologize, everyone. My voice is starting to let go. We've been on for nearly 6 hours, nearly. Geez. Time flies. But it's been a good day for Australia. If you're an Australian supporter, it's been a very good day. Yesterday, Jihan, I get the feeling the grade cricketer guys have a lot of respect for Barney. Yeah, that's the first time they met in person, actually. Yesterday, Jihan, Barney's also from Surrey. Yesterday, I'm from Kent, so there's a kinship there. Next county along. Stuart Broad to continue. 12 over, none for 34. He's not happy about that non-review. Marnus Labuschagne. We haven't seen the different field settings from England today. They've been pretty orthodox. Broad into Labuschagne, leaves alone outside off stump. All right. Well, seems a little bit easier now for Australia. These two have gotten used to the pitch, the pace and the movement. There is a bit of movement there, but they've done well. Broad into Labuschagne. Mistimes this drive. No run. Gian says, come on, Marnus. Push on for 100. I think he will. He doesn't miss out too many times, Marnus. So I heard Ricky Ponting talk to Marnus. He talked to him at training a little bit about his process and about his method. He's certainly made some changes from Edgbaston, which is good to see. You want to see that from the best players in the world. They always wanted to get better and learn from their mistakes and learn from their experiences. And Marnus has done that. And this is where it all started for Marnus Labuschagne here at Lords in 2019, the concussion sub. And he's had a pretty good few years. Jihan, you say, serious question, not tongue-in-cheek. What's your question, Jihan? Hope it's not something bad. Far away, Jihan. Answer your question. Be more than happy to answer it. Brought into Labuschagne. This one full on the pads. Labuschagne whips it to deep square leg for 4. Another boundary. England's starting to just lose it a little bit here. Runs are leaking like a sieve. Answer away, Jihan. What's your question? Be happy to answer it. Sort of dreading what you're going to ask, Jihan, but I'll try my best. Jihan says, how come whenever England bowl line and length, it's probing some plays and misses? Some hitting the middle, run rate is okay, not too high. It's an interesting question, Jihan. I don't know. I don't really know. That's an interesting question. Again on the pads from Broad. Labuschagne works at deep backward square leg for a single. I don't know, Jihan. Maybe because it comes down to probably how Australia play compared to England, I think. I think it comes down to England looking to attack everything, whereas Australia playing traditional Test cricket, looking to leave everything, looking to play the ball on its merits, whereas England just throw their hands at everything. So I think that's one factor. When England bowl to Australia, they look more probing with that line and length, as you mentioned, some plays and misses. And when Australia bowl to England, it's the complete opposite. So I think it just comes down to England playing the attacking style that they've been accustomed to with Bazball. And they're just playing at deliveries that you would leave or you would respect. Whereas Australia, playing traditional Test cricket, it seems more threatening at times with the plays and misses. So I think that's the reason, Jihan. I think it just comes down to that, I think. Just those sort of things there. But I think that's probably what's happening. And I've noticed that with Australia as well, what you brought up in that question there. Every time Australia bowl, it seems like there's nothing happening. Every time that England bowl, they seem to create chances and plays and misses and whatever. But I think it just comes down to England's mentality and style. And I think Australia need to try and find a method. Anderson into Labuschagne. He's gone. He's out. He's caught at backward point. Oh, Marnus, what were you doing? He hit it straight up in the air. What was he doing, Marnus Labuschagne? He didn't need to play that shot. He's looking to get runs through that backward point region. Just threw the hands at a wide one. Anderson picks up his first wicket. Marnus Labuschagne is gone. Nonetheless, good partnership with Usman Khawaja. Just a simple catch to backward point. Why was he playing at that ball? Didn't need to. Anyway, Marnus will be disappointed. He made 30. He's got to go. Batted well. Be disappointed. First wicket down in this session for Australia. But you have to say Australia have been pretty good today. Just these little missed shots. It was like in the first innings where they lost wickets at the wrong time. And I know people have made some observations about that. Yeah, it's disappointing. Oh, well, that's just cricket. Oh, well, Marnus has to go. Australia didn't need that. But anyway, Anderson picks up a wicket. Feels like a cheap wicket, you would think. A wicket given to him. I don't know why Marnus played at that ball. Should have left it. Just do the basics right, Marnus. Didn't need to play at that. Anyway, brings Steve Smith to the middle. He batted so well in the first inning, Smudge. He will want a big score here. The lead is 214. Australia still in a good position. Technically 2 for 214. Khawaja batting well. Smith has joined him with the score on 1, 2, 3 for 2. Marnus Labuschagne departed for 30. Good partnership he had with Khawaja, but it brings out Steve Smith, 32 Test centuries. Where will he finish on the list? He may probably get close to Ricky Ponning's century mark of 41. If he does, that will be a significant achievement. Anderson in to Smith. This one hits him on the body. Keeper up to the stumps for Anderson. Different tactic for him in this Test match. Not quite at his best in this series, Anderson. He's been short of a gallop. He's been a little bit flat. All right, so they've got the field in. They've got a mid-on, mid-off. They've got a backward point. They've got a slip. Probably second slip as well. They've got some fielders on the leg side as well, England. Leg slip or a leg gully. Smith works it to a square leg for a dot ball. Jihan says, when Australia bowl that, everything's hitting the middle of the bat. Lots of singles. Every ball looks like an ODI game. But when they decide to test the middle of the pitch, every ball England lose the plot. They did. We saw that yesterday and today. Jihan says, I think yesterday Australia initially gave up trying to bowl line and length because it was getting them nowhere. Yeah, it was. It just doesn't work against England for some reason. It's because they attack at everything. So you can't really build any control or pressure or anything like that. It's something that Australia need to work on, I think. Just treat it like a one-day game or a T20 match. Get a little bit funky with the bowling and the fields. But the short ball ploy worked. They took it on and look what happened. Ooh, Smith works it down to fine leg, just past the fielder at that leg slip region. He'll pick up 4 runs. He's off the mark. Ben Stokes getting a bit creative with the field. And Jihan says, there you go. Exactly my point when Marnus got out there. It was. Steve Smith off the mark with a boundary. Got inside the line of that, worked it down to fine leg. There was a leg slip, Ben Duckett, that was there. And usually teams set a leg slip to Steve Smith because of that. Just walks across, works the ball down to that fine leg region. And again, Smith works it behind square on the leg side. Deep backward square leg for a single. End of the over. 2 for 127. Australia lead by 218. Jihan, you say, I think it's more the fact England have been batting in road conditions the whole time, whereas Australia constantly having to work for their runs. Yeah, I think a little bit of that as well, Jihan, I think. Yeah, a little bit of that as well. Oh, well, that's just the way it is. I think it's a number of factors as well. Obviously, England's mentality as well and what they're doing there with baseball and stuff. But I think Australia will definitely win the series, I think. I'm not just saying that because I'm supporting Australia. I think that probably the better team in terms of the class and the quality. Whereas England, to me, playing this baseball way, yes, they're going to be brave and aggressive, but they're also going to give chances for Australia to win this series. And they've already done it here at Lord's already. You know, they're 219 runs behind. And Australia 2 for 128. They had a golden opportunity, but they threw it away. So we shall see. Defended by Smith off broad, no run. Jihan says, I want to see England batting in the same conditions Australia have had to, and Australia batting in good conditions. Yeah, it's just not working out at the moment because of the weather. You can't really control it, but I think Australia's done well today. I think they've done okay. But that was the thing. That was the thing I said in my preview before the series started, that you never know what's a good first inning score against England. You just don't know because they're capable of doing the unthinkable. So that's the thing for Australia. I think they missed a little bit of an opportunity in the first innings to get 450, 500. But they've done well to come back. They're in a good position now. So, that's all in the past now. Brought into Smith. This one beats him. Past his outside edge, no run. John says, all things considered, what do you feel is a competitive run chase for the fourth innings? Don't say 500. Just trying to think, what are the highest run chases at Lords? I think anything 350 plus, I think will be good for Australia. If they can get to that number, which they're on track to do, anything 350 plus 400, I think is good. I think anything 400 is probably good, I think. Brought into Smith. This one traps him on the pads. Not given by Chris Gaffney. He's walked across by a fair way, Steve Smith. Now Broad. He's going upstairs to Stokes, but he thinks no. No, I don't think so. He says no. Not reviewing this one. I would think anything 400, I think, is pretty good because it doesn't get chased down rarely in Test cricket. But you have to factor in that Australia don't have Nathan Lyon. Is the pitch going to break up? It doesn't really break up here at Lords. The last Test match that was played against Australia and England was a drawn Test in 2019. That one's missing leg stump. I don't know what Stuart Broad was on about. He gets far across Steve Smith. Defends this one to the leg side. No run. Jihan is still 200 runs at least. 600. I'm not sure if they're going to get 600, Jihan. But I think, look, if they bat out today, bat tomorrow, probably see where they're at the end of the day tomorrow, probably at tea. And if they're 400 in front, well, okay, pull the pin. We need much time we can to bowl them out because we don't have Nathan Lyon. So that's something that Pat Cummins needs to think about, but the Brains Trust will work on all those stuff. Smith defends to the leg side. No run. It's the end of the over. 2 for 128. It's a maiden. And lead 218. Australia's still in a good position, I would say. If you've got a lead, you must be in a good position in a Test match. John says, not 601, Jihan. Jihan says, come on, waste on your review. This is where I want Smith to walk away looking guilty. So they review. Well, they didn't review because it's missing leg stump. They've got 2 reviews left, I think, England. Jihan says, no, I mean England could chase 600. Well, that's never been done. Highest ever run chase. Stuart Broad walking off the field. Let's hope it's not to anything serious. Anderson into Kawasha. This one coming back into Kawasha. Defends to deep mid on. No run. That's never been done. The highest ever run chase is the West Indies, 418 for 7. That was against Australia, 2003. In Antigua. Quite a few teams have chased down 400. I don't think it happens all that often. Anderson, Quasha. This one down the leg side, and there's no run. John says, if the Poms chase 600, I'd bend the knee. Gian says, I watched most of that game live. Well, it was a pretty good game of cricket, it was. And the West Indies to achieve that was some feat. Because I think before that, I think the record was India. India chased down 400 against the West Indies in the 1970s. And then Australia's 404. They were the only two totals above 400 that were chased down. You say, Gian, I remember McGrath going nuts at Sarwan. Yeah, he did. He lost his cool there, Glenn. Rarely saw Glenn McGrath do that, but yeah, some words were exchanged and it didn't look nice at all. Anderson in, this one short. Khawaja pulls to find leg, picks up a single. Steve Smith will be on strike. Thanks everyone for joining us. We've just ticked over 6 hours. Whoa. The time has gone fast. What I will say that this is the longest ever stream that we've done. Previous best was 5 hours. We've gone past that by an hour. So, yeah. Longest ever stream of the podcast in our history. Breaking all sorts of records today. Jihan says, I applaud you. Well done. Defended to the offside from Smith. No run. Jihan says, well done. I applaud you. Well, I wasn't meant to stream 6 hours, Jihan. I was only meant to do the first and second session, but, you know, I'll probably call it quits in another couple of overs. I'm getting pretty drained. My voice is starting to go, as it did in the last test at Edgbaston when Australia hit the winning runs. Defended, no run. Jihan says, how comes that's happened today? You're going so long. I don't know, Jihan. I think it's just caught up in, you know, talking cricket with you and John and, you know, just talking cricket, watching cricket. You know, once I get into it, you know, it's very hard to stop. So it's just one of those things. But I got to keep telling myself is that, you know, don't want to overdo it. I sort of want to listen to the commentary, John. I don't like watching the cricket when there's no commentary. I sort of like to listen to that, but I can't put it on because of copyright. All right. Okay. Do you want us to stay on? I'd be happy to. You want us to stay on, guys? It's the end of the over. It's John says, you're in for the long haul now. You can't quit now. Oh, what is it? It's nearly 1:30 my time. Or you want me to stay on, guys? John, Jihan, want me to stay on? Thumbs up, thumbs down? I'm happy to stay on if you want. Why not? Stuff it. Why not? We'll stay on till the end. Why not? Do the whole hog. Why not? Stay on. Ollie Robinson, back into the attack. Why not? All right, guys, we're in for the long haul. I'm never doing this again, I tell you what. I must be crazy. Anyway, Robinson to Smith. He gets into an awkward position, Smith. Defends, no run. He's very effective. Gian says, I'm the same. Love the commentary. Yes, 100%. John says, yes, I have no work tomorrow, Jihan. Jihan says, stay. All right. Okay, guys, we're staying. I don't know why I'm doing this. All right. Stuff it. Why not? We'll stay. Yeah, why not? A bit of a stretch. Robinson into Smith. There's no run. Defended to mid-off. John says, you're bowling up the hill, knuckle down. Yeah, I got to knuckle down. Yeah. Got to stay focused. You know, each ball on its merits. Seen ball by ball, over by over. It's not easy doing commentary by yourself, you know. That's why I'd like a guest on or something, you know, just to. Anyway, talking to yourself gets pretty monotonous, but oh well, it's just the way it is. Robinson into Smith. This one defended to point. No run. Jihan says, I'm 6 beers in and a Chinese takeaway in tonight. It's not bad, Jihan. If Australia collapsed now, we can all get depressed together. Yeah, I hope not, Jihan. Fingers crossed. It's definitely worth it, but I am definitely drained, actually. In all seriousness, I am drained from this series. I don't know how I can survive until the end of the series. I did it in 2019. I was okay there, but, you know, I'm getting old. Not as young as I used to be. Still in my 20s, but I'm getting old. I can't do the late nights anymore. Getting old. Time flies. I'm nearly 30. Anyway, it's just the way it is. This was a short ball down the leg side. Smith wanted to pull it, but in the end, he was not happy about that, Smith, because he wanted to hit that over fine leg's head. He wasn't happy with that, Smith. He was quite agitated. Robinson into Smith. Defense to the leg side. No run. We saw that in the first innings, didn't we? Steve Smith was very frenetic. And he scored quickly, didn't he? John says, you're getting old. I am old, John. Look, I'm in my mid-20s. I'm not going to give away my age, but I can tell you I'm in my 20s. I'm just getting old, you know. Starting to get grey hairs. Grey hairs. Then you know you're old. You're getting old a bit. Too old. End of the over, 2 for 130. 44 overs done. 2 for 221, the lead. Getting old. These late nights, geez, the last few nights have been going to bed 4:30. Geez, I wouldn't recommend this to anyone. Anyway, Jihan, you say, you know, last test, I couldn't bring myself to watch the live coverage as Australia were closing in. So I just listened to you. Well, that's kind of you, Jihan. Thank you so much. Well, my reaction to the winning runs were pretty priceless. I decided to bring that as a short on the podcast and post that as a short. And the reaction I got was quite funny from some people in the comments. That was the passion. But thank you, Jihan. Couldn't bring yourself to watch the live coverage, so you watch me. So well, you would have been riding every ball with me, Jihan. My reactions and, you know, when Pat Cummins hit every boundary and got every run, you know, cheering on and that was an incredible test match. And it was interesting to hear Gabe's thoughts on that on CFA today, yesterday now, because it's now Saturday now here. All right, so Tung back into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Kawaja. Down the leg side, there's no run. Jihan said, I thought as long as I listened to you, I wouldn't be disappointed with Australia getting close and not getting there. That's all right, Jihan. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but hello. I do apologize. I just can't quite pronounce your name. But welcome. Thanks for joining us. Jihan says, trust me, my mid-20s were the greatest of my life. Once you hit 30, you really feel closer to death's door. I'm not even being sarcastic. Yeah. Yeah, Jihan, tell me about it. You know, geez. Well, I know people say, well, you know, people say you should enjoy your 20s. Yeah, you know, have fun, go out late, get smashed. I'm not really a big drinker. I'm not really a big person that goes out a lot, but I do go out with my friends and have fun a bit. That was a short ball. Kawaja righted up with his gloves there. Brings it to ground. No damage done. Now one hit the top. Sorry, can't even get my words out. Let me try again. Hit the top glove of Kawaja. Did well to bring it to ground. Tongue in to Kawaja. Short ball again. This one, Bairstow takes. It did move in the air a bit. Did it hit Kawaja? I don't think it did. Thanks for that advice, Jihan. That's the thing. Enjoy life, I suppose. Jihan says, I saw the short. It was hilarious. Aussie fan loses voice. Yeah, I know. I thought that was a good title, Jihan, and I did lose my voice. Hey, you got to enjoy it, and I certainly enjoyed it, but tongue down the leg side again. No run. You should see the comments as well, Jihan. There was one person that said, I wasn't even from Australia. My accent wasn't from Australia. I was from like New Zealand or England. I was very offended by that. Just post that out. We're doing some shorts, obviously, and that's another way of getting people across the podcast. But glad you enjoyed it, Jihan. It was a bit of fun. Joe Root's coming in underneath the helmet. Oh, that's rare. Joe Root, you don't see your premier batter in the team at short leg. You usually put the debutant in there or the youngster. I don't know why you should be having Joe Root there. Anyway, tongue in. This one full drives Kawaja to mid-off. No runs. End of the over, 2 for 130. It's a maiden. Australia lead by 2-1. On Australia. Get to the end of the day's play. I want to see us in a good position. But going back to that, Gian, look at the comments and look at the person that said I was from England or from New Zealand because of my accent. I was like, okay, that was a bit funny. Anyway, But the umpires are having a chat. They're worrying about the light because the artificial light's just taken over a little bit here. John says, it's sort of what I do. I listen to me while watching the live coverage all night. Thank you, John. Do appreciate that. I don't know why people would listen to my voice and hear me commentating about cricket, but I do appreciate that, John. Thank you so much. Appreciate the support as always. Robinson into Smith defends, no run. It is starting to rain a little bit. There is some speckles of water on the camera lens. Let's hope it goes away. There was rain forecast. We've done well to get to majority of the day without rain. So let's get towards the end of the day, shall we? The umpires will be hoping to push through this. But thank you, John. Gian says, I'll get to your comment in a minute, Gian. Robinson in, targeting the pads of Smith. He defends to mid-wicket, no run. You're wasting your time, Ollie Robinson. He's not going to miss it. He's got good hand-eye coordination. Gian says, I love my 20s for how much energy I had and how I was underweight without even trying. I hit 30 and I'm just far now. Reason, maybe just my genes. That's not good to hear, Gian. Go out, exercise, get fit, play cricket, keep fit, active. I'm quite, fit. I'm not really overweight or anything like that. I'm quite agile, fit. Smith defends, no run, inside edge onto his pads. Sorry, I can't pronounce your name. But you say, can you see how many slips have been put in place? Not too many from England in the last little period. Robinson in. Smith lets it go to the Smith lets it go to the keeper. No run. Azan Razan, Chris Gaffney got their coats on. Azan Razan's got his cap on. Chris Gaffney's sort of used to this weather in New Zealand, especially in Wellington. It's very cold and miserable there. So he's sort of used to this weather, Chris Gaffney, being from New Zealand. where you play a test match and it rains like this every day. Now then, are the players going off? They are. Chris Gaffney said, that's enough. I've seen enough. The rain's just a little bit too heavy. Let's get back on. Get back off. Sorry, let's go off. All right, so the rain has come. For the first time today, the hover cover's coming on. Many of the players don't want to go off. Steve Smith was running off like a tiger running after its prey. He was running off straight away. The long room, wonderful place in world cricket. Walking through the members. A round of applause for the Australian batters. They've done a good job. Up the stairs. Don't go too far up the stairs, otherwise you're in the top part of the pavilion. The inside, look there's Sir Donald Bradman's portrait. Watching on as the Australian players make their way into the visiting dressing room. And Ben Stokes leads his side off. It doesn't look too heavy, maybe just a light drizzle that's come over the ground. But we're going to have a little bit of a delay, but I won't be surprised if we come back on. Let's hope we come back on. I've been here for 6 hours. You know, I want to see the full day's play. Jihan says, geez, you're as Australian as you can. Yeah, I know, Jihan, but apparently, according to that person, I'm not Australian. I was either New Zealander or from England. I don't think I'm from... I'm 100% Australian, I tell you that. Born and bred here. Yeah, I was quite shocked by that, but glad you enjoyed the short, Jihan. It was a fun reaction. I don't really tend to do those things on the channel, but anyway. John says, I have given away age before, and my son is older than you, so top tip, don't worry about the grey. Thanks, John. Great advice there. Jihan says, it's funny as an Aussie cricket fan. You say, Jihan, and I'm like, yeah, but I'm an Aussie fan since I was a kid. You say, Jihan, and they're like, okay, you can be one of us if you love us so much. Say, Jihan, let's get off. Jihan says, plunder the bowling when it's sunny tomorrow. I hope so. I'd like to see some cricket. You know, I want to see the full day's play. I think many people would as well. I think the umpires would do their best. But the time at the moment at Lords, it's around about 5:12. So the rain is falling a little bit harder, according to ESPN Cricket Info. The covers coming out, obviously, as we've seen. And Australia have done well in these challenging conditions. David Warner made 25. He departed before he was out LBW to tongue for the second time in this match. Got out to him bowled in the first innings for 66. And Marnus Labuschagne played a weird shot to point, which was a bizarre shot that he played. I don't know what he was doing there. So those are the 2 wickets to fall for Australia, 1 in each session, second and third session. Jihan says, would be hilarious, no disrespect to Nathan Lyon, but if Travis Head routed England on day 5. He took 4 wickets in Sri Lanka, Jihan. Nathan Lyon was playing in that game and he took 4 wickets, Travis Head, just because Nathan Lyon was having a rest. He's not bad, Travis Head. He's not bad as a part-timer. He picked up a couple of wickets here, obviously. So we shall see what he does in the second innings. But he's got to bowl a lot. Obviously, for the third test, Todd Murphy will be back, which will be pretty good. Yeah, Jihan, yeah. Michael Bevan got 5 against the West Indies. And that was in the game where Mark Taylor took that spectacular catch at slip. And Michael Bevan didn't even watch it. He was looking at the umpire appealing. And he didn't see Tubby kick it back up off his foot. he missed out on the catch. If you see the video of that on YouTube, you see Michael Bevan, as soon as he bowls the ball, outside edge, Tubby kicks it back onto his foot, catches it, and there's Michael Bevan appealing like that. He's not even watching the catch. He missed one of the great catches of all time. But he did take 5 in that game against the West Indies. So part-timers can be reliable, Gian. John says, by my reckoning, there'll be an hour and 15 left for today. Yes. I know people have been talking about overrates, and I did a bit of research and obviously it came to my mind. I'll come to that in a minute. Jihan says, I don't know what this is about, but they've just cut to a clip of all of the England players saying they love the Spice Girls. Yeah, that's one of the montages, Jihan, from Sky Sports that they do of the, how the test has come out, how the test has panned out thus far. So it's just one of those highlights packages that Sky Sports have done. Something that Channel 9 shows, obviously, because they're broadcasting the Ashes, of course. So it's all Sky Sports. That's not Channel 9. It's Sky Sports. Well, obviously, I can't hear it because I've got my TV on mute because obviously I'm in my lounge room and I can't really have my TV on because of the copyright issues, YouTube. So I can't really hear anything. So I'm just watching the pictures. But I know when some people do live streams, they do listen to the commentary, but I don't like having headphones in my ears. I like to keep my hearing intact. But going back to the overrates, I know a lot of people have been talking about that. I've been doing some research with the playing conditions. Apparently, under the playing conditions, the new playing conditions that have been released by the ICC, apparently there are some harsher penalties for slow overrates. Just to let everyone know about that. Gian says, as a 90s kid, it was always Brit pop over Spice Girls, Oasis, Blur, Radiohead, Stones and Roses, etc. You know those bands? To be honest, Jihan, I know the Spice Girls. Oasis, yes. Blur, I've heard of them, haven't really listened to much of their music. Radiohead, not sure. The Rolling Stones, if you mean the Rolling Stones, then I've heard the Rolling Stones. But if you mean someone else, then I don't know about them. The Roses, if you mean Guns N' Roses, then I've heard of them. I have some of their music. I tend to like... John, Spice Up Your Life. Yeah. Yeah, they were not a bad band, actually. I've seen that Nick and Gabe react to like Metallica, stuff on Boring Reviews, the Beatles. That's my sort of music, Jihan. I like Queen. I like the Beatles. Who else? Any other band? I like Stevie Wonder. Who else? There's some other bands that I've heard over the years, but some of those bands, Oasis, I've heard of some of their songs, Spice Girls. Jihan says, nah, Stone Roses, original Manchester indie rock band before Oasis. Oh, okay. Yeah, but no, I haven't heard of them. So that's the sort of music I like. The Beatles, Queen, The Who. The Who's not bad. Listen to some of their songs. But the Beatles, I know Nick and Gabe reacted to one of the Beatles songs on Boring Reviews, and they got some stick in the comments about that because Gabe doesn't quite understand the Beatles. It's all right, they're a good band. I like their music. Queen, Stevie Wonder, I like him. Lionel Richie's not bad either. So some great bands out there that I've listened to. So my music taste is all over the place a little bit. I like a little bit of everything. It's not a bad song, Jihan. Bohemian Rhapsody, yeah, I've listened to that. Bicycle Race, We Are the Champions is my favorite song. One Vision by Queen. We Will Rock You. I Want to Break Free. Another one, Bites the Dust. Under Pressure. So I've listened to all those songs by Queen. Yeah, Bohemian Rhapsody's good. Not bad. But I've noticed that Nick and Gabe have reacted to many music videos and music from different bands that they've done on Boring Reviews, just expanding their taste of music. But I'm not really into that sort of, excuse me, heavy metal rock or anything like that. I like rock, but not heavy metal or stuff like that. I've listened to AC/DC, of course, a few of their songs. They're all right. Jihan says, yeah, I've given them some suggestions. Yeah, I've seen that, Jihan. I've noticed that Nick and Gabe don't have their Patreon anymore. I think Nick mentioned that. They don't have that anymore. Just having a look at, I don't know if everyone's seen it. Maybe you have seen it, Jihan or John, but they're just showing the video of Aaron Finch walking laps during the final moments of Edgbaston. He was pretty nervous, I can tell you. Pretty exciting last test match. Aaron Finch, couldn't really watch. Jihan says, yeah, I'm a late 90s, 2000s metal rock band. Fan, I should say. Yeah, but I like rock, but not that sort of rock. I like some stuff from the old days as well, from the 60s, the 70s, whatever. I like that sort of music as well. But everyone has their tastes in music, I suppose. Not a big fan of rap. I don't really like rap. Not really into it. Not really my thing. John says, Akadaka. I'm a child of the 70s with the Aussie pub rock, but also a fan of the 60s. Pretty electric as well. Thanks for that, John. Jihan says, I think, if I'm right, AC/DC were from Scotland originally, but settled in Australia. Not sure about that, Jihan. I think so. They're still going. So players, Rain has stopped play. So just waiting for news of any resumption of play, but both teams are in the dressing room at Lord's. But if you got any more questions, guys, we'll be happy to answer them. Even though we've got no cricket on, but we might as well talk about other stuff, I suppose. Might as well. We're up late, so we might as well have a bit of a chat. The Australian team still out on the balcony here at Lord's. They're not really too concerned about the weather at the moment. They're just saying, oh, okay, yeah. You know, hoping to get back on. That's the frustrating thing in cricket, rain. It's always the one thing that you don't want when you're playing cricket on a Saturday or Sunday. You draw back the curtains and you see the clouds and you see the rain, miserable cold. But Lord's looking splendid. All right, Jihan, far away. Ask away, Jihan. Ask your question about umpiring. You also said this, Jihan. I've asked you this before. Okay. Let's see if the old memory's working, Jihan. I'm suffering from lack of sleep, so far away. What's your question? Just having a look at the ground here. The crowd have stayed in their seats. Probably a little bit of light drizzle. So no one's really rushing off to seek shelter. So that's a good sign. We may get back on. You never know with the England weather. It's always unpredictable. Okay, Jihan. You say left-hand bat, left-arm bowler. Okay. So left-hand bat, left-arm bowler. Bowls a full toss. Yep. Okay, so left-hand bat, left-arm bowler, bowls a full toss. Around the wicket. Okay. So left-hand bat, left-arm bowler. So he's bowling around the wicket. Okay, That was a full toss. Ball is going to hit the stumps. Okay. Batsman doesn't play the ball. All right. Leaves the ball essentially. The suspense is building here, Jihan. Okay, so he leaves the ball. Bowler appeals for LBW. Yep. Is it out? All right. Okay. Well, let me go over this again. Okay, let me go over the facts again. Excuse me. Okay. So left-hand bat. Okay. So left-hander. All right. Bowls a full toss. So he's bowling left arm around the wicket. Bowler's going to hit the stumps. Batsman doesn't play the ball. Leaves the ball initially. Bowler appeals for LBW. Is it out? Okay. Well, there's a number of things you have to factor in here. Okay, so it's a left-handed batter, left arm bowler, so he's bowling around the wicket. So which is that side of the wicket. Full toss, angle. Bowler appeals for LBW, which, okay. Well, it's very hard when you don't have any pictures or anything, Jihan, but if it's not out, tell me the reason. Okay. Well, judging by all the facts that you have here, so he's a left-hand bat, left-arm bowler. He's bowling a full toss around the wicket. So the angle, of course. Ball is going to hit the stumps. Batsman doesn't play the ball. Leaves the ball essentially. Bowler appeals for LBW, which is correct. Is it out? I'm going to say, Jihan, I'm going to give you my answer. I'm going to go with out, I think. Tell me if I'm right, Jihan. If I'm wrong, well, so be it. I own up to that. Being an umpire, you're used to that, I suppose. But am I right, Jihan? Is it out? Just trying to visualize it in my head. It's very hard if you don't have any pictures or you have a video or something. It's very hard. Impact outside leg stump, but he hasn't played a shot. Yeah, that is not out then. That's right. Yeah. You're right there, Jihan. Yeah. Well, if it's outside leg, it's not out then. I completely forgot about that. Yes, of course, the pitching. I don't know. I thought you were the umpire. That's why I'm... I don't know. I thought you were the umpire. That's why I'm asking you. Yes. Yeah. No, it is not out, Jihan, because the impact was outside leg stump. So not out. Yeah. So if the ball hit him in line with the stumps, then he or she would be out. LBW. But if the impact was outside the line of leg stump, which it is, then it's not out. So the impact's the important thing there. It's just like with the off stump, if it's outside off stump, all that line, whatever. So yeah, it would be not out then because it didn't hit the batter in line with the stumps. Well, the reason for that, Jihan, is because it's the same thing if it pitches outside leg stump. If the impact where the ball hits the pad in relation to the stumps, it's the same thing if it pitches outside leg. So they've applied the same thing with the impact as well. And you usually see it sometimes with ball tracking on some reviews in international cricket that I've seen. You usually see that. You usually see, the impact's outside the line of off leg stump. They're not out. So it's not out there. So it's just the same thing for pitching with leg stump. They've used the same thing for the pitching on the off stump, leg stump as well in terms of impact. Don't ask me why, but that's what the laws have in place. But it will be not out if that's the case. But if everything lined up perfectly, then it's out. You say, Gian, but it doesn't have to hit the batsman in line with the stumps if he's not playing a shot. That's only for off stump. That's only for off stump. If the impact is outside the line, then that will matter. If he's not playing a shot, that's only for the off stump impact, whether it was in line or not. If that makes sense. But if the impact outside leg stump, not out, even though he didn't play a shot, he's still given out. No, it doesn't count for the leg stump, Jihan, only for the off stump. Yeah, only for the off stump. Nothing to do with the leg stump whatsoever, because if it's outside leg stump, you can't be given out LBW. It's the same with the pitching. It's the same with the impact as well. Anything on leg stump outside of it, not out. Yes, say Jihan, bear in mind, he didn't pitch outside leg stump. Well, if it didn't pitch outside leg stump and the impact wasn't outside leg, and if it was in line with the stumps, then he's out. If he's in front of the stumps, you think it's going to go and hit the stumps, then you give it out. You go through a rigmarole, you go through the process. Okay, it was a fair delivery, impact, whatever. Yeah, same with the impact. So if it was all in line, you're good. If it wasn't in line with any of the leg stump or the pitching, then you're not good, not out. Yeah. So not out then if the impact was outside leg. Yeah, not out. Yeah, but still not out, Jihan. Still not out. It doesn't matter if you don't play a shot. If it's outside leg, not out. It's the same with the pitching. I know it's a bit of a hard thing to grasp, but that's what it is in the laws. LBW over the years has undergone some changes. I don't know if you're aware of this, Jihan, but with Don Bradman in particular, he was very big on the LBW and stuff like that. It's had an interesting history. You say, Jihan, I thought if there was no shot, impact doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No. Yeah. If you don't play a shot, impact outside the line doesn't matter. You're not out. Everything's got to be in line. That's the thing with LBW. You've got to get it in line with the stumps. It's only for the offside, then no shot, impact outside the line of off stump. Would it go on to hit the stumps? Give it not out. So that's what happened there. So you say, Jan, so why this isn't out? Okay. Try and explain again. Okay. I'm not too sure. It's just something that the laws they've had in place, maybe to making sure that bowlers don't bowl a leg stump line being negative, because that can happen. That's why they brought it in. I'll have to do some research on it, Jihan. I'll try and find it here, this article. I'll leave a link to it in the chat about LBW, about how it's evolved over the years. I think they'll try and help. It's the same one that I sent to Gabe about LBW. I know he had a few problems with it. So you say, Gian, impact outside leg should count then. I'm not questioning why. I just want to know if it's out or not out. Oh, well, it's not out then. If the impact's outside leg stump, then it's not out. If that's the case. So if everything's lined up, then it's out. If it's outside leg, impact, all that stuff, then not out. So I would say not out if that's the case. To your question there. I hope it's correct. But yeah, that's just how it is with LBWs and stuff like that. And everything's got to be in line for it to be out. So yeah. So the impact can't be outside leg. That's correct. So, okay. So the bowler appeals for an LBW. There's a review. Okay, like ball tracking. So, okay, pitched in line, but the impact was outside the line of leg stump, and you can't be given out because it has to be in line with the stumps. It's the same with the off stump. You say, Gian, because I thought the outside leg was law was only for pitching, not impact. No, it's for pitch. It's for pitching and impact as well. Yeah. So you learn something new every day, Jihan, but it is for pitching and impact as well. So you would see it sometimes when teams review an LBW in international cricket. I've seen it sometimes as well, where the ball tracking comes up and the ball is pitched in line with the stumps, but the impact is outside leg stump. You can't be given out. Yeah. So I hope that explains it. So yeah. Should it be changed? Well, that's a lot of it. I know we've had this debate about LBW about it shouldn't, bowlers, it shouldn't be allowed if it's pitched outside leg. You should be out LBW, but under the laws, you're not. So there's been a lot of debate about that. Should it be changed? I don't know. It's up to the MCC to decide that. I think just leave it as is because it rarely happens. It's mainly more off stump and all that stuff. So it rarely happens in a game, I think. You say you bowl a ball at the stumps. Yeah. I'm not talking about the pitching outside. Yeah. I understand. Yeah. I don't know. It's up to the MCC to decide on these things, obviously. And you say, Jihan, that's fair enough. Yeah, that is fair enough. As John says, defensive shot or not, all the dominoes have to be in line for the leg side. Yeah, that's right. You're right there, John. Everything has to be in line. Can't be outside the line of leg stump. So, yeah, I don't know. I could ask Daryl Harper, Jihan. Could ask Daryl Harper because I've actually spoken to Daryl and I could ask him that. I didn't ask him when I talked to him about it. You say, Jihan, but it's a full toss that's going to hit off stump, but he's left it. Yeah, but it depends where it hit him on the pad. Where did the ball hit him in the impact? Was it in line with the stumps? Was it in line with off stump or outside off? Was it in line with leg stump, but then it was outside leg? So, yeah. Even though he's left it, even though he hasn't played a shot, but everything's got to be lined up perfectly as an umpire to give it out. So you go through that in your own mind, or you're standing at the non-striker's end and you say, okay, does it tick all the right boxes? And if it does, you give him out. If it doesn't, you don't. But you say impact is outside leg, but he hasn't played a shot. Yeah, you still can't be given out. No, under the laws, you're not out. Jihan says, is that definitely in the laws? Yeah, it is. I'll search it up right now, Jihan. I'll go on the MCC website. I've read around. Yeah, that's all right. We'll do a bit of research here now. MCC laws. Cricket. Have a look at LBW. Do a bit of reading. It's always good to read the old law book. Okay. Boundaries, LBWs. Here we go. Law number 36, leg before wicket. All right, here we go. Okay. Here we go. Okay, you ready for this, Jihan? I'm about to read the law. You say, Jihan, but it doesn't specify this situation. Yeah. Okay, I'll read the law out, Jihan. So, okay. Law 36.1, out LBW. The striker is out LBW if all the circumstances set out in 36.11 to 36.15 apply. The bowler delivers a ball, not being a no ball. The ball, if not intercepted, full pitch pitches in line between wicket and wicket, or on the offside, or on the on or off side of the striker's wicket. The ball not having previously touched his or her bat, the striker intercepts the ball either full pitch or after pitching with any part of his or her person. The point of impact, even above the level of the bails, either is between wicket and wicket, or the striker has made no genuine attempt to play the ball with the bat, is between wicket and wicket of outside the line of the off stump. But the interception, the ball would have hit the wicket. Okay, so Law 36.2, interception of the ball. In assessing points in 36.13, 36.14, and 36.15, only the first interception is to be considered. In assessing point 36.13, if the ball makes contact with the striker's person, bat, simultaneously, this shall be considered as the ball having first touched the bat. In assessing point 36.15, it is to be assumed that the path of the ball before interception would have continued interception irrespective of whether the ball might have pitched subsequently or not. And then to finish off, 36.3, offside wicket. The offside of the striker's wicket shall be determined by the striker's batting position at the moment the ball comes into play for that delivery. You say, Jihan, sure. But then you say, if it's a full toss, John says, on leg stump in line with the stumps, then out as per the umpire's discretion. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Jihan says, it doesn't say outside the line of leg stump, does it? Well, it doesn't mention that. But that's what the law has said here. The law has said it pretty clear. It doesn't mention anything about leg stump. It mentions words of interception and pitching or whatever and stuff like that. Impact. So that's what the law has said. That's what the MCC have in the book. I do understand where you're coming from, Jihan, in terms of that. Yes, it assumes that. Yeah, so there's no mention of it, but it's assumed under the laws. The players are looking quite calm and relaxed. It looks like the rain has stopped. It's just whether or not we can get back out there and get this mopped up. So that's what the law says, Jihan. I hope that explains it. Jihan says, anything outside leg, whether it be impact or pitching, can't be out. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah. Jihan says they need to rewrite that law. Yeah, they probably need, well, they've already done it. They've already rewritten the laws in 2017 when they did the updation. Obviously, when they update the code, Jihan says, to make it clear on the situation I mentioned. Yeah, I understand. It's a little bit of a grey area. I understand that. But it's just assumed as an umpire, you would know that. So it's not mentioned in the laws. There's nothing about leg stump, pitching, whatever. Maybe they could do the law a little bit better in terms of the wording. Jihan says, even though it's so rare, what I'm talking about. It is rare. It doesn't happen too often. Because mainly when you look at LBWs, it's mainly off stump sort of line, isn't it? But I can understand if there's a left-handed batter and a left arm bowler bowling left arm around the wicket, then yes, it may become a little bit of a talking point. But cricket's one of those games where you just have those rare sort of things that happen and no one knows what to do about it. It's like with the, the catching thing with Steve Smith, with Cameron Green in the WTC final. Talking about that and about having control of the ball when you've caught it. A lot of people argued about that. even that created some debate. But that's a pretty simple law to follow, really. You got to have control of the catch. If you have control of the catch and stuff like that, but that's just cricket, isn't it? Gia says, to be honest, I asked this because I honestly didn't know, but I thought maybe in the ODIs with reverse swing and play, with final 10 overs, etc., this could be a scenario of play. Could be. Yeah, it's a good thing that you raised it. It's a good discussion point. It's a rare occurrence, isn't it? But I don't think it will happen in one-day cricket because obviously you have 2 white balls that are 25 overs old, and it doesn't really reverse swing as much as it did back in the day. I can remember watching ODIs and you see the ball, it's very hard to pick up. That's why they brought it in. But cricket's one of those things that you have rare occurrences that may happen. So not a bad thing that you raised that, Jihan. I didn't even think about that myself, but until you mentioned it, yeah. But as an umpire, you've got to be so adamant that everything is in line. It's a very hard thing just to make a decision. We've seen in this test match already, umpires making LBW decisions based on whether or not it's been in line with the stumps or not. It's such a hard thing to do. The umpires are out there having a chat. Jihan says, yeah, the death of ODI cricket, Wally's the ICC coming up with a 2 new ball law. Yeah. Jihan says, I've always told people laws are about geometry. Well, cricket's a game about angles, isn't it? As an umpire, you need to work that out. Okay, if a bowler's bowling from this side of the wicket, he's angling the ball in or stuff like that. You need to work that out. You need to be good in geometry. I wasn't good at that in school, obviously. I wasn't good at maths, full stop. But it's just common things that you look at as an umpire. Where the bowler's bowling on the crease, where the batter is standing in relation to the stumps and the guard. Is he standing outside of the crease? These are all things you should know. And sometimes you make mistakes and that happens. And we've seen in this test match a few mistakes made with LBWs. And it's such a very subjective thing. But it's a good thing that you raised it, Jihan. John says now, John, that's going to be difficult. Now you say, explain that to CFA, as I've been watching for over 40 years, and I think I'm just to grips with. This is the beauty and the mystery of the game. It is. I know Nick and Gabe don't like LBWs. They don't like it. Because it's a very difficult thing to do. All right, then. I'm not sure. Now, has stumps been called? I think stumps have been called. Okay, players been abandoned for the evening, which is understandable. We get a bit of an early night, do we? Oh, that's a bit of a shame. I was looking forward to seeing some cricket. Going back to your question there, John. Excuse me. No. I think that's going to be very hard to explain to Nick and Gabe. But that's the thing, explaining cricket to Americans. Very difficult to explain that. But the LBW law is such the most easiest thing in cricket. It's one of the most easiest laws to remember. But we overcomplicate it sometimes. And I don't think we should. We shouldn't. All right, so that's the end of the day. Well, obviously we end early, but the umpires thought we're not going to have enough time to come back, and that's fair enough. So we'll come back tomorrow. Hopefully sunshine and, Australia bat under good conditions. Jihan, you say, am I back tomorrow? Well, I've done 6 hours today, Jihan. I'm pretty cooked. I'm pretty cooked. To be honest, this series has been taking a lot out of me, really. Just covering the series and watching every day's play just to, make sure the review's good enough to publish. So I'm cooked, I'm tired and fatigued and obviously, but yeah, no, it's, we may come back. We may come back. We'll definitely be back for the next test, Jihan. We'll be back for the third test, but that's another thing that I wanted to talk about before we sign off about the future of the podcast. Just something going into the future a little bit there that I want to talk about before we sign off. John says, you can tell how sleep deprived I am by the failure of my ability to type. Same, John. I can't even speak. I'm forgetting words and mumbling words, and it's just anyway. Gian says, thanks for a great live cast. Let's press forward and win this match. That's right, Gian. Thanks. I hope you enjoyed it. Certainly I enjoyed it. You say, Gian, come on, Jack. Think how much it would be worth if Australia win the Ashes. It would be good. I remember when Australia won the Old Trafford Test in 2019. That was probably the best moment I've ever seen in cricket of my time. I still remember it to this day. Josh Hazelwood getting Craig Overton out, LBW. It was plumb as he reviewed it. And to see that again from Australia would be so good. I know that in this series that Australia have had challenges. They will be challenged. That's the beauty of the Ashes over 5 tests. I still think Australia are the best team to win this series, purely based on class. Yeah. Well, he reviewed it, Jihan. I don't know why he reviewed it. Yes, Kumar Damasina was umpiring. My finger was up straight away, and I'm here in Australia, am I? Not there at Old Trafford in Manchester. I knew that was out. Everyone knew that was plum. He reviewed it anyway. Australia won the Ashes and didn't win the series, which was disappointing. Then obviously what happened at, the Oval was disappointing a little bit there. But it would be nice if Australia can lift up the urn at the Oval, and that would be great, like in 2019. But, you never know. Nathan Lyon may do a Steve Waugh. I hope he does. But I think that's unlikely. But, yeah, I'm pretty cooked, pretty drained, and I don't know how I'm going to get through to the end of the series, but just even for the last few nights, been going to bed late. And obviously tonight's a bit earlier than usual. But, that's the thing when you watch cricket from Australia to England. The time difference here is just shocking. It's just one of those things that you can't really control, really. But it will definitely be worth it, all the pain and all the suffering. All the sleep-deprived hours. Gian says, for Australia, we're in complete trouble yesterday, to be honest. I didn't think the bouncer barrage on this pitch would force the England batsmen to play their shots. No, it didn't. Gian says, I've been getting 4 hours on sleep every day at work, and this is from Perth. Yeah. Going back to your comment there, Gian, about yesterday, actually watching what happened yesterday, I don't know, I felt a little bit sick just watching it because it was like in all fast forward mode, and it was just too much. It was just a crazy last hour. Obviously, Nathan Lyon going down, which was, me sitting here, I just felt for Gaz. That's, you don't wish it on great people like him. He's done a lot for Australian cricket. He's going to be a big blow, but we've got Todd Murphy. He'll do a good job. But Australia found a way. That's the thing. I think with this England side, you got to do things that are different. And by bowling short balls, that's the difference that you need to do. But it's definitely worked. Gian says, I did too. I was really disheartened and frustrated. I was frustrated myself because I'm sitting here and I'm saying, what are you doing? You got to build some sort of pressure on them. I think with this England side, you know what they're going to do. They're going to charge down at you. You're used to that in T20 cricket with batters coming down at you. So, but Australia seem lost and they don't know what to do. And I feel like they need to sort it out going into the second innings, but also the next test, because baseball can be overcome. It has its strengths, it has its weaknesses, but it can be overcome. You just have to exploit the weaknesses. Gian says, I was more annoyed at how England were just slogging on a flat pitch and getting away with it. I don't know. I think in a way that with England playing this brand of cricket, I don't mind the positivity. I like the positivity. And I know some people are anti-baseball and don't like it at all. Some people in England don't like it either. But it's just the way they play. It's just the mantra. It's the vision that Stokes and McCullum have inquired on this team. And and for Australia, a lot of the talk was that Australia, can they handle it? But if we're going to be honest, I don't think Australia's handled it all that well. Even this great Australian attack hasn't done well. But they're getting wickets. But out of the wickets that have fallen in this series, a lot of them haven't fallen to good deliveries, if that makes sense. They've all been given away, basically. You say, Jan, it's so funny that the macho Aussie antidote to baseball is relentless bounces actually work. Well, they're going to take it on. They're always going to pull it. They're going to hook it. They're going to take it on. They're not going to die wondering. And it's their undoing. And no wonder you have people from England not happy about the way England are playing, because, if you're 1 for 188, and if you're England, you're 1 for 188, you trail by 138, you trail by less than 300 runs. You should be able to get a first innings lead and put Australia under pressure. But this England team don't balance being smart and reckless. There is smart cricket and there's reckless cricket. And for England, we saw that a little bit in this test. But it's just so frustrating after the last test that Australia, you should learn from that, learn how England operates. You've already seen them in the first test. You've already bowled to them. Didn't quite go to plan in both innings. And then reapplied that in this second test. But it is a little frustrating where, Australia can't seem to break it. They can't seem to expose the weaknesses. They bowl a good line and length. They get dispatched. They can't keep pressure. They can't bowl dot balls. They can't bowl maidens. And that's what you need to do against this England side. So it is frustrating a little bit. But I hope Australia can work it out soon, because if they don't, then England's just going to score more runs. But that's always the thing. We've always mentioned it against... everyone's talked about it. Oh, they can't do this in other conditions. They can't do this against Australia. They can't do this in India. I don't know when England go to India next. I think is it next year? I haven't seen the schedule, but it'll be interesting to see what they do over there when they play baseball in India on those pitches. I don't think it will go all down to that well. Anyway, that's just the way it is. But there's been a lot of discussion about it, and seeing the reaction from fans and that from England, Australian side as well. I think everyone wants baseball to fail in some sort of way, I think, because they don't think it's the future of Test cricket. But don't get me wrong, the positivity is good, but there's a balance between being positive and reckless, and a little bit reckless in this test. They sort of gave it away, really, and they've put Australia in a good position, which they are at the moment, leading by 221 runs. If Australia can get that to, let's say, add another 100 to that, 321's pretty good. Another 100 on that, get 421. It's not a bad score. I don't think that's ever been chased down at Lords in its 200-year history. And anything 400 in the last innings is always tough to chase. But even England's bowling You know, they've got problems. So both teams have their challenges in this series. But I said in my preview before the series started that it's a marathon. An Ashes series is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And England seem to want to sprint the 100 meters in 9 seconds flat like Usain Bolt. Just doesn't work. You're going to be cooked. We've seen their bowlers tiring. Broad and Anderson not performing at their best. Australia playing the long game, which seems to be working with the bat, but with the ball, just leaking runs, and they can't seem to control pressure and build pressure. You need to do that against this England side. So, yeah, it's something that Australia need to plan going forward. Obviously, how do they go about without Nathan Lyon? And I know a lot of people said, "Oh, you know, it's all doom and gloom. Nathan Lyon's gone, and you know we can't win the Ashes." Well, we got Todd Murphy. He's done an okay job, bowled well in India. So it's not all doom and gloom. If Australia win this Test, go 2-0 up, very hard for England to come back and win an Ashes series. It hasn't been done since the Ashes were a 5-game series. It hasn't been done ever. So, going to be very interesting to see what England do in the remainder of the series. But John says, I don't care if basketball fails or not. Let's let cards fall where they may. That's right, John. That's right. Exactly right. But it'll be interesting to see what they do going forward in the series. But for Australia, I think they've done well to take wickets when they needed to. They've batted well. But it's just frustrating when they don't seem to keep that pressure on, and they just lose the game a little bit. Like yesterday, it was like frustrating. Yesterday, it's not that hard to keep the pressure on. Anyway, they've done okay here. So 2 for 130, 45 overs. They lead by 221. So if we cast our minds to tomorrow, what do we think is going to happen tomorrow? Well, let's hope Australia bat under clear conditions. The sun shining down at Lord's. Let's hope it does. If Australia, well, you got Smith and Khawaja there, 2 good batters. They can put on a partnership here. Australia get beyond 350 towards 400. I think for Australia, I think they need to bat out majority of the day. See where they're at tea, if they get that far, and I think they should, and then reassess there and see how much time they need to bowl England out. The thing is the pitch going to deteriorate? Is it going to do anything? It flattens out here at Lord's. It's not really a pitch that breaks up all that much. I think we remember what happened in 2019 with that test. That pitch was pretty docile. And Marnus Labuschagne got a 50 and Travis Head got a 50 and got Australia over the line for a draw. So it'll be an interesting day's play today. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's been an interesting day. Day 3. Day 2 was interesting as well. So let's see what happens in this test. Second test. First test at Edgbaston was pretty exciting, but let's hope not for an exciting test match here. Let's hope Australia can get the job done. Let's see. Alrighty then. Thank you everyone for joining us for 7 hours. It's been a marathon. Surprised that many people joined us for the 7-hour vigil. It's been great chatting with everyone as always about cricket and other things. It's been great. It's been great fun. It's been tiring as well at the same time. Also a reminder of our episodes are coming out. Make sure you check out our episodes on the Ashes, of course. We're covering the Ashes. Lord's episodes that we've done on the history of Lord's Cricket Ground. Make sure you check them out as well. I had a good chat with Neil Robinson at the MCC Lords a couple of months ago now. Those videos are out on the channel for everyone to watch and see. Obviously, the last few videos we did on the Ashes, on Lords and its association with the Ashes, and that was good. So check them out. They're on our YouTube channel now for everyone to watch. So that was good. So we've got some historical series episodes coming out as well about the Ashes, Ashes moments. There have been so many Ashes moments. We're covering that as well with our Ashes coverage. So there's lots happening on the podcast. Also, another important announcement to make regarding the going forward into the next few months, going forward to probably next year as well, is that with the podcast in regards to that, it's still going to be here, of course. We're not going anywhere. But obviously, for me, I feel like over the last 3 years, investing time and effort into the podcast, trying to make it what it is now, I feel like I need the priorities have changed a little bit. Basically, just focusing on other things. So the podcast does take up most of my time. So going forward, we could be posting less and less episodes. Going forward, it just comes down to priorities and stuff. So I hope everyone understands that. But we're still going to be here. The podcast is still going to be here, but we're going to be scaling back quite a lot, actually. So after this Ashes series, we'll be covering the Ashes from start to finish. But after that, it's going to be less and less in terms of podcasting stuff. So I just think that priorities, we all have priorities, and we need to address priorities and make way for other things. So for me, the podcast does take much of my time and very hard to, manage everything. So, so going forward in the next few months, there will be a major scale back of podcast stuff, content, all that other stuff, just for me to focus on other things, other priorities. But it's been great doing the podcast for the last 3 years, and I've invested a lot of time and effort into the podcast to get it where it is at the moment. But it does take a lot out of you, and it does take up a lot of time. So priorities, different priorities that we need to look at and focus on. So that's what I'll be doing, but we'll still be here, not going anywhere, but just in a limited capacity going forward. So that's something that people should know about. But that is the what's going to happen in the next few months in particular, in terms of making sure that we have our priorities set right. So I hope everyone understands that. Also about the cricket discussion with fans or listeners or whatever. There's a poll in the community tab about that. So if you want that on the podcast or something like that, do let us know. Where you can come and chat to me about cricket or something like that. That's an idea that we had floated around. So do vote in the polls. See if people are interested in that. And we'll be sort of working towards that. I think that's about it, really. I think that's all that I wanted to say. John, your comments here. You say, if the sun shines tomorrow, there should be a result. If not, who knows? I have a little plan for a celebration should the dice roll for our way. Yes, hope so, John. It should be a very good day, that's for sure. If Australia can bat under sunny conditions. Let's hope the weather is a lot clearer than it was today. Yeah. But a very good day, you would say, for Australia. Very disappointing that we didn't quite get the 4 overs in, but the rain, I suppose, had its final say. So I hope everyone is across everything with the podcast. Definitely going to cover the Ashes, of course. We're going to finish that. But then after that, it's going to be a little bit scaled back as we look to, scale back on things, which is the plan. But that's definitely the plan going forward. Thank you, John. Thank you. Yeah, just different priorities now, really. Doing this for 3 years full time, it takes a lot out of you mentally and physically. YouTube's not a very unforgiving place. So it does take a lot out of you. So there's other priorities that I have that I need to attend to. And doing the podcast is sort of getting in the way of that. So say, John, do what's best. Always enjoy your streams. Hope you enjoy my somewhat silly comments. No, they're all right, John. They're all right. You're all right. You and Jihan, great supporters of the podcast as always. Great support as always. So it's been pretty good. But obviously going forward, that's the plan. So, but we're going to have some fun in the meantime. It's sure to be a good Ashes series, and hopefully Australia can get over the line and at least win 3 test matches. But we're still in this game, good position to push on and definitely force a result. Go 2-0 up, which is what we want. All righty then. Thanks everyone for joining us for 7 hours. It's our longest ever stream on the podcast. Thanks everyone for joining us. I know it's a bit of a marathon. Wasn't intending to do the full day, but that's just ended up that way. So we won't be back for the Lord's Test. Obviously, we'll be taking a break after this marathon, but we will be back for the 3rd Test at Headingley, at least one of the days at Headingley, 4th Test at Old Trafford the same, the 5th Test at the Oval as well. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and Apple Podcasts. Make sure you listen to us on those platforms and subscribe to us on our YouTube channel. We're up to 671 subscribers. Let's get to 700 if we can. Hopefully, because we're nearly there. Thank you, John. No worries. A bit of a marathon, wasn't it? No, but we had some good fun, didn't we? Had some good fun. It was good fun watching cricket, talking cricket. Ashes cricket doesn't get any better than that. But I would enjoy some good hours of sleep tonight, that's for sure. I'll sleep well tonight, John. 7 hours. I've done my shift. I've done my done what I needed to do for day 3. So it's all good. All good for the podcast. And we had some fun, which is the main thing. That's why we do it. Have fun. Talk about cricket. So there we go. So make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get us to 700 subscribers, everyone, because we're nearly approaching that milestone. It's always good fun, John, isn't it? It's always good fun. Hope you had a good time as well. Hope Jihan's had some good fun as well. It's always good to chat cricket to him, chat cricket to you as well, and to everyone who joined us a little bit. It's always been good fun. Just doing my best, covering cricket, talking about cricket. It's been good fun as always. It's been a good fun doing the podcast, that's for sure. Lots of fun. And hopefully Australia can pull off a win here. They're in a good position. You would think that they should get a good lead, set a good target for England to chase, which is going to be difficult for England. But, in the old, baseball mentality, they can chase down anything, I suppose. But we shall see what happens today, actually. 1st of July, actually. So, 1st of July. This Ashes series is not done yet. There's still a few more weeks of this Ashes series to come. But it's only just getting started, especially the second test here at Lord's. Definitely heating up. Alrighty then. If there's no more comments in the comment section, I would bid everyone a good night, or a good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you may be watching. Hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Thanks for supporting the podcast as always. Hope everyone had some fun, and hope everyone's enjoying cricket. That's for sure. It's been a great time of late. Always good time in this Ashes series. We've seen some good cricket, and hopefully we'll see some good cricket tomorrow on day 4 of this second test at Lord's, home of cricket. Alrighty then. Thanks, everyone. Hope everyone will have a good night wherever you may be. Take care. And hopefully an exciting day upon us on day 4. Thanks, everyone, for watching, listening. Before we go, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. Follow us on Twitter and on Instagram. Podcast is available on Anchor, Spotify, and on Apple Podcasts. Make sure you listen to us there. John says, final comment to finish off. John, you say, yep, I need a kip before the wife forgets who I am. You got to be on the good side there, John. Always got to be on the good side there. Take care. Hope you have a good night, John. Thanks for coming in. Also, Jihan, who joined us as well. Hope you have a good night as well. Always good to talk cricket with everyone. Thanks, everyone, for watching and following the podcast. Appreciate it. Thanks, everyone. Take care. Till next time. Keep safe and bye for now.